Never mind, I got him.
You just shanked him to death! Dude! What the fuck?
How you love that?
You mad lad, you fucking shanked him to death.
How you love that? I made that guy my bitch.
Hopefully. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Guys, watch this. Oh my god! Oh, they just broke through. I'm out of here. I'm going back to Rocket. Get out of there, Rocket. Yeah, that was your boy. That was your boy. And these things will go in the water. They're not afraid of it. I don't know where this guy is. Oh, fuck! Nope.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh
Nope.
shit, oh shit, oh shit,
Nope.
oh shit!
Nope. Oh shit. I'm dead for sure.
Let's hear the samples.
What's that? I grabbed these samples.
Alright, get me in. Give me a railgun, if you have one up.
Come on, come
Negative
on.
7 minutes.
Sucker. Dasha.
Never mind, I got him.
Shaked him to death. Just shaked him to death. Dude! What the fuck?
How you love that?
You mad rag, you fucking shanked him to death.
How you love that? I made that guy my bitch.
Hopefully. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Guys, let's. All right, y'all. What up? What up? What up? It has been a minute. We're gonna be going for quite a while today, so we'll be able to get into where I've been, what I've been doing. The plan is to watch this last Dune Awakening Funcom stream, and then we're gonna watch some beta footage from a content creator that I chose and kind of react to that as well, and we'll be pausing and kind of talking about it because I was able to play the beta as well. By the way, welcome everybody across all streams, YouTube and Rumble. It's good to be back, but we're running a little behind, most likely because it has been a little while since I've streamed. So I'm gonna make this thing go premium right now, and then we'll start the reaction. All right, we are officially in premium only. So the way this premium works for me, because I multi-stream in so many different places, is I make it available only for YouTube subscribers and Rumble Premium members. As it stands right now, there's an RTMP option on Rumble, which basically allows the stream to be viewed by you guys at a higher quality than was previously allowed, because when you're part of their creator program, which I am, which I'm very grateful for, you have to stream through Rumble Studio at least for 30 hours every month, and in order to do premium streams, you also have to stream through Rumble Studio. And currently there's no option for the good quality streams to schedule them. How they decided to release it without being able to schedule it, I don't know, but you know, that's why Rumble's Rumble and YouTube is YouTube, in my opinion. But I do love Rumble. So I wasn't able to schedule it beforehand on Rumble, which kind of sucks because I would have liked to have promoted it a little more for Rumble, whereas I was able to promote it for YouTube. But here we are. And yeah, taking like a week off. It's been more than a week since I've streamed, like, and I haven't taken a break like this in years. In years, like literally years. So it's been nice. It's been really nice. And I'm definitely feeling refreshed because what is it, next week on Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 a.m. Pacific. Dune Awakening is launching, and we're going to be doing 3 24-hour streams back to back to back. I will be resting in between each 24-hour stream. Should be in the pinned comment, whether you're watching on Rumble or YouTube, so you can check that. But the point is, I feel really revitalized and really recharged going into Dune Awakening. Like, other than this premium stream, and I think I'll have to do one more premium stream. Like, we're gonna get our 5 hours of premium content here today, reacting to different things, but I need another, I don't know, 8 to 10 hours to fulfill my obligations to Rumble in order to remain part of their creator program. Regardless, we'll probably be doing one more stream of some kind this week. Not probably. I mean, we have to. So we'll be doing it. But then I'm probably going to take some more time off, and I will be coming back in full force, like going probably harder than I ever have before for Dune Awakening. Like, this is easily my most anticipated game of all time. I've never been so hyped for a game, especially being able to play the beta and it being so good. I wasn't able to stream the beta because I had to take care of some family responsibilities. But anyway, it's going to be hype. It's going to be fucking crazy. And like I said, we're doing those 72 hours of straight streaming. So it's going to be awesome. We have less than a minute before this thing starts. There's normally some technical difficulties right at the beginning, but Funcom also goes super hard on their streams. Like, they normally do like 2-hour streams, which is crazy for a dev, and it really just shows, in my opinion, that these guys are confident. They know they've created a good game, and after playing it myself, I can tell you they created a good game. Like, I played the beta, it felt like a full release. It didn't feel like a beta. I was actually blown away given how ambitious this game actually is, how many different things you can do in this game, and like, hope they'll probably go over it because they're going to be talking about the mid game to end game today. But it's an unbelievably ambitious title, and they pulled it off. I mean, I can't say 100% because I haven't played full release, but I'm pretty damn sure they pulled it off. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Oops, shit. Let's do this, and then I immediately fuck it up. I'm trying to turn it up. There we go.
The desert wants you dead, off-worlder. If the sands don't take you, the storms will swallow you whole.
It's like I didn't experience a storm like that in the beta.
This path alone.
And then I've also joined a Discord community. We'll be talking about that. A separate Discord community specific for this game, like a guild. That's going to be going pretty hard. That's got a lot of really serious players. We'll talk about that after this stream. Didn't get a chance to fly an ornithopter in the beta. But just to show you how hyped I was for this stream, I actually had a dream about flying an ornithopter last night. But yeah, we'll be talking about all this stuff, but I'm gonna let Funcom do most of the talking for now. I mean, I'll be reacting and talking, but once we get into the beta footage, I'll be pausing a lot more and talking about my experiences during the beta. June 5th. So it says coming to PC June 10th, but if you got the Ultimate Edition, you get 5 days head start. So it's June 5th, which of course we have. So
Master Arrakis, and it will open your mind. This is your path to awakening.
All right, here we go.
Hello everybody to our, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, last developer live stream before our head start and the full launch of Dune Awakening. I'm Natasha Rösli. I have the honor to be your host for today. And I think I'm not the only one when I say I'm so excited for you to experience what our teams have been working on for the past years. So some of you have gotten a taste of what the game feels and looks like during the beta weekend. But today we go beyond the beta and show you a glimpse of mid and end game of Dune Awakening.
Yes, sir.
We have
Yes,
first
ma'am.
a little segment where we talk beta and combat. We then have live gameplay of Haga Basin and also social hubs. We go into live gameplay of the Deep Desert. And as always, we have a Q&A in the end where we'll be connecting questions from you, from chat, live during the stream. But before we dive into all of that, let's watch a brand new video.
Combat in Dune Awakening is the fusion of melee, shields, ranged, abilities, and vehicles.
Now, that's a tank that I don't think they're going to have in the game at launch. And by I don't think, I'm like 99.9% sure because they've said it publicly, but it will be in the game post-launch.
In the beginning, combat is a short, brutal affair. Do everything you can to knock your opponents off balance and open them up for retaliating.
So some people were kind of complaining about melee, but I didn't really have as much of a problem as other people had. I also didn't spend much of my time doing melee.
Use the voice to force your enemies
Because little secret, once you get to end game in this game, unless they change a lot from the beta, melee's not going to be as big a factor because there's weapons that do some serious damage. And generally speaking, I don't think, especially when you're doing PvP, you'll be able to get close enough to do melee. Now, here we go. The shield. Yeah, it does. It does too.
barrier can only be pierced by slow-moving objects. Fast on defense, slow on attack.
Now that's not 100% true because you can shoot them and them enough to break the shield, but you have to put some serious firepower into them. Ooh, but it can be done.
But the shields also have a weakness beyond the slow blade. Ranged attacks
That's
cannot
right.
be fired from inside an
That's
active
right.
shield, creating a window of opportunity for the others.
So when you're shooting your guns, even if you have a shield, the shield turns off. Then it turns back on when you stop shooting.
Fires drilling darts that will attach to a shield and slowly pass through. The disruptor fires statically charged darts at various
I did get the disruptor, and I did get a shotgun in the beta, but the drill shot is of a higher tier. It's a higher tier weapon than was available in the beta. Also did not get to access a flamethrower or any of these heavy weapons. But melee will be useful in PvE for sure, but in PvP, don't be surprised if it's not very useful.
Or use their Bindu dash to quickly close the gap. Mentats control the battlefield with their sentinel. Or use the Hunter Seeker for a silent takedown.
Boom.
Abilities, ranged weapons, shields and melee work in concert to allow mastery. But beyond mastery lies the spice. Consume it to awaken. Transcend human limits with new abilities and prescience, seeing what others cannot, the narrow path to victory.
So when you consume the spice, basically your ability cooldowns go down a lot, and abilities are really important in this game. So I imagine people will be consuming a lot of spice when PvP opportunities and situations arise, just because the cooldown on your abilities goes down so much that I don't see how you cannot consume spice in those situations.
And we are back and diving straight into our first segments, showing you mid-game in the Haga Basin towards end-game as well. But first, let's of course introduce our guests for today. Here on this side, we did let him out of the doghouse. We have Joel Bylos, aka Chris Knife. Our
So that guy in the middle is the man.
Introduce yourself quickly.
Yeah, he's top dog.
Hi everybody, my name is, I have to admit it, Joel Bylos this time. So because this is the last live stream, I'm going to admit that my name is Joel.
Love it.
It's fine. And yep, looking forward to talking about everything we're going to talk about today. Yeah.
Yes, and on this side we have Scott Jr., our executive producer on the game. New face.
First time I've seen this guy, yeah.
Let me out, you know,
Yes.
the game is fun.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's good to see you both, and good to talk about Dune finally.
Very
This guy
nice.
sounds like an American, and they don't have a lot of
Let's
Americans.
do a little bit of a throwback to beta.
Sure.
Players, as mentioned, have had, let's say, not a small taste, but a taste of the game, the survival aspect of the game. Maybe we can have an infographic where we actually see what the players in the beta were able to experience. Here we have a little infographic. What was the most valuable takeaway from this beta?
I think getting the game in so many people's hands so they can understand what we made. When we started working on Dune, we wanted to make more than just a normal survival game. We wanted
Which
to
they
make
did.
A very Dune game.
Which they did.
And so that's not obvious, right, what we were doing, because we were taking a lot of risks trying to do some new takes on things.
Tons of
that were
risks,
more
huge
Dune than
risks,
survival.
in my opinion.
So we have a lot of people finally being able to play the game. And
That's why I say it's so
understand
ambitious.
what we're trying to do. So
Yeah.
that was great. And then seeing the feedback and the reactions and
Yeah.
all the social media posts.
People
all the
were
YouTube
stoked,
videos, it's been
and for
fantastic
good
to see all
reason.
the feedback.
So, like, I guarantee
My
these guys
personal
are
takeaways
very
is that
happy.
We had a couple technical issues that we were able to sort out and get fixed pretty quickly. Some issues with, some crashes and freezes that we've already fixed. So I'm really excited.
I didn't have any of those issues.
So everybody can see what we've changed.
Yep.
Anything you
100%.
wanted to add?
No, I mean, for me, it's just a lot of fun to watch people finally playing. Like, someone asked me on Discord like a year ago, like, tell us about the game. They wanted me to describe the game. They weren't in the beta, and I was like, well, it's very hard to describe because it's something unique. Yes, it has some familiar survival stuff, but we've layered it all underneath the Dune IP,
Which
and it's
is
really
true.
hard to describe how all of those things come together to create something that I feel is kind of unique and interesting, right? And so, I think it was fun for people to really get their hands on it. I mean, we've been talking with the closed beta players
Like,
for a
look at
while,
all this stuff.
but seeing people in the world having it, streaming it, putting up YouTube videos, talking about what they were experiencing, I think, importantly, people finding out whether they like or dislike the game as well, because I really like people to be able to make an informed choice about what they're buying as well. So, yeah.
100%. I think one thing I can add to this as well is, like, for me, having a little bit more of a bird's eye view of how the developers and the teams were reacting to this, because me too, we have been so close to the game for such a long time, you can't really judge it anymore, like, from a normal, like, gamer perspective. And then seeing all those amazing kind of, obviously there was feedback as well that we kind of needed to address and things. More on that in a second. But it was just so fun to see how
It was
everyone came in and
overwhelmingly
was like,
positive.
no, we have something here. Like, people are
Yeah.
enjoying it and they're getting it and they're like having fun playing the game, and that was really great to see from that perspective as well. Like, just over.
In the moments like people almost getting eaten by the sandworm, right? Those are.
I got eaten once by the sandworm. It was bullshit, too.
Yeah, there was one thing. I
I'll
really
talk
enjoyed
about
was
that
also,
later.
like, watching people coming in, I don't want to say skeptics, but they kind of, as they hit the beats of the game, as they progress through the game, in the beginning they're like, okay, this is this, and this is this, and they kind of, and then like they're like, wait, wait, you can combine the suspensor belt and the sugar wire claw, and you can, oh wait, you can do these things. Oh, cool! I got and suddenly the game, like, it's opening up more and more, and they're really starting to understand the philosophy of how we approach the development with the sandbox, right? So, I don't know. As I saw people experiment, I was just like, oh god, people they're seeing it and doing it. It's
They
great.
get it. They have those light bulb moments that you were
Yes.
hoping for, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
and they just were growing more positive.
I think they've been developing this for 5 years, and I was just talking to my buddy last night. I was like, dude, imagine doing the same shit for 5 years without anybody really getting a chance to see what you're doing, and then finally people get the chance. I can't imagine that.
Of the game, right? It's
And then people liking what you did on top of it.
to show, and
Which
the best
is
parts are here to come.
It's got to be akin to like a musician, you know, who's putting out an album or something.
Going back to the beta weekend, there were of course some things that weren't that great, that didn't go as planned. One of those moments was of course the PvP moment in the broadcast, and when it comes to melee combat specifically. But we have actually worked on this and addressed it. Scott, maybe you can give a bit of context.
Let's see what he's got to say.
We've been in closed beta for a year and a half almost now, right? The new combat came in August of last year.
Yep.
And we've been making tweaks based on feedback and playtests that we've been doing. So going into the beta, we knew that there was that issue around stamina and what would happen if it ran out, and we'd already been working on it for over a month to try to fix it.
Oh yeah, there was like a stun thing where you can get
Do you want to
stun locked.
details of that?
I mean,
Sorry.
The high level changes it's something like this now, right? So heavy and slow blade have been separated as attacks. So a heavy staggers people now, and then a slow blade finishes them off, like, or goes into the slow blade attack. So you actually, now holding the button, you'll actually do a heavy attack. All attacks have now got proper stamina costs attached to them. And then in addition, if you're in a place where you're getting into the stun lock situation, you get an ability which is called Second Wind. It just pops on. It starts to restore your stamina bar quickly, so you can dodge out of any sort of stun lock in that situation.
Interesting.
So yeah, we've been doing balance around stamina costing on everything. We've been doing.
I wonder
balance
if
around
that's
what
specific to
attacks
melee.
I think it's
The
all
Second Wind.
working pretty well. Scott and I did a fair bit of PvP ourselves.
We're pretty bad at
on
it,
the top
but
of a
we did
shipwreck.
Won? Did you do well?
Yeah, one, yeah.
One,
He-
and Joel won day two.
Look at that action
One, but
figure
that
of
was
Baron
because on the
Harkonnen
second
back
day,
here.
I slotted the Betty Gesserit technique, the Mentat technique, which allowed me to avoid his voice power. And then-
Oh, I
and
would
then
have liked to have
wasn't
seen
able
that.
hit me anymore. So then it was fun. Like it's
There you
fun
go,
to
rock,
see
paper,
how
scissors approach.
how the dynamics work, right? So
I wasn't
it was a
able
lot of
to
fun.
unlock that. I think you had to be at like an advanced trainer that I wasn't able to get to.
Feedback from people and
I don't
testing.
think it was in the beta.
One thing is important to stress, right? It's a live game, and we're going to continue to patch and update. So we'll be paying a lot of attention to what happens as the game goes live and as people are playing. And we're here to make the game better. That's our job. So
I love this dude. Like, I've heard this guy talk for more than a year, and he seems like a really intelligent developer. A gamer,
So
a
we actually
gamer.
have an example of group game.
Oh, shit.
Gameplay. I'm
Look at that
that
shit. That's the first time I've seen that.
I thought you were gonna, when you said dry
Glam
examples, I thought you were going to break out the wine. But let's.
That is the first time I've seen that.
But yes, so we have some.
I bet you can shoot down an ornithopter with
gameplay,
that.
Mid game actually.
Yeah, mid-ish game,
We could
yeah.
probably just comment on it as
Sure.
well, what we're seeing and how it's different from what people have seen in the beta specifically.
Sure, you want.
Sure, yeah, I can go. So when
Oh,
if you
shit,
play through the
okay.
Vermilius Gap, the journey is still very isolated to yourself, right?
That's
You
where I
stand
got
like
to, the
you're on a
Vermilius
small
Gap,
base.
which is the
As you're
second
moving into the next
zone.
areas like the Hugget, or this is the Rift, right?
So that's
you-
that's
you unlock the buggy, and the great thing about the buggy is it allows you to start mining.
yeah,
from
no
the
shit.
vehicle.
That's cool.
And
That's really cool.
The resource requirement as you go further and further into the game is more intense, but the buggy and other systems like that allow you to increase your harvest rate also.
Yep.
And this is a fantastic part, right?
Yeah.
Just moving around, going to the different resources, either switching
Now,
yourself
can you
to the turret,
shoot
or if you
people
have a
with that
friend,
thing?
having the
Let's
friend,
see.
Man the mining
No.
vehicle, right? And then being able to harvest resources.
Yeah, the buggy's a multi-seat vehicle, right? So when you get to the mid-game, it's good to start crafting that, right? And then you can get out there and you can harvest. It has a huge inventory space as well, compared to like the sandbike or what the players can carry. Our philosophy of design with the game, like I've seen people asking for more inventory space on their character, but our philosophy of design for the game was that you build vehicles.
Look
they
at all
become
that.
an inventory space. You
Holy.
can see how big
So
this is and
that's,
how much volume it can hold. So
What,
the buggy really is
2,500,
like your
5. So that
mining
you
vehicle
can
of choice as
hold
you go through the
10,000
game. And if you're playing with
in that
friends,
buggy.
someone's on the turret, someone's in the driver's seat. You can have a friend in the passenger seat as well. You can bring multiple people, but you can also just like do this alone, jump between seats in the interaction menu. Just
Yeah, but why would you want to? That's
got
got to be dangerous, especially if some fool's trying to get you in PvP.
Because we're in this place called the Haga Rift, and as you can see, it's this dark, gloomy.
I'm gonna
it's
cough.
basically a geological ditch. And Herbert talked about this in the book. He talked about the folk of Pan and Graben. And this Graben are these big ditches, these big chasms that you have on Dune, on Arrakis. And in here, it's like the sunlight doesn't really penetrate to the bottom. And down here, there's been this ongoing war of attrition between the Atreides and the Harkonnen over this shipwreck, which is central to this area. And then as you come up out of the Haga Rift, you come back into these other areas of the map. And it's like, it's a different style and tone to the desert. And I know people have been concerned, or at least been worried that like everything's one biome. But as you go down into the Rift, you feel it's a very different place. And shout out to our world director, Jeff, like one of his big key points about the world was making sure that we had a lot of verticality. And I think Haga Rift is like an absolutely perfect example of how you can just keep
Yeah,
going
I
down and
didn't
down through
get
these
to a
galleries.
rift. I don't know if it was in the
Built up through
beta.
entire side. It's just this really fun place
But
to be.
even without the rifts, there's a lot of verticality because you can climb anything. Anything you see, you can climb.
Vehicles, personal lights on players come in. At this point, this is where you start bringing things, and yeah, it's fun.
And it's so huge because then you fly in an ornithopter too. It's like wide, and yeah, it's really fun to explore that way too.
And the music and the setting and the atmosphere when you're down. Right.
The music was cool in the game too.
Vermilios Gap with like the bright lights on you the entire time, going like from shadow to shadow to preserve water.
The
When you
in-game
get down
music
there,
was
like,
very
music's
cool.
Done a very good job of just setting the atmosphere.
Yeah,
It feels
it's
almost
true.
cool
Is
when
that
you're- when you're down there?
That's our base in the distance there too.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
where we're heading. So you can see the wreckage of like the war. You can see that's a deserter base. Like because of the war of attrition that's been happening here, some of the Atreides and Harkonnen have deserted, and they've set up little.
Damn,
camps
that's
around here,
his
and they create,
base.
like,
That shit looks good.
they're obviously hazardous, but now we're coming to a base that we created for this, and this is the Atreides base building set. Yeah.
That's cool.
I think this is a
That looks fucking cool.
This is a great example of what you can do outside of the square blocks that everybody was seeing in beta because they only
Look
had
at those
access to the
lights.
first couple of
That's
sets.
cool.
Yeah, and what's important as you get into the mid game, you start building up your infrastructure, and that's just as important as your equipment or your vehicles. So even if you
Holy
lose a
shit! You
vehicle,
can put
right, like,
100,000
make your money,
milliliters.
You get unlucky enough to get eaten by
I think the small water cisterns can hold 5,000.
way quicker.
And I had like 4 or 5 of those, and I thought I was badass because I
Can we
had 4 or
stop for a
5 of
second
them.
and show a pro tip here.
Yeah.
I really want to pro tip something. So, can someone go and use a chest?
Yes. Oh, you want to? You want?
He wants to talk about the circuits?
So if you go to the wait, is that a chest? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go to. So if you're in a chest in the game and you have a vehicle anywhere on your land claim, you can go to the top of the inventory on the left there where it says backpack. Where it says backpack on the left-hand side, whoever's driving, up there. Yep.
there you
And
go.
click the drop down, and you can select the vehicle storage. This is a
Oh,
massive
shit.
quality of life for getting things in and out of your vehicles.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because we
I didn't
see
even
it.
know
We
you could
it's a
do
little
that.
hidden. It's not the easiest thing to find, but once you know about this, it ups your quality of life in the game immensely.
No
because you can
shit.
just drive in with a buggy full of stuff, go into your base, click any chest, click on the storage drop
And
down,
put it into the
start
storage.
taking things out of the back of that vehicle.
That's
It's something that the beta
that's
test
dope.
suggested, isn't it? Like directly.
Yes. Yeah. This was something
Yep.
people were asking for during the closed beta, and we
Exactly.
implemented it. Yeah.
Another thing that I mentioned before, which is such a small quality of life thing, but we have that too, is you don't have to empty your chest before you can move them.
Oh, exactly.
This
yeah.
is like
Oh
I
shit,
think
this
it's
guy's
a
gonna build an
completely
ornithopter?
mind-blowing quality of
An
life
assault
feature.
ornithopter?
It's so nice.
Yeah. So the game works
Mark
in these
6
phases
too.
Of like
That
in the
means
beginning,
there's Mark 1
you
through
stand up
5.
to get off walking around.
Holy shit, this is
Then
cool.
You move to the phase where you want a buggy to help you to harvest and
All
gather
this stuff I
resources.
haven't seen
And
before.
then you move to the phase where you want to start building your first ornithopter. And so we have an example of this here. And the vehicle building in the game is very cooperative, right? You can see that these different, we're now adding permissions to allow people to help us to work on this ornithopter. So this, these guys are all in a group. And so people can cooperatively build. And of course, I think this is the medium, the assault ornithopter.
That 2 and 3, I don't know if that's new, but that I do not remember seeing that shit in the beta.
Parts and a lot of people. So it's kind of
like
part of why we
the
designed this was to make sure that we
the
had this
little numbers
collaborative
2 and
building
3 over
system,
their heads,
both for
because
building
like
and for vehicles.
I couldn't fucking tell who was my homie and who was an NPC and who was like
Putting the pieces
who was
there, working with
anybody
them
was
to
really.
make all the parts of them.
Excuse me.
Mixing and matching the different modules to make the
Because like I was playing with a homie
role that you want to.
and we were doing a dungeon,
for that moment.
and like multiple times I had to be like, "Is that you? Is that you?" Because there's no,
like we talked about.
there was no
We can
way to
actually have a
tell.
rocket turret on top of the buggy, which I think you saw in the combat.
So I'm
trailer earlier.
hoping that
You saw the buggy firing
either
rockets. So you
that's
can have different
something,
types of things
an
on the
option
different
that
vehicles,
I
and we'll continue to expand that post
that was already there that I didn't know about,
more and more useful with
which is
utility.
very possible because there's a lot of
yeah,
shit in this game they
it's
don't
fun,
tell
right?
you,
And then
or
I
it's
guess
a
the
new
other side of
thing.
this is that
So-
we can start talking about variants and swatches, which is our
He's
customization.
So he
actually
put
gonna
rockets
change
on
the
that
setting.
shit.
We'll
Yeah.
actually see that. So
Oh
we go.
shit!
So this,
Yeah.
this
Atreides or
Atreides,
you guys are
dude.
aligned with the Atreides?
No.
Boo.
So here we just switched out the Atreides. And a variant, just to put the distinction in place, a swatch allows you to change the color sets, but a variant allows you to change the physical visual.
The actual
so this
model,
is the
yeah.
this is the shape of the Atreides. It's got the hawk-like lines. it's
That's
got the sharp
that's
angles.
very cool.
And the Harkonnen have more of an insectile kind of feel to them.
Yeah.
Of course they
So,
do.
yeah, this is-
Fuck
and
Harkonnens.
You earn these variants in this case by leveling up in the factions, which is a part of the mid game. Which we aren't really showing a ton of that today, but as you join a faction, go through their quest lines, you earn access to these kind of variants and things like that, and then you're able to use the Atreides
Holy.
colors and swatches and variants.
Yeah, both on vehicles and your armor, right?
Yes, vehicles,
you-
armors.
You
Yep.
can represent with your Harkonnen clothes,
Yes.
running in the deep desert.
Yes.
perhaps.
This is the first time I've
And
seen this.
that's-
Oh,
and
they
that's-
left their
it's important
homie.
to note that like a lot of our philosophy around this was as well, like you create. So let's say you create a tier 4, like a mid-tier armor set, and it's like a scout armor. You can variant swap that to look like any other scout armor in the game. You can't turn it into a heavy armor or a combat armor because we want people to understand in PvP what they're fighting. But you can change it into any other visual of a scout armor, and it's the same with social clothing. It's the same with, obviously combat armor, and it's the same with still suits,
Yeah.
which I mentioned, which are kind of our 4 main armor types in the game.
And as you
Social.
mentioned, oh sorry.
No, I
And
was
that's
just to say social medium, social scout, combat, and
Still suits.
Still suits. Yeah.
Yeah, and what they're showing right now is the Vulture mode and
Yes.
the Ornithopters.
So that's gliding,
Ornithopters
right?
is great, right? Because you have your helicopter mode where you can move in all directions. You can switch to the Vulture mode, and then it's more of like a glider where you're going up and down to gain speed.
Yep.
It's
Yeah. So,
basically a airplane mode and a helicopter mode, so to speak.
yeah,
right?
sort of.
it's like a hover mode and a glide
Yeah.
mode, right?
Yeah.
And the vulture mode allows you to be more maneuverable. You
I
see that
see.
they have a boost module. Actually, this is fun. Like when you get to too high in altitude, you start increasing your fuel consumption, which prevents people from going too high.
That's
in the
cool.
game. Also good to know for people who want to stay, close to the ground.
Didn't know about
Yeah,
that
and
either.
Now we're flying through an area of the map known as the Shield Wall, which is on the para-northern side of the Hagar Basin. We can talk about the para-directions at some point, because that's always awkward and weird. But because para-north is really
So look
south.
down here. This is pretty cool. You can see all the different modules that are on this thing. I don't know what they all are. I know this is a boost,
And the resources you gather up here are much
and I'm
more
fairly certain
powerful
that's
than
an
the
offensive
so this is
capability of some
very,
kind.
very
We'll have to
powerful.
see.
The
Hopefully
first
we
time
get a
you come
chance to
here,
see
you
that.
don't actually have an ornithopter. More than likely,
Yes.
you don't, right? So
Yes.
then you're having to make the choice of like.
Yeah,
do you
it
do
takes
the buggy
like
here, which is really high,
close to
you might get
100
or do
hours
you go with your
to be able to
standby
craft an ornithopter, from my understanding.
Ultimately,
So like it's a big deal when you first craft your first one. And this is like a super advanced one, dude. This is a crazy one.
Yeah, and like this area we're in now is known as the Uldum.
Oh
as
shit,
well. The
there's
Uldum
another
has
one.
A little more plant growth and a little more greenery, and that's because the Uldum is an area where they were doing experiments on some of the
No,
land. And we won't
that's
talk too much
people, I
about it, but
think.
yeah. We're gonna fly over. I guess this is
This is our second base.
this is our
yes.
second base on the shield wall. Yeah, so this is the
Lots of
guild
shields.
base. So this is further into the game. People have progressed a bit.
No
They're
shit.
So we divide the game into 4 phases: survive, protect, expand, and control. So this would be here. You're either on the expand or the control part of the.
Oh
game.
shit,
So
by the
last
way,
two
hold
phases,
on.
right?
Hopefully we
So
get
you've
to
got a
see that
bigger
dude
guild, you're
again.
working with a larger group of people potentially. You can
'Cause
still
I'm
play the
pretty
game solo at
sure-
this point. Everything just
Pretty
gets a little
sure
longer and it's
the
harder to
dude we
do
were
all
looking at
and that's, if you
is
can
wearing
still do
the
it, good
Dune
graphics, wonderful
2021
there's no
still
problem.
suit
You know, we encourage
cosmetic.
people to play together and work together in a multiplayer game.
And we're
Hopefully we
showing
get to
off
see that guy
some
again.
sets we've
There he
been
is. He's up
Yes.
there.
These will be
Yes.
the Twitch drops.
These are
Yes,
Twitch drops, yeah.
exactly. So the one that are this is actually the that once Chome building set, but those round windows and the ceiling pieces, pretty much everything that's more metal than like white stone, those are actually going to be Twitch drops that you will get. So they kind of expand on the existing Chome tier set, which I love.
That's
and I
it.
think
That's
it's
the one
very,
from the movie. I'm
very cool.
fucking 99% sure.
Yeah, and you can see what we'd expect a build base to look like, right? Lots of production going on.
Look at all this shit.
It was something that we were really like pushy on.
Advanced
in the
garment
game development, making sure
fabricator.
that the
That's crazy.
fabricators actually show the items being crafted as they
Yeah.
craft, so you see them
So cool.
form up inside the fabrication.
What's this?
units. And yes, I
That's a
know
regular one.
This isn't exactly something from.
What's
Dreamwall.
this?
This is one of the places
Advanced
where I was
survival.
like,
I wonder what you craft there. Weapons,
They don't have
obviously.
fabricators, they're not mentioned in the law, but it's fine because it's
It
cool.
looks cool.
Rule
Yeah.
of cool in some cases.
Absolutely.
That's a
This is
vehicle one.
fabricator?
Yeah, gotta be.
There's also
Yeah.
circuits. Have we ever talked about circuits?
Yeah.
before?
Thank you, bro.
No,
Talk about
not everything.
circuits.
You can-
Okay.
Please feel free.
They're pretty neat. It's not like as intense as like Factorio, right? Making blue signs.
Holy
or anything
shit!
like
A lot
that.
of this stuff I've never
But
seen
you are
before.
able to set up different circuits.
I don't
in your
even know
base
what that
so
is.
you can
Spice
have
powered generator.
Some containers feeding into some fabricators feeding into others. You'll never have 100% automation like you would get in a factory builder game, but it does enable you as you get to mid game to start having a fair bit of automation in the game when you're playing, because water and electricity become quite a burden if you don't start upgrading your gear and the infrastructure like we were talking about before.
What is
So
that?
we
It's
introduced passive
chemical
waves of
refinery?
water, which is a huge help because water in the mid and to the end game even is really important through all aspects, not just survival but also crafting.
For my fellow law nerds out there, we call the passive water generation wind traps.
I was just about to say there are actually some wind traps on this,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we've seen some while we walked by them as well. And yeah, it's just like you also see here how much bigger those refineries are. We also saw a spice refinery as well, actually. Like
Yeah, there was
the
spice
round- the
refineries,
round
yeah.
seal.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and that we just saw a room with some decorations in it as well.
Yeah, we
like just to you can pimp up your area in a
What
sense,
is that
like,
big
without
one
holding-
again? What
It's
is that?
quite funny because here's a fun
Spice
anecdote from the world.
refinery.
The artist
no.
made a bunch
Holy
of-
shit! And they're making
the
spice.
artist
That's
made a
fucking
bunch of
awesome.
hot plates
Oh,
for people to put in their bases,
no.
and I was like, guys, it's June.
There is no water to water those.
So we have a
things.
lot of holograms
In your
planted now.
buildings, yeah.
I was like,
They
we
look
can
great,
have.
though.
Then I keep saying the word holograms. Sorry, everyone. Solido projections.
Solido projections.
Solido projections of
You'd be
plants.
yelling at yourself.
Oh my god, I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad if I wasn't me right now.
If you like decorations, you need to explore quite a bit, right?
Yes.
You know, we don't unlock them all.
Yes.
Go to trade posts, go to places where there are people. You can unlock.
Dude, this base is pretty
tons of the
badass.
stuff that you're seeing around.
Beds that you don't actually need to sleep in.
You have to work a little bit for it.
Like, I don't know how much cosmetic shit like this I would have in my base.
And obviously these doors, the pentashield doors and things.
Like,
as
it's
well,
gonna
like
be
once
pretty
you reach a certain
functional,
stage and
or
you can
like,
put shielded doors
I
out,
only
so you
want
don't
shit
have to have
that
doors that
works.
open and
Now,
close.
what is that?
And that's really useful.
Large
if you
wind
want to have
trap.
Flying vehicles, you want to land in hangars, you don't have to.
And
wait for
that
a door to
gets
open.
water?
Some of the cool stuff I've seen in beta is they will make a huge base, but it's kind of covering a road. So they'll open up
yep.
the middle of it and then set the permissions on the Pinto shields so that you can actually drive
Public,
through it. So
yes.
you can't go into their base, but you can still.
That's
go
a badass
Yeah.
base, even with the cosmetic stuff.
Good guy players.
Good guy players, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're actually gonna go up to the roof now and build a transport ornithopter.
Oh, nice.
Great.
which,
Oh shit, okay.
Not
No.
yet? Okay, not yet.
No, we're not.
Excuse me.
No, we're not. We're
We're
wrong.
gonna run
Excuse
around the
me.
base a little
Not
bit more.
wrong. We're
Yeah.
still
Oh.
doing other things.
That's an. Yeah. Okay.
But
few ornithopters.
what
hovering
we'd
around.
like to do is because we're actually going to go to a social hub later on, and we'd like to throw that to. Unfortunately, we can do only Twitch, so I'm sorry, YouTube. We'll love you over there too. It's just our bot is being a bit difficult, so we'd like to do a poll, throw that to Twitch chat only for today. Which of the social hubs you'd like to see? We have 2 available in the game right now. One is Arakeen, the other one is Harko. And
I'd like
you
to.
can
I think they're gonna
choose
choose
which you'd like to
Harko
see.
Village because they've shown a little bit of
If you have, like, a
Arakeen,
few minutes,
Not
to
much, but I don't
vote
think
on
they've
that.
shown
Well,
anything
our
from Harko Village.
rockstars and wizards behind the scenes are preparing that poll for you, if it's not running already. And yeah, we can talk
Look.
about it.
One of the
We'll
cool
see.
things that they were just showing there is the vehicle backup tool.
Yes.
I don't know if we've talked about that on stream too much, but once you build a sand bike or a light ornithopter, you can actually build a tool to hide it, or like, what's the lore reason, Joel?
Let's go with the Ritchie's perfected miniaturization
Sure,
technology,
sure.
and the player is able to miniaturize their vehicle, and it only works for vehicles that have.
There's no lore
nothing in their
for that.
inventory.
Correct. Yeah.
But it
And
definitely is a
it's
quality of
like
life for
Sandbike
a video
and
game.
Light Scout ornithopter.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's
Oh,
it.
We're flying past.
Highly recommend always using it, right? When
Yes.
you're going to a location.
What are they
and
flying past? Is this
or your
Arakeen?
vehicle, Don't let it get destroyed. by
That looks like
I learned
Arakeen.
that the hard way myself too, so I will never do that mistake ever again.
I see. We've gone with spoiler
Ooh.
territory here, and we're flying over the giant power station of Misatariel.
Okay, never
I don't
mind.
want to talk too much about it, but we'll let people figure that out in the game.
It looks cool. From
It's my
afar.
favorite. Location.
Mine
It's
too.
absolutely amazing.
Mine too.
And the
Mine too.
story involved in it is
So
really cool.
please look forward to it.
And there we have someone doing their vulture roll, which is very nice. Can you hit your scanner as well, whoever's flying?
I'm not sure
Really?
to do that.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Oh, that's dope.
Vehicles obviously get like players got hand scanners probably in the beta, but now you're up to the stage where you actually have a scanner and you're scanning entire like islands by pumping C. So the idea is that again, as you progress, everything just takes a step up in how quickly you can do things. We wanted the game to feel, well, you've put in the effort to get this vehicle. We're going to give you the convenience of being able to scan an entire island.
Yeah, that's
very
dope.
quickly, right?
Yeah.
This is a trade post. This is the Crossroads trade post.
So yeah, if you drop,
Look at the poll. It's super tight. I love that. Like right now, Arakeen is slightly winning. So let's go.
can
Harko.
she can store her vehicle? Can she?
I agree though. Well,
Oh, she
both-
We're
can.
gonna see some footage from Harko.
Damn, that's pretty big for a light scout ornithopter.
Yeah,
Didn't expect
you're
that.
An evil person
I
and you
am.
like Harkonnens.
I am just like
Something
evil
about
for
that
life.
whipping noise.
No, you know the fun part is I always try to go evil in like games where you have a choice, and then I end up
course.
good anyway.
Yeah,
like,
because
I-
you can't bring yourself to do
So
it.
what's that? Who is
so
that?
nice. Yeah.
So these are
Ornithopter.
the pilots. They were disabled in the beta. You may have met one at the first trade post if you're playing.
And we're going to Arakeen, by the way.
We're going to
won.
Arakeen?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
It's fine.
Damn,
we're
so I
gonna
was
go
wrong.
Arakeen. All right, that's cool. The pilot only takes cash. So you can't have credit. You have to have cash. So we're heading to Arakeen.
She doesn't use it on screen, that's for sure, because she was really sunburned. Like, so let's just get that out there. Yes. But yeah, you need to have the cash on you as
Yeah.
well.
One of the features in the game that we haven't really spoken about too much. I mean, well, we have a bit. We've spoken, but I don't think people picked it up in the beta. Oh, here we go. Well, I'll let us arrive because this is cool. This is
Wow.
Arakeen. And as we arrive in Arakeen, so one of the features we have in the game is the CommuniNet.
The
system.
what?
And when a
CommuniNet?
player opens their CommuniNet, they can choose radio stations to listen to in the game.
Oh, right, right, right.
Like a Fallout game or a GTA game. And this guy, Finno Gary, he runs this trash shop, but he actually has a show on the Atreides radio. And if you listen
That's
to
cool.
the show, it's his daughter talking about their adventures on how they got all this salvage that shows up. So it's kind of fun to just like narratively listen. You know, we try to connect
Rangefinder?
everything in the world. This is again, I want to make this point because I feel like I see it sometimes online, and it's a little, let's say, disheartening. People, we were advertising the game and saying the word MMO, and then people were like, oh, they took all that off, and we took it off because we do feel like this is a huge world completely worth exploring with lots of other people, but it's not an MMORPG, and people were getting confused.
How is this not
So we
an
took it down. I think
MMORPG?
it's clear when you look at places like our social hubs, our exchange system, our banking system, that we have a lot of elements from those style of games here, right?
Yeah, I
So,
don't get
yeah,
how
looking
this
at the exchange
isn't
right
an
now.
MMO,
Players can
but
post
whatever.
on the exchange, and this is
Yeah, this is
the banker.
Damn.
One of the great things here is you can actually store items and credits, right? So say you're going to take a long vacation, you're worried about
Interesting.
basically
That's
for some
pretty
reason,
could
You can actually fly to Arakeen and dump a bunch
So
of
you don't
That's
just
the
put
thing is, like,
money in
what's
the
great
bank. You can
series
put
is
stuff.
mustache.
Yeah, that mustache is rocking.
I mean, we've all seen the
Fantastic mustache. You also pay taxes here,
Yes.
like because
Yeah.
you need to, like for the bigger
Gotta keep your
sub fees,
shields
you
up.
actually need to make sure you have your taxes paid. You can see there.
And this is where you pay. This is the
Emperor?
imperial consulate, as we call it. This is where you go to pay your taxes to the imperial.
So that must be the
so the first sub-fief console
Empire.
you place in Arrakis, the basic one that you place
that
in the southern area,
lion-looking
you
thing.
don't have any taxes to pay on that. But once you get a bit further into the game, and you start building bigger bases, you pay taxes. Once you start expanding that land claim, which you do through these land claim extenders, you start paying more tax. So the idea is that the larger guilds who have more members, who are more capable of achieving things in the game, they have a higher tax rate because they're building out larger spaces. And that, that's our way of making it fair for people who only play solo as well.
That's definitely the still suit from the movie.
The other important thing about the cities is that's where you really progress through the faction storylines, right? So here's where you're going to come and officially join the Atreides or join the Harkonnens. And
Oh shit! Did you see that Muad'Dib, the mouse, running around?
Getting involved in the politics.
First time I've seen
And
all
this.
this.
Is where the advanced trainers are as well.
Yeah.
For people who want to.
Okay, good to know.
The basic level of training.
Yeah.
In their particular chosen
Because
classes.
I couldn't get the higher tier. The higher tiers of my abilities because you have to unlock an advanced trainer.
He's there. He's everywhere. Derek Chenault. Okay, no, enough. Sorry.
No, but you have contracts here.
You can
of course,
tell
as well,
like
and
these
specific
people
vendors that
like
they
each
have
other too. They're not
contracts
just like
with as well.
co-workers.
And the main story brings you to these locations as well.
World map, traveling
So
to world
now we
map.
actually get a glimpse at the overlap.
Yes.
Which is
So you can use the pilots in the trade post to fly to the hubs like we showed, and you use those same pilots to get back. But once you have your own ornithopter, you can just fly to the edge of the Haga Basin map, and you'll get a prompt asking you if you'd like to go to the overland map. And this is the overland map. And this is again one of the things that I think
I've seen a little bit of this, but this is
breaks us away
definitely
from a standard survival game.
yeah.
This is where we have the ability to infinitely expand this game, where we have multiple maps that players can go to. I think this is where you go to reach the deep desert. This is where you go to reach several of the story maps. Right now, we've landed on a fuel deposit. We're just picking up a bit of fuel, refueling our ornithopter on there. We're able to expand here for a long time, and this is kind of part of what, again, we wanted to do to make this a coherent universe, right? And make Dune feel like something that, we're going to be working on and adding to for a long time.
So post-launch, there will be new locations that show up here.
Yes.
We'll have events that have locations here for short durations, right? For to shake things up.
That's pretty cool too.
Eventually,
Makes it
there'll
really
be
easy for them to
huge
expand, just like you said.
drops.
Yeah.
They'll be accessible through the overland.
Through the overland map.
exactly. One other thing that you can find in the overlap map, which also goes into the story, that we really would like to talk a little bit more about, because we haven't as you mentioned, it takes a while to also get the story going. So people during the beta weekend haven't actually seen much of that.
Exactly.
So via the overlap map, you can also access some of these story dungeons, and we actually do have some footage of one of those dungeons that await you. And Joel and Scott can probably give a little bit of context to what we're seeing.
Part of Act 2.
So here we're not going to spoil too much of the story, but this is kind of the theme of Act 2, right? You've moved from a survivor doing the trials, now you're getting involved in the politics.
The kitten is back.
Yeah, so there's a lot more interaction with NPCs, dialogue.
That's cool. Yeah, I didn't have a lot of interaction with
locations
NPCs.
outside the Haga Basin that you'll be going
This is dope. This is fucking cool. I can't wait.
Everyone does.
in the Cone of Silence.
We didn't mention the Cone of Silence.
Now, is that them? I thought the other guy was them, the guy dressed in all black.
When you enter.
This guy, I kind of like this guy though. He looks cool.
Chormurky for law people who understand.
What is that, by the way? I actually don't know what
The
that
Assassin's
is.
Handbook describes certain poisons. Chormurky is poison in the drink.
That's actually something I didn't know. Like, I was wondering about that earlier. Like, I didn't know what that term is.
So you see we have a dialogue system in the game where you can make choices based on several of the things that you've done in the game as well. Your background at the start has some payoff here.
Yeah, that dude looks pretty cool.
Again, it's not like, we're not making an Obsidian RPG with all of the choices that something like that has, but we're doing a level of this that's above and beyond what most survival games do, I think.
And you will
For
be
sure.
interacting with some Dune characters that people
Well, look
are
at her
familiar
last
with.
name.
Yeah,
Dune
yeah.
fans probably recognize already
Yeah.
her last name.
Yep.
All right, so we're skipping ahead here. We've jumped to the part of the mission where you're heading towards the water shipper's
Water
mansion.
shipper's
It's in the
mansion.
Imperial Basin just
And they
outside
have to use
Barricade.
stealth to get in.
The player is being sent there to assassinate and poison this water shipper.
That's fucking crazy. This Harkonnen
behalf
shit
of the
for
Lara
sure.
Tuek. And so
Atreides
we
don't
come to
poison
this
people.
new level
I
on
don't
the
think.
overland map.
Yeah, so your job is to infiltrate,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, she's talking and explaining the mission, but I can't hear it, so I'm just.
Now, is that the
But,
same dude we
one of the things
saw?
we
Because
wanna
he's
do is
wearing
make
different
sure
shit.
All the abilities still work in these, so it is
Yes.
still very sandboxy.
Yeah.
There'll always be multiple approaches. You
Yeah.
know, if you have a Shigglewire Claw, you can use that to grapple
Careful.
and hook over some areas. If not, you know, then you're gonna have to be a little bit more stealthy and avoid the searchlights.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's one of those things where our philosophy is like we give people all these tools, but it's a sandbox. Play the way you want to play. Like here, it's we have to find a guy called Yargan, who's her contact.
So I had binoculars, but
and so, like,
I didn't really
we're-
use them
we're
very
quite
much.
master
Oh,
people, you might be
busted.
spotted, but you can escape the lights quickly.
Yeah.
That's the one we
I'm
found
not,
here.
you can read the dialogue here. It's fun.
So it is the same dude. Okay.
One of those ones.
He must be doing like a
And
transmog
again,
thing.
Depending on your background, you actually get different choices to like
Yeah, yeah.
to the dialogue.
Character creation is important.
Why don't we just have this
Yeah.
conversation in that spotlight over there?
This he's a grumpy guy.
I agreed to help Alara with this. It was because her old man got me out of a few scrapes back in the day. But if you get caught, we ain't met.
Especially when he talks about the place.
Got it?
You'll appreciate this option.
Good. Then ask your question.
It's like, so which background?
Guarded like a princess's virtue.
Which background do you have to have?
Guarded
to
like a
have?
princess's virtue.
That one's for everyone for free.
It's for everyone. That's for free. Okay. There you go.
That's probably
I love
pretty
that
well
image.
guarded then.
But there's so many little Easter eggs and fun things that you also wrote, like especially also for like weapon
weapon
descriptions and
descriptions,
things.
item
It's super
descriptions.
fun. Like everything's connected. Like for those of you who do like lore and who know Dune lore as well, you will find a lot of connections. But also for the ones who don't,
Yeah.
it's super fun to just.
He's also
find
explaining
things.
the different ways that you can approach this quest right now.
Mm-hmm.
So he's sort of explaining to you, there's like two paths that you can take. Like you don't have to go this way, you don't have to go that way. Here's how you can get in, there's how you can get in, right? So as a player, you can approach this again in kind of that sandbox approach. It's like, again, I don't want to oversell it. It's
Yeah,
not
what did he
one of
shoot
those
that guy
things where
with?
You have like the Dishonored level of.
Yeah.
but
Oh,
you can
you've been
definitely
spotted,
find alternate
dumbass.
paths into the mansion to achieve your mission. And I think that like a shout out to the story content team with Bernard and the boys, as I call them. They've done a great job with these, setting them up. And here's what Scott was talking about, where I've set the game up in this way. I'm a Bene Gesserit. I'm just going to stun this guy, and then I'll be able to walk past him, and he won't even notice me. He won't call up. He won't call the guards because he doesn't see me.
That's
right?
pretty
And so
cool.
you can use your abilities, your skills that you picked up in the game to just pass through these areas, and yeah, it's kind of fun, right?
So
And-
he's
and
in.
We just wanted to show that we have more than just, the basic survival game. There's way more going on here.
Yeah. Especially
Like, look at how
I think it
fucking
takes about-
deep
if you-
this
let's-
game
let's-
is. Like, how much
let's
shit
assume
that's
ignore
going
everything
on.
else, because there's a lot of choices for you how you want to approach Dune Awakening and what there's to do. But let's assume you're only going for the main story and like those cinematics and things. So it takes you. I did talk to Niels about it as well. It takes about 30 hours until the story really
Ramps
gets
up? Okay.
Going.
Yeah, if you're playing by yourself, just
Yes.
experiencing
Yeah.
all the survival elements and going at it alone, it's only 30 hours to get to part 2.
Yeah, it's deliberately like.
Man, my
I'm
voice is a little
defensive
fucked
about
up.
Act 1, but yeah, the first part of the game is deliberately somewhat light.
Pretty sure it's because I didn't get enough sleep last night. Whatever though.
Acclimatize yourself. Like follow up on the Fremen. You have the Fremen trials, and it's super interesting. And then we start introducing and layering.
I had a
more
ladder
politics
like
and
that in my
more
second
of this
base.
stuff and more of your personal story, like what's going on, why are you the one being asked to do this,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
happening, right?
And ultimately, it is a survival game first, right? So
Yes.
the player needs to learn how to survive in Arrakis, right? And it's a very harsh environment. There's a lot of mechanics to figure out, and then you have to make your way through there and figure out how to get outside of Haga Basin right before you
Steal
can
all that water.
explore
Yeah.
the politics
Poison the
of
water
it.
supply. Oh shit.
And I really love that we have. I mean, the beginning of the game is
Well,
kind
I'd fill up my water
story
first and
driven,
get all
right?
the
You
water I want.
context to
Yeah.
where you, well, a little bit of context what's actually happening. You have
Oh,
a
shit.
person that talks to you and helps you at the beginning, and then as you mentioned, it goes more into learning the actual mechanics and the tutorialization of the game, and we give you time to get a bit acquainted with everything, or not everything, but a lot of the things, like the basic mechanics, and then we like approach you again with the story a bit later on, and I really love that too.
I love this guy, but we're cutting now because we're not going to spoil too much of what's going on.
No, exactly. So obviously,
Yeah,
we don't
that's
wanna show too much
pretty cool.
more to this dungeon. What we're gonna do now, though, is we're actually gonna watch another video that's gonna lead us into our next segment. So enjoy.
Cool. Intense.
Power. Given the right lever, you can move a planet. In Dune Awakening, your path to power leads you through the great houses. But only accomplished guilds may earn their place among the Atreides.
Damn, they look like Harkonnens.
Swear your allegiance and contribute to their rise in desert power. The pledge is only the beginning.
Harkonnens do look pretty cool.
You have come far, and now it's time to take control of the Landsrad.
This is dope. I was just talking to my buddy about
is
this
the
last
council
night.
Of great houses that make decisions that impact all the players on all the servers in your world.
Check that Atreides on the left.
Your goal, and that of your guild, is to secure their votes so that your faction, the Harkonnen or Atreides, can take control.
It's like
To
a bingo
secure their
board.
votes and sway them to your side, you must complete specific house requirements on the Landsrad board. Alone or together with your guild, your efforts can move the needle. Be the first to fulfill a house requirement to not only secure their vote, but also reap their many rewards.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I want to go back just a
If
second.
you enjoy PvE or PvP, there are many who reap fulfill
Oh, I
a
just
house
want to read
requirement
this.
to not only
Okay, so found. I'm trying to figure out like what this house wants you to do. Goal amount 0 of 70,000. 70,000 what? 70,000 what? See, that's what I was trying to figure out. What about, let me go back and see this one. Per kill mass, like none of the I don't understand what they're trying to do here.
be the
What about
first
the other one?
require efforts to add board.
Per kill sandflies, goal amount per minute while holding control point held by. Deliver to the Landsrad. Additional progress can be gained by holding the control point for. I don't understand. I don't get what you're supposed to do here. Sure, I'll figure it out. I'll try. All right. My bad.
Whether you enjoy
Go away. Go away.
PvP, there are many paths to victory. If you prefer the relative safety of the shield wall, there are many activities that will not put you into direct
Cactus.
with other players, while still contributing to your faction's rise to power.
Holy shit.
House Torvald wants you to eliminate sandflies.
Yeah, what are sandflies?
Or pick off the deserters
I
one
see.
by one
Okay,
with
so
your
sandflies is
stepwise.
like a NPC faction. Got it.
House Rashis
God, I
wants
should
delivery
have.
of ground cars.
I should have just watched this instead of trying to
Join up with
figure out
friends
myself.
and build strongholds for large-scale production, and deliver them safely to the House representative by ground or air. Large-scale production is costly and will require a lot of resources. To be able to craft
This is
certain
so fucking
high-tier
cool.
items, you will also need the most sought-after resource of all.
Sorry, guys. I am a Dune nerd. Oh, and she's getting high on the spice. Yeah.
You can buy spice from spice merchants
Uh-huh.
or on the player-run exchange.
But you can get it, right?
In smaller pockets behind the shield wall.
Deep desert. Okay, that's fucking cool. Holy, it's First time I've seen that.
But to collect industrial quantities,
Yeah, here we go.
you must venture into the unknown.
Yes, this is PvP. All
Deep desert.
I cannot fucking wait for this. God damn.
Here, violent Coriolis storms sweep across the vast expanse of sand, resetting the map every week.
This is so cool.
Revealing new
What is that? I don't even know what that is. Never seen that before. First time I've seen that.
To explore. This ever-changing environment offers endless exploration. But
She's kind of cute. I mean, she's got some weird makeup on, but you know, I can look past it.
each house in
We all
the
have our
Landsraad
flaws.
desires a specific control point in the deep desert. Seize it and hold it over time to gain their vote.
Okay. Okay.
Fortify it and be ready for a fight.
That's cool.
Other players will soon come to take it from
Right. Oh, shit.
The deep desert is also home to frequent spice blows,
Yes.
offering large quantities of the precious melange.
This is so fucking
You
cool.
need a lot of spice.
Yes, you do.
Once you've located a spice blow,
Then
move
you-
your harvesters in place.
You
to
bring in all your folk in there.
be ready to defend it with your life.
Yeah, but you don't just have to defend it against other factions. The fucking worm. Look at this. Boom. Oh, and I wonder if you can actually do that Shiga wire onto the fucking thing. Now, that is supposed, like, I'm pretty sure that is going to be in the game.
Politics
That big sandworm.
and conflict.
But I haven't seen one that big.
Side emerges victorious.
So you want to get 5 in a row. And they got it. So they won. Harkonnens won.
Have seized the Landsraad.
Fuck that.
And the leaders of the player guilds who contributed to their victory all get to vote for a decree that will impact.
All right, hold on. Hold on. Just for a second. Experience gain is increased by 50%. Ooh. Melee weapon damage increased by 33. Meh. I don't know what the Landsraad weapons vendor is. They kind of, hopefully they explain it.
They choose to unlock exclusive weapon imports rights.
So what does that mean?
Decree of the Landsraad Council, under the seal of His Imperial Majesty, a trade consortium has been authorized to visit Arrakis, providing Harkonnen players with exclusive access to a unique weapons
Wow.
in Harko Village.
Wow. That is cool. Okay, now I understand. Man, I should stop pausing and fucking just watch it, huh?
Harkonnen Landsraad term begins.
See, that's a baby. That's a baby worm. What did I do? I didn't do this. What happened? Technical difficulty on their end. They normally have one. They always have one every stream. Watch, they're gonna say something.
Welcome back. No technical problems at all. It's all fine.
Technical problems, yeah.
You didn't say anything, Scott.
Sorry. That's my job.
Pretty sure I couldn't hear it, but I'm pretty sure it cut off mid-VO.
It
So.
probably did. Yes, I can hear it either. But the video is going to be available after the stream anyway, so you can watch it in all its glory. Landsraad. Talking about Landsraad, so let's go to the next segments.
Yeah.
Endgame and Landsraad. So we know people have, of course, expectations of what the endgame and Landsraad, and especially Deep Desert, looks like, and what it's for, and how people will use the Deep Desert, and how it works. A lot of those things. But I think before we go into more details and show some really exciting gameplay as well, Joel, I think it'd be cool to talk about the vision for what the endgame is supposed to be, right?
Yeah. I think, like, going back to when I joined the project, so this is 5 years ago, right? And we were talking about...
Yeah, I told you 5 years they've been working on this shit.
Good survival game, like, because Dune, we were making a Dune survival game, and we were talking about what is the vision for an end game in Dune, And the kind of the goal and the idea, at least in the beginning, was like we started with, hey, like you start by surviving in the desert, and it's that raw nature versus, you know, mankind kind of thing. It's the sun, it's the sandworms, it's the storms. But then you move into this new mode of survival, which is political survival, which is the end game of the game needs to be about these big forces, right? The Imperium is made up of the great houses, the Landsrad, the Emperor, the Spacing Guild, CHOAM, all of these things have influence, and you as a player are just a small cog in the machine, but we want you to be able to feel like you're participating in this big umbrella system. And so we started there, and then we talked about, like, there's an element of, like, I think very technical game design here where we talk about player activity cycles through the week. I was looking at, like, games like Rust. You know, Rust has their server resets, which is great for, like, people to start building up, and people really enjoy that cycle. But a lot of people also love having their stuff and not losing it. And so we talked about, like, okay, what about a place, and in Dune it's perfect, right? You have these Coriolis storms, and there's scenes in the book where the sand is just tearing apart cliff faces and ripping down the things in the desert and revealing things from beneath the sand. And so we said, okay, what if we had a map, the deep desert, and in the deep desert, the landscape changes every week. How does that affect gameplay? And then we started there and we talked about, okay, what about if there's a cycle of events that we want players to go through? And again, this is a high-level design.
We might actually have an infographic or a visual asset for that. A week cycle of...
Oh, do we?
Yep.
Cool. Fun. You guys are on top of things. I know nothing.
No, not that one.
Sorry. That's
Not this one.
not that one. But okay. Either way, I can
Maybe
just
it's
keep,
not right. Maybe we didn't make
I
it
can
in
just
time.
keep talking.
Yeah,
Just
go
keep
for it.
It's
Go
fine.
for
Sorry,
it.
everyone. I know it's just
Go for
boring
it.
old Joel. But like we wanted to approach this, right? So we were like, okay, what if there's a map that resets and the map changes every week so that it's an infinitely explorable space? And we worked backwards from there, and we said, how do we build a lot of our game systems towards this? So we started with the idea of, yes, the map resets. When would we want to reset the map? Let's say we reset it on the lowest player activity day of the week, right? Which tends to be a Tuesday night or a Wednesday in these kind of online games. And then we're like, okay, and then there's this activity we call scouting and cartography. And then we built a game mechanic around cartography and scouting, which I think we're going to show in a little bit. And that is, and maybe you saw it, we definitely tutorialized it in the beta, you reveal parts of the map. And then we made it so that you can save those maps and sell them to other players. So we create a loop there for players who are scouts, and that happens, let's say, you know, in a player activity week, it happens during the low ebb. The deep desert gets revealed. Everybody needs information. How do we make information a commodity? We create a cartography and a scouting system. Then once that information is gathered, people share it with their friends and their guilds. Then they start setting up what we call a logistics plan. How am I going to...
They can also
control
sell
the
those
spaces in
maps,
the
I
deep
think.
desert that I want to
I haven't
control?
seen
What is my
the
goal
whole
before? Are we
mapping
looking for spice?
system
Are we looking for unique
in terms
schematics?
of
Are we going after shipwrecks?
the map
Are we
as
going
well,
after
like putting it on the
ecology
map.
labs
I don't
that have
know
been
about
revealed?
that.
Like, what are we doing this week? So then they go set up. And then the weekend, which is when the highest player activity count is, that's when people are online. And that's where people really participate in the activities in the deep desert, whether that is running ecology labs with their friends or shipwrecks or fighting over, like, control points in the deep desert. And then after the weekend, I should say, on top of this as an umbrella is the Landsrad. And the Landsrad are asking you to do activities that take place both in the deep desert, but also outside of the deep desert. There's a lot of PvE stuff in there. And then at the end of that activity cycle, everybody votes. It sets a server-wide change, like a worldwide, I think we should say in our terminology. It changes every rule set.
Yeah, their servers are called worlds, I think. And then within the world, there's a bunch of sieges
The Coriolis storm happens again on a Tuesday.
within each world.
With a new weekly cycle. And this is kind of the vision and dream for how the end game should play out and how we would like it to work. And yeah, I mean, we'll talk about how that we've set everything up for this to be the case, but of course, no plan survives first contact with players. So another point I would like to make is just we're a live game. We'll continue to tweak and update these things. So, but let's maybe look at and talk about it. Yeah.
Yes, let's look at some gameplay. Actually, some activities that you might be wanting to do. So we have, like, actually a team here that will now go into the deep desert.
Okay.
Oh, they're going into the deep
Gone through
desert.
the overland map.
Yeah,
And we're in the shield wall, which is the southern part of the deep desert.
it's the PvE area.
Correct.
so to speak.
Yeah.
This
So
is the PvE
it was-
space.
It was important for us so that people that are scared of PvP or reluctant to get engaged with it, right, that they had a place in the deep desert that they could go to without, you know, instantly getting killed as soon as you're coming through, like in warping in, right, gate camping or whatever from other games. And this is also where you set up.
That's
your
poppin', or
base of operations.
Yes.
no? They're
very
building a
first
base. Okay, never
area,
mind.
because
They're
the deep
building
desert
right
is
now.
Gigantic. There's no water here,
Yes.
and you need to have the logistics set up, and
Yep.
you know, like you can go.
So
there by
they're
yourself,
setting up
like
their
I fly
PvP
there in beta,
base right now.
You know, try to stay away from people because, as we said, we're not great at PvP
People,
necessarily.
people call it ratting.
Yeah,
right?
ratting.
People, you can go in and rat.
Oh, I'm totally
Rat
right.
raid.
Absolutely.
But just to point out one thing here, because these guys are using. So again, coming back to like how do we get towards this vision? We started with how do you build you know this is going to get wiped every week. How do we encourage people to build bases?
You can
Well,
copy
first of
it,
all, we
right?
created This blueprinting system.
Right.
You bring the diagram of your base, you place it out, and you build it quickly, right? This is very fast. It doesn't take very long when you're with a few friends. You get a base put down, you build it up quickly. This is part of the logistics.
And this
cycle.
base is not going to be
Either
like
bring the
super
resources
badass.
from
It's going to
other
be
bases
very
from the
functional
vehicles that you're bringing with you, or you can harvest in the. There's quite a
for
bit of
like
resources
storing your
that you can
vehicles,
do.
processing the
Set this up.
spice, all that kind of
So
shit.
this is what's happening here. We're building a forwarding base.
Exactly. I was going to say that this is obviously a forwarding base because it is kind of very boxy again compared to like the actual home bases that we saw earlier. Because this is all about efficiency, right? And,
Exactly.
like, fitting your the storages and all the machines that you need. You know now my brain just stopped working.
Fabricators.
Fabricators. Thank you.
Yeah, and we made a change, or not a change. It's just the building costs are different in the deep desert, so it costs half as much to build
Yes.
everywhere.
Building
and you
is
get 100%
faster,
when
yep.
you're
Oh,
building
that's
things.
cool.
Just because we know you're going to be redoing this every week,
Right.
there's
Yep.
going to be some loss, right? You know, so we're trying to make it easy and accessible.
Very
in the
cool.
ways that we can, while still
Very
keeping the threat
intelligent.
there,
Yes.
and the intensity, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Like the deep desert is a little bit about that tension as well, that feeling of like. So we're
Exactly.
building here. It's the PVE area. I expect people to build their primary like weekly base in the PVE area, and then maybe set out some logistics bases so that they can do things like refining spice. And that's where it becomes an interesting kind of like we'll see how people play out these.
Why would
scenarios
you
in the
set up
actual
a base
desert
to
in the
refine
game, but this is
spice
kind of
in the
the
deep
expected
desert?
behavior. This is what we hope people will do. And we've tried to build
I
all the
wonder-
mechanics into place so that people can.
I
do
wonder
this,
how long it takes to
right? And
refine the
that's been a large
spice,
part of it.
You also see
or
how
if it's more
building
intelligent to get it
several
refining in the
people working on
PvP
this.
everyone's
area
working together, right?
Yeah.
And
rather
that's-
than taking it
that's
out.
the guild focus as well. Like you know, it
Exactly.
is a multiplayer game. It's really important to make sure. That
Oh,
people
there
can
he
play
went. He
together
fell
and do
down.
things
That's
together.
funny.
And I think it like the fun part in this game and this style of game is that it extends beyond like the traditional.
What the fuck just happened? Did they haven't? God damn it!
So we're trying to make it easy and accessible in the ways that we can, while still keeping the threat there.
Yes.
Was that me?
Intensity, right?
Did I
Yes.
press something?
Yeah, I think that's it, right? Like the deep
Hold on.
desert.
I
is-
must
is
have.
a little bit about that tension as well. That feeling of like. So we're
Exactly.
building here. It's the PVE area. I expect people to build their primary like weekly base in the PVE.
Sorry
area,
about
maybe
that.
Set out some logistics bases so that they can do things like refining spice, and that's where it becomes an interesting kind of like we'll see how people play out these scenarios in the actual deep desert in the game. But this is kind of the expected behavior. This is what we hope people will do. And we've tried to build all the mechanics into place so that people can do this, right? And that's been a large part of it.
You also see co-building here. There's actually several
Yeah.
people working
Yeah,
on this.
everyone's working together, right?
Yeah,
And
which is super nice
that's
too.
the guild focus as well. Like you know, it
Exactly.
is a multiplayer game. It's really important.
This
to
is
make
about
sure that
where
people
we
can
were.
play together
Sorry
and
about
do
that.
things
I don't
together.
know what I
and think it,
pressed,
like,
but I
the
must
fun
have
part
pressed
in this
something.
game, and this style of game is that it extends beyond like the traditional MMO experience of like we can fight things together, right? And we can role play together, but you know, you're not building things together, you're not crafting vehicles together, right? We have those options, which is nice.
Exactly.
And it's
Look
just
at
cool
how
to see
fucking
you can use
big this
different
base
systems to
is.
get, like a gigantic base, right?
That
Even
is a
though it's
huge
totalitarian,
base.
right? But yeah, it does what it needs, and it's quite impressive.
I know that people are also wondering that you won't be able to, copy that your setup inside. So this is literally the blueprint is for the building itself. So everything inside.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You still have to put the placeables in.
So we're behind the shield wall. I think we've just left the base now,
Yeah, we're actually
and we're
just showing a little bit of the
Yeah.
PvE area here.
so this
as
is
well.
this is behind the shield wall, and then you come out into the deep desert. And this is like
This is the first time I've seen this.
Oh yeah, sorry. Behind the shield wall, there's also PvE elements here. This is the PvE space.
Yep.
So there are things like shipwrecks that you can raid. There are like.
But shipwrecks are
ecolabs
PvP
behind here.
zones.
So there is a section of the deep desert. I know people are really worried about doing PvP. There's a whole section here. It's 24 kilometers long, where you can actually go and like do the PvP.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've seen so many people being like, "Oh, I hope you don't have to do PvP. I hope you can do PvE."
So now we're
And I don't
surveying
get
the
that. Like, are
this section, and we'll see the
I
section
don't.
reveal itself.
I don't know if they're worried about
this is like
cheaters, which
one
I
of the
know
PvE sections
happens a lot in these kind of
And what
games,
you'll see here is
or
we've surveyed
if
one
they're
square.
just
Just to give some context, that's one of 81.
they're not competitive,
squares
or
so there are 81 of these squares.
they're dog shit,
There are
you know, and
also seeing the
they'll
center
lose
of
if they
the
fight
area
another
as
person.
well.
I don't know.
Yes.
Hard to say.
So-
Make
so
chart.
now,
Okay, cool. You see that?
whose name it is, but
There
we
it
don't know
is.
what it is crafting a. They have surveyed.
Camille
Now
is
they're going to
making
craft.
Now
a
I've seen
sync
it.
chart. They have crafted a sync
There it
chart
is.
of the deep desert. It
There
tells
it
you
is.
in the information which sector of the deep desert, who created it, how long ago it was created, so you understand whether the
All that
information
is cool.
out
It's the
of date
first time
or
I've
in
seen
date.
any of
They're
this.
going to share that sync chart with their friends,
Awesome.
and then their friends hopefully will be able to switch camera perspective and see their friend apply the sync chart,
That
which
is the
saves
plan.
them having to
Yes.
explore.
Yeah,
So
'cause
this is that cartography look.
You could go out with like a
Oh.
really quick ornithopter.
Look at this. That's the deep desert over there.
Holy shit, that's
You
insane.
go out with like an exploration kit, right? That's
Yeah.
really fast. You
Yes.
can go around. You don't have much harvesting abilities, right? And then
Yeah.
you scout.
You can just
area,
scout the
you get back,
entire
and
PvE.
then, you know, your base can roll out with your transport ornithopters.
Yeah, I get it.
Exactly.
Sand crawlers.
So you have one person just going around surveying the entire area.
There's actually a lot of other things, you know.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
might bring you to
I
the
expect
deep
people
desert.
in guilds to be figuring things out and how they're going to work together to do these things. But there's roles here, right? Like again, we tried to really build this game with different roles for different people within guilds.
Exactly.
So the idea is, oh yeah, maybe I'm just the scout, and that's what I do because I hate, going into fights. But I go out, I bring back the information. Then people who like building bases are planning like what our logistics are going to be and what we're going to be doing this week in the deep desert. What do we need to harvest? What do we need for our crafting? Are there uniques that we're looking for? Are there specific uniques? I think one of the really important points about the deep desert is that
I love that.
the unique schematics, the imperial permits, which maybe people saw, the purple ones, they're on a limited loot setup, so you don't get the same ones every week, and the layouts of the deep desert change. Here we see the trading system. The sync chart's been traded.
And those schematics you can only make a certain amount of times.
Yep. And now we're going to consume the sync chart, and then we're going to open our map and see that the sector has been cleared, the same sector.
So you consume it, and now you have it in your map. Okay, that makes
Pass it
sense.
off to your guild. You can create copies and sell them on the exchange to other players as well.
Yes.
Now what are they building?
Now they're actually
Look at that
building
big ass
a
thing.
transport ornithopter. We can actually quickly talk about the Creator Storm in combination with the map, because we actually have a visual asset here
Yeah.
that shows how they can look like on
Yeah,
the
so
map.
we can talk about the rotation. So this is
Yes.
like, so let's see that we're going to see 3 weeks of Coriolis Storm changes to the map. So this is week 1, and then we move to, and you can see that there's like 1 eco lab, a shipwreck, and a cave there, right, and a small base, and some spice blows that have been marked. And then to the next week, the layout has
Wow,
changed.
totally
Where
different,
things
yeah.
are is different. There's a control point now in the bottom left. There's an eco lab in a
Bottom
different place,
left?
a shipwreck.
He must be
It's been
talking
uncovered.
about this. It's got to be talking about that.
Different
schematics
loot
that
in
you
all
get.
of them. And then we go 1 more week again. And now you can see that this is a bit larger.
What is
There's
this?
Another control point. It's a
Okay,
different house
it
control
must
point
be
now.
that one, yeah.
Different spaces on the map. A couple of eco labs this time.
And that's every
4 or 5
single week
caves
it
and the
fucking
shipwreck.
resets, and it's
So
totally
you can
different.
sort of
That's
see how
dope.
this changes and how this loot encourages exploration for people each week.
And that's 1 tile.
That's one section.
One of
81st.
1 of 81.
Yeah.
But I will
There
say
we go.
this: it's a very big desert with a lot of space.
Yes.
So there's not all the tiles are that populated each week. So people aren't like, oh, there's not 15 eco labs in every square, right?
No.
Like it's,
This is something I'm really interested in seeing in the whole
And
process
this is
of
also,
this
like,
carrier
important because if you
ornithopter.
want people to fight over things, we actually need to draw them to the same places to fight
Yes.
over specific things in PvP.
Yes. So for
Alright.
the ones who actually do want the PvP, they have a place to go where they know
Yes.
there's probably other players there as well.
Okay, so now we have a transport ornithopter. This is the largest flying vehicle that you can craft in the game.
Okay.
And this may be my favorite game mechanic because the transport
I agree.
ornithopter can pick things up.
Yeah, let's see
I
that.
love it.
I want to
It
see
can
it. I
pick
haven't
up
seen this.
Almost anything. That is
Seen the
in the
transport
right,
ornithopter
in the game. So
like
it's
One of
this.
the
I've
things
seen
you see
it,
in the
but
mid game is like the buggy is really hard to get to places, right? Even though it mines so
Yes.
much more than you can ever possibly mine yourself, but it's a pain, right, to get up on the shield wall or to get it out here.
So a good tactic with the buggy though is to use it as storage and use the transport
Yes.
ornithopter to
Yeah.
pick it up and carry it.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to show an example of carrying? I guess we are.
Yes.
I
of
hope
course.
so.
What we're actually preparing for here is a spice harvesting machine.
oh
it's
shit,
showing up in
awesome.
the
This is
plus
exactly what I
So
wanted to
we're
see.
actually gonna
Okay.
pick up a
Yeah.
harvester.
So now we're coming out.
Funcom's
into
dope.
What I call the real deep desert, right? This is actually what you think of when you think of Arrakis from the movies, right? So this is yeah. We just got the nice tutorial pop up talking about the deep desert.
Yes.
So this is
perfect
the
timing.
Arrakis that we know from the films. So Hagar Basin is like and
So when do they
stating
enter
a lot
it?
of the information that we have from the books.
Because look, in the upper
and
right hand
about
corner, it
like
still
different
says
biomes and
PvE.
things and making it into a truly sort of
And it will
interesting
tell you
PvE
when you
experience.
enter the
But
PvP zone.
This is the true.
There's a
desert
spice
of
blow.
Arrakis. This is the place where
Zone
people are
change.
scared
See it
to
at
go.
the
This is
top,
where the
top
Fremen
center.
are
Zone
passing
change and
outside the shield wall now. This is where
PvP.
war of
Oh,
assassins and
shit.
PvP is allowed to
The
happen.
spice blow.
Yes,
See
sir.
the spice blow in the distance, which draws.
Look at
people
how
from
pretty that
miles
looks.
around
That
to go
spice
there.
blow.
And I do want to say this section here, if you turn the camera right and left, you can see that we have the shield wall. It goes. This is 24 kilometers long, and you can't see people all the way along. So people who are like nervous about going into the deep desert because they're worried about PvPers. I think there's like an
Your
element
boy
behind it,
is a PvPer. Like, I'll do
designed
PvE
moment
stuff
that we
as well,
talked about
but
on this
primarily
podcast quite
PvP.
often is like
Like,
come to
my
the edge
goal
of
is
this
to
fast
fuck
ocean
shit up and get
and you dip your
spice.
toe in the water, and
Yeah.
you're a little bit scared of sharks, but you see something in the distance and you think, I can make it. I can get there and I can get back. And the first time it's scary. And you feel that tension. And the second time and the third time. But you feel that tension, but you actually start doing it, right?
So-
And I get that people worry about toxic behaviors and ganking and so forth, but we tried to build a space where you can get away from people as well.
Correct. Yeah. So I think that's really important to talk about is
So they just
in Dune you
took
were
that
given the
over.
tools to get away, right? Like if overwhelming amounts of people come after you, maybe.
And this is all they need to win.
That's
Holy,
generally what will
okay.
happen. So a lot of it is more about PvP is about control.
How long do you have to hold it for?
Like having to give up that point if you don't
Yes.
feel like
Fighting,
Yeah.
fighting over things
Fighting
instead of
over,
kicking down
yes,
sandcastles.
exactly.
So so on the Landsrad here, this is kind of interesting, right? So you can see the Landsrad's in the state of like, if we claim this as the Atreides, we're going to win what we call a Sizzlerad, and a Sizzlerad means that we're going to get the voting power for the week. So
Okay.
a Sizzlerad is when we can complete a row. So normally, if
Oh,
you-
and look at that
if you
shit.
were
Harkonnen's
Harkonnen
got
Atreides
4.
In this situation, you'd both be fighting over.
Yeah,
this
they're gonna be.
particular
They
control
should
point.
be fighting over this
Really
like a
don't want the other
motherfucker.
one to
Whoever
take
wins
the lead.
this wins.
But normally, like it's as well, it's kind of you're always blocking each other and causing like the other team to have to, go back and focus on filling out a row.
Look at
or
how
trying to
deep this
fill out
game
as
is.
much as
Like,
possible.
how many
So we're
different
trying to
systems
take
they
the,
have.
House Haggle?
Like I
yeah,
said,
House
it's
Haggle
so
is this control
ambitious.
point in the deep
So
desert.
fucking
We're in the deep
ambitious.
desert as Atreides taking over this control point on their behalf, and you can see it's just this.
How long do you have to
this,
control it for,
control
though?
point. It's a place that you have to defend in the deep desert. It'll draw other people, and it will earn you points over time. It's a classic control point in the deep desert. One other thing, just if you stop for a second here, one other thing I just wanted to point out, one of the feedbacks we had in beta was about team markers.
Oh, here we go.
Team
Yes,
marker
yes,
system in the
yes.
game here.
Thank you.
It's deliberately only for the 4-person groups. I will not allow this to be in the game for guilds because I want, like, especially I know people talk about Zergs. I think when Zerg guilds and there's 40 people attacking each other on the screen, if everybody can see who's in their guild, it's very easy to target the people that you're trying to Zerg. But if it's just the group, then it's much more difficult for Zergs to actually not
So
do
that
friendly
he
fire.
said it
And
was
there is
new
some
though,
friendly
right?
Fire on guilds.
I mean, they can do it. if
Sorry,
they
I'm
want.
gonna have to go back. This is important.
There is people attacking each other on the screen. If everybody can see who's in their guild, it's very easy.
Dude,
to
I'm
target-
tired of this fucking
target the
taskbar
people
coming
you're
up.
trying
I'm
to
about to
Zerg. But if
force it to go away.
it's just the group, then it's much more difficult for Zergs to actually like not do friendly fire.
All right.
And there
I'm
is
gonna be
full friendly
quiet.
fire on guilds.
I
Oh,
mean,
did
they
I?
can do it if they work for it, right? They can make sure everyone has the same swatches and.
Yeah.
Hold on. Do I need to go back more?
We had in beta was about one other thing. Just if you stop for a second here, one other thing I just wanted to point out. One of the feedbacks we had in beta was about team markers, and you can see our new team marker system in the game here.
New team marker.
Deliberately only for the 4-person groups. I will not allow this to be in the game for guilds because I want like. especially
Still,
I know people talk
I'm
about
okay with
guilds.
that.
I think when
Yeah.
Zerg guilds,
No, I
it's
got
like,
it.
40 people attacking each other on the screen.
Good. Good.
Everybody can see who's in their guild.
I
It's very
don't.
easy to
I don't
target.
care about having 40 people, seeing
But
1
if-
through
if
40 or
it's
some
just
shit
the
like
group,
that.
then it's
But
much
I
more
do want to
difficult
be
for
able to
Zergs
see my
actually,
little
like,
squad.
not do
That
friendly
good
fire.
idea.
And
Well
there is
done,
full friendly
guys.
fire on guilds.
I mean, they can do it if they.
It's like I
work
said,
for it,
that's
right? They
like
can
one of
make
the
sure
biggest
everyone
fucking
has the same
complaints
swatches and the same
every
ones
single
and the
person
same
I've played
way
with
to
or
do
come
it.
across
They have to work
in the
for it.
game has said, it's like, dude, I don't know who the fuck is who.
No artificial.
And you end up shooting your homeboy because you don't know if that's your homeboy or not.
Where I have had to fight with a lot of developers on this project about this. There's a crashed ship down there, by the way. It's kind of cool that you could also go loot that. But like, it's like giving too much information for free to players actually limits our ability for people to have politics and intrigue.
Yeah.
Because if I can see your name over your head, I know who you are, right? But if I can't, if I don't know who that is, and you dress in my clothing and you walk into my base and you follow me around, it's like I might just think that you're my friend from the guild, when in fact you're just like, trying to infiltrate. And we want to allow that possibility because that is Dune. At its core, that is how things work.
Dude, I love how this guy's passionate enough about this because I bet he fought with other people because, like I said, that it was a big complaint. And he's probably like, nah, fuck you. This is how it's gonna be done.
Just crossed a server border.
Yeah.
Like our game has server meshing tech in the deep desert, and it's been a very painful technical thing to get working.
I bet it has.
But we just crossed a server border. You probably might not have even noticed any sort of hitching or anything.
Here, let's go back and see it.
Yeah. Like
Where you're kind of.
Sorry, guys.
Has to be earned.
Yeah, for sure.
That was very early.
This is a React stream, so. Okay, where is the.
That is how things work. There are plans within plans. There are groups within groups.
I remember that from early on.
This is not just a straight. Okay, sector D8. So they must have just entered a new sector there. But it didn't quite say that you entered a new server border.
Our game has server meshing tech in the deep desert.
Okay.
And it's a very,
Whatever.
it's been a very
Now I know what to look
technical
for.
thing to get working.
Yes.
But we just crossed a server border. You probably might not have even noticed any sort of hitching or anything because it's very seamless. And again, shout out to our technical team who've been working their butts off.
I
to
bet
get
they
this in
have.
good shape.
I
But
bet
we
they
just crossed
have.
A server border from one server to another. And
So where's the big carrier? I want to see the carrier pick up the shit and bring it out here.
authority transfer between
Up.
servers, yeah. So now we're picking up
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Oh shit, that's dope. That is dope. I want to see that again. That's the first time I've seen that.
authority transfer between servers, yeah. So now we're picking up a random
Boom.
crawler and bringing it out to the spice harvesting field. That is
so cool.
I mean, I love that. I love that mechanic. I think
Yeah,
it's
me
fantastic
too, bro.
fun.
It
The game
is.
just picking
Yeah.
things up.
The transport ornithopter is quite slow.
Yeah, it's very slow.
So it is dangerous to go out just in the transport ornithopter.
And you can of course sit in the harvester
Yes,
while being
sure, you can,
transported.
yeah.
if you
So
want
it
to.
picked up a spice harvester. It's bringing it out to the spice blow to harvest the spice. I hope we get to see that too, because I have not seen that either.
But we should talk about spice, because
Yes.
that's really ties the entire end game together, right? So
Yeah.
all the tier, the tier 6 or the last like set of resources, right? Everything requires spice to craft it. So your end game gear, your end game tools, end game vehicles.
Everything in game.
So now I do know that tier 6 is the last tier. Good to know. Thank you.
Landsrat has always the center square of the
So he
Landsrat
just let it.
spice.
He just let it go.
It's important.
Now switch to the perspective of the
Sandcrawler
sandcrawler.
is like,
Let
it's
me
not
see.
The full harvesters that you've seen in the films, those are owned by the big houses. But as you can see here, this is like a little raid event. We just placed a thumper on the sand. We have a guy on a bike. He's riding.
Okay, I see it. I see it.
You should also hear
And
that
that keeps the worm away.
The thumpers are really important because sandworms roam the deep desert. They will be coming, and you need to be placing out thumpers to distract them away from that sandcrawler while it's harvesting spice. And you want to keep
Right,
it on
because
the-
when you're
on the
harvesting, that
spice
pisses
and on
off the
spice,
sandworm.
Just like in the book. You want
I know, dude. Look at this guy. He's stoked on the lore, and I gotta say, I'm stoked on the lore. Yeah, look at that. That's the first time I've seen that. I'd love to see the perspective of the sandcrawler. It's not automatic, is it? There's got to be a person in there. Oh, look, he just ate the thumper. And then the guy's going around on the bike to put up another thumper.
So, yeah, so you saw the sandworm just took that thumper. Hopefully our intrepid thumper places have put out more of them.
Oh, there he is.
They're totally well organized. They have like several people placing out thumpers.
Yep.
They have like the scouts here in the air that we see as well, which is really cool to see.
Looking for worm signs.
Plus our transport to be ready for any kind of danger that
And-
might occur.
And so as soon as the sandcrawler...
Look at the
like person
multiplayer
driving the
aspects of
sandcrawler
this.
knows that they're the target of the sandworm.
So you have multiple people in the regular ornithopters. You got the person in the carrier. You got the person on the sandbike setting thumpers.
The thumpers effectively as a team. And this is a part of it, right? Like, this is why the Deep Desert is very Dune. I don't think you have this experience in any other game.
No.
And the idea was to create this. So if you...
Is somebody in the spice crawler?
Interesting. But then other players...
I would guess yes, but I want to see that perspective.
So you're saying it's not just reskin Conan Exiles? Is that what you're saying, Joel?
We could talk about what the word reskin means. We could talk about, like, you know, that some of the best games in the world are reskins of other games.
So you see here, though, that there is a lot of sandworms that are popping up here constantly, which is both fantasy but also terrifying.
There is a limit to how much they will eat thumpers, right?
Yes.
They do eventually get annoyed.
Eventually they have enough.
And how do you know when they've had enough?
They'll eat thumpers for a while.
I see what you're doing here.
Yeah.
I want to know. How do you know when they've had enough?
But yeah, this is like...
You also see nicely the scouts around to see, like, also potentially looking out for sandstorms.
Sandstorms, they're looking out for other people.
In this particular, worm signs. Enemies.
Is someone driving the spice crawler?
So yeah, it's...
Tell me.
Yeah, this is kind of the experience of, like, harvesting spice in the deep desert from a large spice blower.
Right now, it looks like no.
Like that you can come to with a small
But there's got to be somebody in there, right? But they're not showing it.
Basin, of course.
Yes. There's just a couple ones in Haga. Yeah, it's very limited because we wanted spice.
I guess it'd be kind of boring just to be in the spice crawler and rolling around, so maybe it's automatic. I don't know.
The spice flow you can see from really far away, right? 20 plus kilometers away. So you do need to bring some friends to be looking out.
Look, another thumper. There's another one.
There's another thumper down there. So I know we've seen some comments from people that are like, well, you have to go into the deep desert to get like the highest type of gear and such.
That is not true. We have the exchange. We just showed that before, right? So you can be somebody that is making something that a person on the exchange would want, right? That goes into the deep desert to get spice or to get, you know, like some schematics. They can go to Arakeen or Hargo Village.
So is this guy ready to pick it up?
And then you can trade it on the exchange. Or you can meet up in person and
Yep.
trade.
Yeah, he's about to pick it up.
Boom.
I think there might have been some we can't hear it though, but there might have been some rumblings and some indication that
The worms had enough.
We I think that they got worm sign and they need to move. Yeah, we do have a known bug in the game where the spice color disappears from the sand.
It's still there. Yeah.
But yeah. So
Ooh, he's pissed about that.
it's happening.
Oh, there's the big one. Okay, now I get it. Okay, now I got it. They're looking for the big one. That's like, tell me that's not like the fucking movies. Holy, that's the first time I've seen this. So that's what they're waiting for, is the big one. They're using the thumpers to distract the small ones while waiting for the big one to roll up and getting their shit out of there before the big one eats everything. Okay, now I understand.
As our crew here is now going back to... Actually, maybe we can explore a little bit, because we do actually have Imperial testing stations here as well. And I think we're actually somewhat close to one, if I remember correctly, so we can maybe show that from above as well. Again, to just bring it in that there is a lot of content in the deep desert that is not just like flat out PvP, right? So we really want to...
Correct. And this is our high-end PvE encounters happen in the deep desert. So the eco labs or ecological testing stations.
So you get the best shit.
For 4 players. Yeah.
For 4 players.
yeah, the main PvE challenge would be out here, where you're going to get those unique schematics that we were talking about.
Okay, interesting. Good to know. Dude, these guys are doing a hell of a job explaining all this stuff. They're basically answering almost every question I have as I'm asking it.
We actually
And I
showed
don't
one,
know if that's because I'm asking good questions or if they're mind readers or
kind of
what it
language-based,
is.
kind of very different approach than the Imperial testing stations that we have in Tiger Basin.
So where is it? Okay, right here.
Calling station, and you know, like as the game continues, as we go through live and we continue to update and expand, there'll be more things that show up on the map. For example, Fremen Seachers and things like that, that people would expect to explore. So things will be uncovered. And
What
as
is
I
that?
mentioned, like, the
Another
layouts,
control
they're-
point.
They're handcrafted. We have a cool system.
Salvaged
where we,
metal,
like,
fuel
build
cell,
the layouts
carbon
by
ore,
hand and
carbon,
generate the spaces
brittle
between them,
bush,
understand? So it's kind of like we fill in the
control
gaps.
point, buried testing station. Okay.
Like we are building.
Set down your
new layouts for
ornithopter,
this
dude.
over time,
I want to
right?
see
And over
this.
time we'll incorporate more and more elements.
No,
so
don't
there's
leave.
Always something to do. That's the pillar of the game, infinite exploration, right?
Yes.
And that's one of the
Actually,
goals
I've
is
already
to
seen
create
it.
a space
I've
that's
already seen
always
that.
explorable. And
Oh, look,
something
this
else
dude's
I'd like
still
to see that I
rolling with the
think is, like,
fucking spice
important
crawler.
is we will add, like we have the DLCs and things coming for the game. We'll be adding things in the DLCs, but the deep desert will always remain something that we consider to be at the zenith of the power curve in the game. So we'll keep
Zenith
adding
of the power
to the deep
curve.
desert. So let's say that we have tier 5 items in the game and we go to tier 7. Then
So
the
they
deep
add
desert will
another
start to
tier.
Have tier 7.
Okay, I see.
and
Got
items
it. Got
as
it.
well. We will always try to keep it on
Interesting.
par with anything else we add in terms of power.
Very cool.
Because the deep desert really is that continually explorable space.
I'm starting to think that this spice crawler is automatic.
And there will be, like in DLCs, there'll be places where people can get access to gear that is currently in the deep desert.
I'm starting to think it is, because who wants to sit in that fucking thing forever while this pilot is driving you around?
Long-term goal.
And then who wants to just roll really slow and pick up spice?
Yeah, to also intro players about that. So while we actually have our team, or actually the spice harvesters, go back to on the way to the quartermaster to deploy, or like to kind of
Harvest the spice. Yeah.
give him the spice, basically. Yeah, give him the spice for the launch rod thing.
Refine.
We do have an additional asset. We have actually a video from a stress test that we did with the beta last week on Friday.
Dude,
where
those
we see
Coke
a
Zeros
lot of
suck. The
things
Pepsi
happening.
Zeros
Yes,
are
they
do not
better
suck,
players,
but I don't like Coke Zero as much.
fantastic
It's okay.
work on that side as well. So here, that's actually a glimpse at the stress test that we did. That's also deep desert.
So
lots
what
of
is this? They
people
just have a bunch of shit
together
going
in
on.
deep desert,
Oh, okay. Look at that.
really
All
cool
in
to have
line
like
to
that,
get their ornithopters.
to like
Yeah, we were
see
spawning.
that as well.
They were spawning thopters like crazy.
And they're just making sure that the graphics.
Throwing bombs. Players never behave when you put them in the same space.
If I remember, that's actually Camille with the flamethrower right there.
We were.
No,
we
not Camille. Sorry, Ignacy. I mean,
The-
that was Ignacy.
The
Stress
concept of the
test.
Stress test, by the way, was like we were testing people crossing the server boundaries with our mesh servers
I
and
love that
fighting
little
on them.
ornithopter
Yeah,
back there.
yeah.
Sorry, it's like,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
And fighting along the server boundaries just to see how the performance was. So you'll see people firing rockets, and yeah, it was a cool test. I think we got a lot of very useful data out of this.
Oh, look at that shit.
Seeing how people were fighting together.
Also, shout out to our automation team, because they every build, right? We have the deep desert, and they have basically they deploy our automation system called Lead.
They're fighting each other. That's dope.
And it tests all of these things.
Oh,
it's got
it's getting
hundreds
messed
of
up.
ornithopters going back and forth between all
Yeah.
Yeah,
the,
all the
the
server
zone
boundaries.
boundaries.
Man, so they stress tested the shit out of
There's
it
a
to
lot
make
of
sure it
testing
works
going on
well.
in a project like this. It's
That's
insane.
awesome.
Yes,
And the more sandboxy you get, the more things can break, and that's kind of what makes
obviously,
it
the more
interesting.
freedom we also give to players.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
more
And they
they can
want
break.
shit to
And
break so they
like,
can fix it.
I think I said that to you earlier as well, that like, you know, story-driven games that are linear and they follow one story are one thing. We do
That's
have
very
that
cool.
aspect in the game as well, but I think what we at Funcom really love to do is we love to create worlds where players can write their own stories and can tell their own stories, right? I think that's such a different approach to game development.
One of the ways we describe Arrakis is a crisis generator,
Yeah.
right? So
One of the
it
four.
is
Yep.
spawning stories, and that's why like these tense locations like the deep desert are really important, because it it does spawn these memorable moments that you remember that you go experience with your friends or your guild. You make friends, you make enemies, and that's really important to like fully experience the.
Can you imagine
and intrigue of Dune.
being involved in some aerial battle with a bunch of these things?
Like I remember, like we had a lot of really cool. Before we go back to actually delivering the spice, we had actually a lot of really cool moments from streamers and players and YouTube content creators about the beta weekend or from the beta weekend. And I remember one moment, I call it the GTA moment, where one of the streamers, I think he was harvesting something or something. Oh no, he was downed.
He was downed by an enemy.
He was downed but not out. And then the other one
yeah.
comes in and just drives over the enemy that was like targeting him.
Oh, that's dope.
Stop laughing. It's like these little moments that make, that create those stories that are so fun to share as well and are unique to you then. And it's like.
This is why this game's going to be so dope. It's going to be so dope to stream because there's going to be a ton of these kind of moments.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the things like we get a bit of.
I experienced a few of these kind of moments, and I only played like 20-something
Being able to
hours.
stand on top of an ornithopter is janky. It is, but when they asked me if we should remove that, I said no. Surfing on an ornithopter is actually.
That's very cool.
Why isn't that cool? Like why?
Yeah, that is
wrong?
cool,
So,
dude. I want to
sometimes,
surf on an
we make those
ornithopter.
choices as well. Like it's like this might look a little weird sometimes, but you know what? It's way more fun when you can do it.
Yes,
it's way more fun when you can do it.
The meta on beta might have been, surfing on ornithopters, shooting people with assault rifles.
A little bit of that might be fixed now. We fixed some of the assault rifle issues.
All right, so let's go.
Yeah,
back
I want to see the spice getting dropped off and getting processed. I want to see it.
Oh, actually, no. Let's talk a little more. I actually wanted to ask you both a question. You actually have answered that recently in an interview, but that's not the reason I'm asking because I plan to do it anyway. It's like, what is each of you's favorite thing in the game? I mean, you mentioned a few things.
That's a good question. Great question.
And stuff, but I'm pretty sure there's other things that you're particularly proud of.
So, survival games for me, one of the best things they do is they make the world more interactable than other genres, right? So I think the team has done a great job of like using the harvesting system. Not only does the cut array like cut up the resources and get it, but you come across these like wrecked ornithopters, and every time I come across one and I'm cutting off the wings and getting the resources from it, it just feels great, right? Because
it's an interesting thing.
So I would say that whole entire system there.
It's cool.
It's really unique with what we're doing.
I wouldn't have expected
I mean,
that.
For me, it's I think I'm thinking about the one that I mentioned in the interview as well, probably. But like the Dew Reaper, and the way that you, because I like. Look, I made Conan. We made Conan, and Conan's a bit more stock standard in the survival sense, right? You're chopping down trees and you're harvesting rocks. And when it came to Dune, we had the design principle of like make your designs fit Dune, do not make Dune fit your designs. And it was like, what is harvesting water look like in Dune? And there's a line in the book where Duke Leto is looking out a window and the sun's rising, and there's all these people out in the fields harvesting dew off the flowers. And you're like, that's how precious water is on this planet. And that's a moment that our game needs to have. And so it isn't just like the confluence. It's like, yeah, it's cool, this action of like sweeping.
I did that. And it was cool. It sounds lame, but it's not lame.
And like, not only did the animation team,
Especially because like how fucking precious water is. It really is precious.
It's also like the back end, the time of day, checking when the dew harvest time is optimal.
Yeah.
Feeling like, and it's so satisfying.
Yes, it is. He's right.
10 minutes before the sun comes up.
Yeah.
And you're filling just liter johns.
Yep, that was me. That was me. I literally did exactly what he's talking about, and it was satisfying as fuck.
Together to create an experience that I think for me it's just like you can't have this experience in any.
Hey, what up, Sly?
Except Dune. And to me, that's the most.
You're the first person to comment. I know there's people watching. I can see across the different platforms, but you're the first person to say anything. So, what up, Holmes?
I don't really care if anyone else likes it because I love it so much.
How are you?
It really nails it, right? Like
I've been taking a little break.
More highly of how
oh, look at that big ass thing.
Shout out to the team who worked on it and everybody who did their part.
No, I get it.
What is that?
Because games are made by teams.
Tell me what that is.
Yes, absolutely. So we actually made it now to the quartermaster, and we are.
Okay, here we go. I'm making a delivery for our cause in the Landsrad. The manufacturing union.
these guys ask you, you know, so you, because you're sort of
I'm
you're on
sick,
my
got
house
the
and
flu,
it's
took the
my
rest of the
house
week off,
under
so
the
now I'm just
umbrella of
chilling
the
the stream.
Atreides.
Sweet.
You
Thanks for
deliver
coming by, man. Hang
Landsraad
out.
bribes to the quartermasters of the Atreides, and they make sure they get where they're supposed to go. So now we're delivering for House Alexan, we're delivering spice, and the House Alexan are a part of the manufacturing unit, which is
500
So
spice.
we're delivering 500 spice melange, and then they're going to make sure that it reaches them, and then that will, in a moment, change the Landsraad.
Yeah, let's see.
So you can see how you have an impact now. So
5th of June, baby.
Landsraad is there under the social tub.
Hold
That
on, I want to
is
see
forward
this and then
refreshes
I'll.
every so often. So it's been a few seconds since the last refresh. Now we should be able to see our
So it refreshes on its own too. That's fucking cool.
borders refresh with a
Per
certain amount of
deliver.
spice.
What are we looking at here for House
Oh, we need to go to
Alexis?
Alexan. You're on the wrong one. You need to go to Alexan. It's in the middle. Yes, and then we can see that we've delivered some spice,
6,000.
and the goal amount has gone up, so that you can see that we've increased.
Okay,
our goal
I see.
amount. House Alexan there.
I see, but you have to deliver 70,000. Holy fuck,
Once we
that's
hit
a lot.
7,000 points, and we can do any of these activities to earn points, like the control point. We can
Claim
81
Yeah.
deep
we can
desert
do it as
maps,
like
yeah.
one, But once we've
I don't know how long you've been watching the
that
stream,
sensor
dude.
split, then it'll flip to be Atreides and say that we've claimed it for the week.
Exactly.
So that's
But yeah, 5th of
Great.
June, for me,
So that
it's
was a little
7
bit of
a.m.
a
Pacific
glimpse of
time,
what
US.
mid and endgame can look like. Obviously, that
And
depends on
stick
what
around for a while,
how
dude,
you
because
play
after
this.
this stream, I'm going to react to some beta content, and I'm going to talk more about
An approach of
what I'm
can
doing.
be done.
we're also jamming
Um,
like dozens of hours of gameplay into like a very quick presentation.
Yes, 100%.
So I'll be able to explain a little bit more, but I don't want to. I'm talking a lot, but I also don't want to take too much away because there's so much good, so much useful information.
We are gonna take a quick look at the mentats.
Mentats.
So then, you're not quite dead.
Great plot.
Spice control maps look interesting to get like 5 in a row. And yeah, that's not even spice control. That's the political system, dude. That's the Landsraad, which is the political system. So each house in that bingo card has a different thing. It's not all spice. It's not spice for everybody. For some people, for some houses, they're gonna want like make us 10 spice harvesters or 10 ornithopters. For another one, it's kill this many of this NPC clan. For others, it's going to be like deliver us this much spice. For others, it's going to be there's going to be control points. So almost, I wouldn't call it kind of like not a capture the flag, but like I forget what you call that. But like you hold the control point, and you have to hold it for a certain amount of time, and then you get credit for it. But then I think when, like, if you and me show up and we take this control point, it's gonna fucking alert everybody, I don't know, in the area or whatever, that we're Atreides. It's gonna alert other Atreides, I would assume, and it's also gonna alert the Harkonnen that, like, oh, these guys are trying to take this point, let's go fuck them up. So like we're holding a point, and now we have to be like basically ready because it's gonna get crazy. So there's all kinds of different objectives that each house wants you to do, and it's like a bingo card. I don't know if you know the game bingo, but you're trying to get 5 in a row, whether it's 5 horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. And then the goal of the other house is to prevent you from doing that. And it's theoretically, I would guess it's going to happen a lot where neither house wins for that week because, let's say we have 4 in a row and we only need 1 more. Like, the Harkonnens are going to put everything they have to stop us from getting it. So it's a pretty goddamn cool system, IMO.
And we are back for
And I
our
talked over that entire thing, but whatever.
So our wizards behind the screens and behind the cameras are gonna throw up questions that have been collected. They're ready now.
I want to see the
Before anybody
dropping
asks
off the
a question, though, I
spice.
just want to make a reveal of my own. My special toe shoes today for
Dude,
everybody.
he's been wearing those toe shoes every stream.
But it also looks a bit like
I commented on it every time too.
What's up, chat? So it's good you have a little bit of a
How the 300 players in a map will work. Yeah, it will be. I'll have more to say about that too after this stream when we go into the beta. When I go into react into beta footage.
10 years ago and I'm still fat, so I don't know.
And I'm still fat.
They're not working out.
well, your feet are very healthy.
My
Let's go
feet
there.
are massively healthy.
Super
Sorry,
awesome.
all right. Enough distraction. I apologize.
No, you don't have to.
The toe reveal.
He
was
looks
great.
ridiculous. Dude, he's the man. I gotta say, I like this guy. Yeah, his shoes are a little funky, but I get you. I'm with you. But like, I have to say, this guy, you can tell he really cares. And for a game that I want to play, wear whatever you want, bro. I don't care what the fuck you're wearing. Wear a paper bag if you want. As long as you make a good game and you really care, cool, wear what you want, brother. And he really does care. I've been watching shit for this game for, you know, a long time.
On the questions, there's collecting some of them.
Yes, I want...
Maybe no one has
We've answered every possible question.
Dude, he's answered just about every question. Oh, I'd love to ask a question. Hold on.
The blessing and the challenge of Dune Awakening, I think.
Hold on. I do want to ask a question if I can.
It has so many aspects of different games, you know, that we really tried to put together.
I have a
And we're
question.
going to understand.
Were you there when I was,
Please
like,
answer.
talking to the press about the game, and I was morons for taking
yes, of
Is
course I was there. I was
the
expecting
spice
headlines. We didn't get
harvester automatic,
single headlines like that.
or
Fuck moms are morons.
or
Chief creative
was
director
there
says-
a person inside of it?
You know, like, it's one of the things that I love about working here. Is like they let me do crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna
Like, it's like
I'm gonna copy this too, because I want them to answer this shit.
Like, and you're making the exact.
And I'm gonna
same
go
thing
like
in your
this
release
too.
box, and it's like, and like, I do like that we're allowed to push
Question.
beyond those things, right? And try
So they can see
hard
it.
to do
Boom.
something different. And yeah, it comes with a little bit of jank, but man, it's, I don't know. I feel like it's like the.
I agree, though. I think one thing you can't say about us is that we like.
Let's see.
No, exactly.
like-
We're morons. We make it hard for ourselves every time.
It's what we were talking about at the beginning, right? We make unique games, right? We take risks, and sometimes it means.
What if
that
I
we
go
make
like this?
decisive decisions,
Cool.
but,
I like
think
that
that's
better.
What was great about the beta, right? It's like
I don't have
you
anything to
get see
hide in
what
my
the true
bookmarks,
experience
but
was. Here is-
Exactly.
nobody
So
wants
we
to see
really
that
asked
shit.
for the question. So is that Lopil 125? Is the exchange global or per server?
It is per
It'd be
world.
dope if they answered my question. If they're all is TACETMORT3M, be like, oh shit, they fucking they said my name. And I normally don't really care about that kind of stuff, but it'd be cool.
One big desert per world, 2 social hubs per world, and then
I'm gonna
and
keep
many
I'm gonna
hacker
keep
bases per
posting
world.
this
And
every time my question goes off screen. Boom.
As Scott says, at launch there are hundreds of worlds to choose from, right? And within each world, there's many hacker bases to choose from.
Right.
Yep.
All right. And Speak asks, are the overland map dungeons instanced per player? Can you do them as a group, or are they open like the?
I wonder if they're only gonna answer shit on Twitch. That'll piss
Answer
me
is that
off.
They are not instance for a group. They are per player, and they are not open like the social hubs.
Answer from YouTube.
Instanced, though.
Yes, they are.
YouTube's better anyway.
Several people in the same world can be doing the same.
No offense to Twitch,
Yes.
but I mean everybody knows it sucks. What am I saying?
Kind of is kind of our only instant content.
Careful to not get banned for spamming.
Correct.
Oh, they won't ban me.
TV asks, how do the different circuits work?
Oh,
They went over that already.
basically isolate resources so that they can only be used if they're on that circuit, and then you can set.
So I'll wait for a second to make sure we don't get banned, just in case. Now I'm gonna hit it again. Beep. And I'll wait a little bit more. Please answer this shit, god damn it.
Storage when you're finished, right? Like and that's how
I know. I'll try, dude. You know, if they ban me, they ban me. Fuck it. I don't care. I want my question answered.
Yes, that's basically it.
I'm happy to get banned. Look, they keep answering all this shit from Twitch. All right. Fuck you. You want to play games? I'll put Twitch over here.
You
when I got
you
that
just
question.
mentioned as well as
I
like
hedged
we
it last time.
have,
We
but
have
I'm gonna
it
put
was
Twitch.
I'm not going to
we
talk
should-
too much
exactly,
about.
exactly.
And then when we
Where'd it
introduce
go?
a third faction, which we are planning to, it will also have a role in that balance. But that's basically what I can say right now. But ensure is a very hard.
Dude, where the
it's
fuck
very
did
hard
it go?
to
That's so weird.
100% certain because, you know, when you give players choice, they
The harvester is automatic.
can
Oh,
sort of
sweet.
guarantee that it's going to be.
Mike B
not
answered it.
100% people on Atreides on a world, but I
He-
think we have a pretty good
right
system in
here.
place to make sure that
You
that
have to drive. So
at
this
least
person says you have to
feels
drive
like
it.
balances
The
itself
harvester
out.
is automatic.
And the deep desert is not Atreides versus Harkonnen.
Yes.
It is every.
I literally just had
So even
two
if
people
Harkonnen are kind of
respond
dominating a server or they're
saying the
they're going to be fighting themselves
opposite
in the
thing.
desert as well.
And there's actually something I forgot to mention when we were talking about the Landsrad. Like the Landsrad, you can see the different within.
It's
the
weird. I'm
factions
not
who the
able
top
to.
guilds are and who contributed the most because a part of the.
I'm not
Dune
able
thing is that,
to.
like, it isn't that like everybody in Atreides is a monolith. It's actually like people want the Dune
Move
supremacy,
another
so
tab
they
to
want further
my
up.
other
And the
monitor.
Same with the Harkonnen, right? Like I want the Baron to witness me, so I'm trying to get to the.
That's
top of
weird.
the-
I wonder
the
what the
list of
fuck
guilds.
is going
So
on
there
there.
should be inter-guild
That bothers
competition
me.
even within the factions. So they overall are working towards the common goal of the Landsrad, but they're trying to beat each other to be the best in the Landsrad. So they have the most voting power, they get the rewards, etc.
Yeah, especially also because like one Atreides guild might be focused on PvP, the other one might be super opposed to PvP.
Yep.
So they definitely don't want the PvP guild to like get, oh, we want full PvP. So
Yes.
they will, work against them and like, oh,
Yes.
we want to be top because we want to have more say in which decree we're actually going to have next week.
Yeah, like exactly.
So-
a crafting guild's going to want the crafting decrees.
Exactly,
And they're
yes.
not going to want the PvP full loot decree, right? So
Exactly,
there's going to be
yes.
that kind of competition.
Weird, dude. I don't know
within the
where this
factions.
shit is going.
Exactly.
So, yep, good question.
Cypher asks, can our bases get raided?
Now they're answering YouTube. Thank you. They're gonna answer my question. I can feel it. I know it.
In the deep deserts, it's a bit different.
Yeah, in the PvE section of the Deep Desert, no.
Yeah.
But in the PvP section of the Deep Desert, there is a mechanism by which bases
They
have
will
a
for sure.
vulnerability window
I'm
where they can be raided.
pretty
It is
sure
a
they will.
Very short vulnerability
Especially since
window.
I've been spamming him.
Again, I would point to the lore of the Dune universe. So I'm sorry for everybody who hasn't read the books and doesn't know a way in which shields can go down for a brief period of time. But it is worth looking into because then you'll understand exactly how the mechanics can work. And I know I'm being needlessly cryptic, but I'm sure there's people spamming in the chat about it already.
Let them figure it out. Altman Alchemist, if I don't take the mission to talk with House Atreides or Harkonnen, will I be content locked as far as progressing? Sorry.
No, there's
Main
two
story
options.
and the
There's two options, right? It's a good question.
Yeah, no.
Right.
The story, I mean, while it involves House Atreides and the Harkonnen, it is not about that. It's about you and your role on Dune.
It's your quest to find the Fremen and wake the
Exactly.
sleeper, right?
Yeah.
So the main story follows that. What we were talking about and what we were showing earlier with the different faction unlocks, like in terms of the visuals and those things, you're locked out of if you don't want to join a faction.
But those
You
are
can't get,
pure vanity.
but they're pure vanity, right?
No mechanics.
But yeah, you can't. But one thing that's
Forgot to like the
cannot
stream.
join the Landsrad unless you have aligned yourself with a faction.
Excuse
Your
me.
guild must be aligned with a faction to participate in the Landsrad. That is the one hard requirement that I think faction alignment has in the game. That's it. Otherwise, yeah, you can do all the content without joining Atreides or Harkonnen.
I also think when it comes to progressing, in the beta, during the beta weekend, you were still very much in the tutorialization part of the game,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I know that.
So this guy, the
some
guy
players
who
might
said
want to
it's
stay in
automatic,
but the thing is,
said they
things
said it's
open up
piloted by a
quite
player.
more once you're past
Like-
the tutorialization section as well, so you won't be actually locked progressing when it comes.
Slightly
to
annoying.
Yeah, and
Like I appreciate him taking the time to respond, but I don't believe a fucking thing he says.
After character creation, you actually get a choice.
I don't
as to
think he
whether
knows
you
what
play
he's
the
talking
unlocked
about.
tech tree
I
or
want
the
them to
locked tech
answer
tree.
it.
The reason we put that there is so that people who are advanced survival players or people who've played Dune before can just go, okay, I want the unlocked tech tree, I know what I'm doing. But I recommend, and we recommend, that the locked tech tree is for people who are playing the game for the first time and really, like, because there are so many, we've been talking about it a lot today, there are so many mechanics that are just kind of Dune mechanics that we want people to learn, and we need to teach them. And it's going to be hard for you to know what to do. Like, you don't know about dew reaping and times of day when you should be out harvesting dew unless you follow the tutorials that we put in place for that, right? So it's just that.
or that you need to go to shipwrecks to craft better weapons.
Yes.
Is there a level cap? Yes, there is. 200,
Is there a
I
level
think.
cap
No. Yeah,
Yes.
200.
I believe we're at 200
Yeah.
currently?
currently.
But you can respec.
Yeah.
So it's
Every 48 hours, I think you can respec.
cycle
Dude, I know a lot about this game. I know a lot about this game.
You don't like it, you can
Yeah.
switch to something else.
And there's a point where you run out of, like, you stop getting unlock points for your tech tree, intel points. And then we have a mechanic in the game for you to go around and...
I'm going to keep asking. I don't
unlock
care
more intel points
if
by
these people
different
answer.
places in the world.
Unless I see Funcom next to the name, I'm not
There's a
interested.
level cap that puts a stop to some of those progression things, and then the next step from there is for you to go and explore more and enjoy the game more.
Because we do want you to make some choices. Right?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Also, like, I mean, there's different level and skill point caps, right? Because you have a character level, you have skill points, and you have intel points. So
Yes.
there's like 3 different
That's right.
caps that you
Yep,
can
yep, yep, yep.
K69N is asking, is it possible to lose all your gear in PvP?
So not in PvP in the base level. In the deep desert, you lose resources that you're carrying, Solari and Spice, and you take durability damage to some of your gear. Right, that's what happens every time you die, PvE or PvP. But if there's a specific decree from the Landsrad which enables full loot PvP in the deep desert for 1 week, then that's the only time in the game where you can lose all your gear in PvP. That's it.
Or if you're fighting in the sand and the sandworm comes and eats you.
Yeah, sure.
If you
I
try
guess
to
you
fight
can
the
lose all your gear in
sandworm,
PvP, but
yeah.
we count the...
Yeah,
is the sandworm PvP really?
You know.
It's more like PvE, but yes, 100%.
Damn it.
1974. Are we going to be able to get blueprints that devs made of their bases?
The Tour Igo presents.
Tour A,
Yeah.
exactly. This is Tour Igo presents. That's actually very
That's a
cool. I
great
love
idea.
that idea. That's actually a very
Maybe
cool
we can
idea.
fill up some
That is a cool idea.
of our,
You can buy Joel's base
I was
or
about to
her
say,
base
I
or...
don't think players should actually pay for them per se, but we should, or maybe they need to. I don't know.
You don't want copies of my
I mean,
bases.
you shouldn't know. No, actually, let me rephrase that. We shouldn't have a dev sell those items in game, but we can sell it via NPC.
sure, yeah,
That's what I meant, right?
Maybe
Like,
we can put a vendor or something.
Exactly.
cool, yeah.
That would be
Every
cool.
vendor in the world can sell some blueprints.
you see, like Tour Eagle bases
Today is the
everywhere.
guy. Today
It's a good idea.
Among us. Mine would just be no one
Mine are
wants,
boxes.
no one wants to see
Yeah.
my. I'm the guy who tests TTP
New dog houses.
TTP every time.
Yeah.
So
It
then you're
is
gonna have
it
players
is
make
player
bases.
operated as shown earlier in this video. You can go back to
Okay.
check.
Queen
Perhaps
Elizabeth
I will.
says,
That's what I'll
will
do.
GeForce
I'm not going to
Now
ask the
be
question
available
anymore. I'm tired of it.
So,
Yes.
I don't know.
I'll go back
there's
and
discussions,
see.
I can't remember what the last is, but people are looking at it. Yeah.
I don't have Slack open, otherwise I could check.
GeForce
Someone
Now
is
is
like
the
hammering
streaming
messages
service, right?
to me
Yeah,
online.
So
It's like,
the question, I guess, would be, will Dune Awakening be on GeForce Now
Yes,
for streaming?
yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah,
I
yep.
interpreted.
I
as
don't know
well.
the answer. I'm sorry, but Scott.
Yeah, I don't think I have an official answer, but I believe so.
It should be. Yeah, it's not that hard to put it on GeForce.
The council wins. If one side gets unique weapons, won't that side have a better chance to win the next vote down the line?
Maybe.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Because the tasks for the Landsrad are pulled from, like, so there's 25 tasks per week. And
Here's
there's
your answer,
a
Slay.
pool of, like,
I'll be quiet.
400 tasks that can potentially show up. So you, first of all, don't necessarily know what's going to be there. Unique weapons doesn't actually influence everything. Some of the tasks are kill tasks. You don't know which tasks are going to be revealed first. You also have to bribe Landsrad envoys with spice to reveal tasks. And if your faction does it before the other faction, you'll see, okay, we need to do this. So you might just get ahead because you had more spice or whatever. It's not going to come down to unique weapons. Absolutely not. That's not going to be the thing that means that one side gets a sudden landslide kind of advantage. So I think that's the best way to answer that, I think, from my perspective.
I think that's a great answer too, and I think it just goes again into people are a little bit too afraid that everything is about PvP and fighting endgame, and that's absolutely not the case.
Yeah.
And hopefully we explained that a little bit today as well for people to feel a bit more like relaxed about that or disappointed.
Is there any content that are
Dr.
hidden?
Evil Eye, is there any content or materials that are hidden behind PvP?
I get why they're posting this question because so many people are concerned about PvP because they're little bitches.
I wouldn't say hidden,
But,
you can the
like,
Deep Desert, which we
They
just
spent
explained, is
they
like
spent
the tier 6
a lot of fucking time
materials,
going
like
over
items
this.
and materials for crafting those things. You need to go there to get those things. You can buy them off the exchange.
What was
trade
the
them with
oof?
other people.
What's the oof?
But yes,
What did I
you have
miss?
to go to that place in order to get those things, and there is a risk of people attacking you when you're in that place. We tried to explain that this is a very large place. It's not going to be possible for a guild to cover the entire space. It's
Yeah,
just
there's
not going to be
enough members.
possible.
Yeah, I think guild limit's 32.
The guild limit is 32
Yeah,
people.
yeah. So one per kilometer.
Tell me what the
If
oof.
they stretch
Yeah,
across,
they'd have to stretch
Oh,
all the way
calling
across,
them
and
little
even then,
bitches?
I think there's all kinds
Oh,
of
that-
tactics and ways to draw
Dude,
blood.
I think,
don't
dude,
think
so
it's gonna
many,
be
dude, I've been
very
following this game for so long. So many people,
Yes.
One guild would be outnumbered by 100 people.
so many people
Again,
have like
if
been
you rat,
whining
You want to rat, you can rat.
Yeah,
Like there's options.
about
right?
like, oh, I don't want to do PvP. I don't want to do PvP. And if they're worried about cheaters, I get that, because these games can get cheaters. But I also know for a fact, because they've talked about it on multiple occasions, that they are very fucking serious about
I feel like it makes sense though, because those
tamping
people
down
who
on the
really
cheating
care about
and not
the
letting
highest
people
level
cheat.
tier are probably the PvPers, and they want to be in
They've
the
said it a
level
few
tier.
times,
So I feel like
not
it's kind of a
in this
natural
stream, but
balance.
in other streams and in other
I
stuff,
think there's this weird
that basically don't be
I
worried
speak
about
to
it.
a
We're
lot
going to
of people
take care of
in
it.
beta and our Discord, right? And I see that like there's people who kind of assume that everybody who is a guild in PvP is going to be this toxic, sweaty kind of. And I think it's going to be the opposite. I think we're going to have the good guy guilds who are out there.
Now, I'm not
actually
going to be
protecting
toxic,
people
Protecting people.
and,
but I'm going to be
helping people out.
sweaty.
I've seen it in the beta
I'm not
already.
trying to rob
Oh, I
folk,
got lost
or
in the
I'm not
desert,
trying to
and people would come help
be
give them
toxic,
rides home.
even though I think that word is
Give them
another
more gear. I've
fucking
seen
like,
people in the
don't
beta,
be a
like,
little bitch,
just
toxic,
giving
shut
other
up.
people an Ornithopter
But,
when they lost one because of a bug that was in the game from our end. They're like, oh, do you want an
But I
Ornithopter?
am
And
going to
it's
be
dead,
sweaty
right? That's-
AF.
It's great to see, and I think that we
Like,
worry-
I'm taking
people
this
worry too much
serious.
about
Do not fuck with
toxicity.
me or I'm going to fuck
Hopefully,
you up.
We'll keep track of it, of course, but
Yeah.
it should be fine.
And you have one player for the
Yeah.
entire world,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So and you are your name, right? So you will have some sort of reputation.
Yeah, exactly. There's that as well.
Yeah, as a again a callback to more old school.
I think it's
elements
fun that there are
I
games
grew
like
up
that,
with,
like Sea of
especially
Thieves.
in
Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's what this.
Questions. Fort team is asking, do you need a sync chart? For
I did that
each
for a
person?
while. Real blast. Yeah, I've watched some people streaming or like some content or something from Sea of Thieves, and I was like, oh man, that looks pretty cool. But it was like years into the game, so I was like, I
And last question.
can transport carry other ornithopters.
Can transport ornithopters carry other
I would rather start a game like that rather than jump in years down the road. That's why I never picked it up, because I love pirates.
And
Well,
again, they
anything-
have
anything
passengers too.
vehicular.
Yes, vehicular. Can't pick up people
No, no.
unless they're.
Inside.
They're sitting inside a vehicle. All right. All right. So that was it with the questions for today, and also
Is that it?
for our last
Yeah.
developer stream before
Exciting.
Head Start and the official release. I'm like still like how. Okay, so
It's like 7
how
days,
do
8 days.
how do you boys feel, gents?
They're probably 5 years they've been working on this. They're probably like excited
Pretty good, right?
Pretty
The,
good.
and nervous.
data
They're
went
nervous,
really
clearly.
well From
Yeah.
our perspective.
Yeah, beta went really well.
Stable, you
Yes,
know,
it
and
was.
that's what we're always worried about, because we knew the game was pretty good,
Mhm.
or we thought the game was
We
really
think
good,
so,
right?
yeah.
And all the tests we had run showed
The
that
game is good.
we
I
were
got to play the beta. We'll talk about that
a
too.
little fearful, you know, that tech would hold, and it went really, really well with the closed-ish beta, right?
Like I said, you can tell these dudes care. It's not just some fucking
crash rate was within our acceptable
paycheck
tolerance,
developer, you know?
and we're fixing most of the issues that we found. So,
And by the way,
cautiously optimistic, right? Incredibly excited.
every single person that I've seen do these live streams, I think the guy who had been at Funcom the least amount of time had been there like 5 years.
Yeah, it's like-
And there's some people who had been there like 20
5
years.
of your life.
5 years of your life,
And
exactly.
it's like I
Exactly.
think that's the thing that I think is like what I'm not sure people understand. Is like when you've been living and breathing this kind of thing for 5 years, and then like you see the game industry is volatile.
Yeah.
Things don't go well for people. We have a team of, you know, that I love to work with. We have a team of great people that we've built over the last years, and it's like it isn't about like success in the sense of like, you know, oh, I just want to say that like it is a game that I think is great, right? And I've played it and I kind of know that it has a lot going on, right? And I think it works well. And from the beta, we got some confirmation of that. But I want my team to be together making games for a long time, right? So for me, this is like I'm nervous about that, right? Like the gaming industry is not a safe place anymore, right? It's not easy to guess.
Tell me this guy doesn't care. Listen to that answer and tell me this guy doesn't really care.
Things that are fantastic from small teams going great, like and there's been some fantastic games this year and games that you wouldn't have predicted coming out of nowhere, like
Helldivers.
Shadow 1 is a great one, but
I
also
bet.
like Claire Obscura, I'd heard of it, but I hadn't heard of it until really
Okay,
blew up.
yeah.
And so you see these games, these huge successes. So I
My
think it's
first
like,
thought is Helldivers.
you don't want to have the arrogance to think that you could be among that, but you
Right.
are. And
Right.
That's kind of where I'm at least. I'm hoping.
Right.
I'm hoping we strike a vibe. I'm hoping that all the decisions that we made, and there's 10,000 decisions on a gaming project, right? There's 10,000 decisions, and every one of them is about moving towards a goal, right? Towards a vision, a creative vision, a vision of a universe, a vision that a guy created in 1963 when he wrote a book, right? And that's,
Yeah.
I don't know, like I'm extremely nervous, but that's what we're trying to get to.
I wonder what
That's
Frank
what
Herbert would
people
think.
feel when they play the game.
I don't see how he wouldn't be like, this is amazing.
That's what
You know, some shit he thought up in his head is...
Like you made an amazing Dune game, right? And it's the first where you're walking right on Arrakis. And you're experiencing Paul's journey.
We're skipping 2001's Frank
Sure,
Herbert's Dune,
sure.
but
But for me, right, in a modern sense anyway. So it's and we have a story we want to tell. People saw a really short glimpse of it in the beta, but there's so much more going through the rest of Act 1 and Act 2, right? Playing through that. And there's this long story that we want to tell over the, Lex, you said 10 years, right? On the thing, so I'm seeing that. So we have a long story. We want to continue releasing updates, every 3-4 months with additions to that story, in addition to the DLCs that we're going to come out. So when you buy the game, you're getting everything here right now, plus all the story content that we'll continue to release over the next years. So we're excited. It's a lot of pressure, but we'll do fine.
there's no guarantees in love and war, but you know what? I'll say this for the record. I'm really proud of our team and what they've done. And like, no matter what happens, all of them can hold their heads up high because they have worked really hard to bring this to fruition.
Absolutely, shout out to our teams, the many teams that work on this game with all different departments.
Every department.
And absolutely, it's a beast of a game. I think we can say that.
Yeah.
And I'm actually getting goosebumps now. I'm sorry. I'm actually getting goosebumps. I'm sorry. Such a. Yeah. Anyway, but I think that's a wonderful.
She's
note to
cute.
end
I've always
because,
liked her. Ever
again,
since she
last
came on
developer
screen in the first stream, I was like, man, this lady's got a cool vibe.
Before Head Start and release. One thing we can actually say is that you will be able to upgrade your editions on the 10th of January. So there will be an option.
Or
10th of sorry, June. Oh my God! That wonderful ending. I just completely read that.
That's fine.
Oh well.
Congratulations.
yeah, 7 a.m. Los Angeles, baby. That's me.
So 10th of
Thursday, June 5th at 7 a.m.
Goes into full release. You will be
But
able
it's the
to
same
upgrade
everywhere.
editions Should you want to do that, there will be options in Steam. And we'll be ending. Thank you so much again, Scott and Joel, for being here during out of your busy schedules. So we really appreciate it, talking to us.
They've been going for like 2 hours and 20 minutes. Can you imagine? Like, I can't think of another dev team that would do multiple. They've done like 4 of them, I think, and each one is over 2 hours.
See you on Thursday.
Yeah.
Next Thursday. All right, so here's the plan. We're going to watch this trailer. I'm going to grab some water really quick right after the trailer. Don't worry, I'll be right back. And then we're going to switch over to the beta content, and we'll start talking about, I'll be pausing it, and we'll start talking about, like, I'll start talking about different things I have planned, as well as my experience during the beta. Because I think watching beta footage will remind me of things I did in the beta, things that I might not normally. Words will be spoken. Words will be spoken. Eloquently and intelligently, I hope.
I am the man who ensures that it continues to do so.
Boom. Damn, she's cute. What's up?
I am terrified
I hope that's gonna be our chick.
when you awaken.
But I doubt it. I don't think there's any romance in this game. And I don't really care about romance either, but
We've all lost our way.
I don't think that's gonna be a thing, dude. There might be like a little story element of it. And this is the first time I've seen this. This is brand new, so I'm going off of what I just saw. But that's not what this game is about. I wouldn't worry about it. But I mean, Dune does have romance, considering Chani and Paul and Duke Leto and Lady Jessica. So, you know, I mean, it fits, but I doubt there's going to be too much. All right, so this is it, right? Is this the end? Oh, you know what? Okay. Fuck that. First thing before I even get more water is I want to go back and see about this spice thing. This spice harvester. Because they mentioned it in the game. It's like maybe I was talking over it. That's a very real possibility. Let's see. No.
Completely worth exploring with lots of other people.
Where are we at here?
But it's not an MMORPG, and people were getting confused by that.
Yeah.
So we took it down. But I think it's clear when you look at places like our
Here.
Hold on, I'll find it.
All its glory, launch run. And talking about launch run, so let's go to the next segments, end game and launch run. So
Okay, so
we
this is the
know
Lance
we
Rat.
have, of course, expectations of what the
where you can actually go and like do the PvE part. And we're about to see, well this will take a few seconds.
We're actually
Charted. So this is kind of cool. You can create copies of this and pass it off to your guild. You can create copies. The layout has
Alright.
changed. A different barren place. And this is also like important because if we want people to fight over things, we actually need to draw them to the same places to fight over specific.
Only part that sucks is I'm probably gonna have to watch some shit I don't
So
care
we
about
want
to get to what I do care about.
They have a place to go where they know there's probably other players there as well.
Okay, so now we have a transport ornithopter. This is the largest flying vehicle that you can craft in the game. And this may be my favorite game mechanic because the transport ornithopter can pick things up. And I love it because it can pick up almost anything that is a vehicle, right, in the game. So
one of the things you'll see in the mid-game is like the buggy is really hard to get to places, right? Even though it mines so much more than you can ever possibly mine yourself. But it's a pain, right, to get up on the shield wall or to get it out here.
So a good tactic with the buggy though is to use it as storage and use the transport ornithopter to pick it up and carry it. Are we going to show an example of carrying? I guess we are.
Yes, we are,
cool.
because what we're actually preparing for here is a spice harvesting machine.
So the team's going out to do some spice harvesting.
So we're actually gonna pick up a harvester.
So now we're coming out into what
I'm
I
gonna
call
be
real
very
deep desert,
quiet
right?
right
This
now,
is
so
actually what
sorry,
you think
guys.
of when you think of Arrakis from the movies, right?
I don't wanna
this
miss it.
So yeah, we just got the nice tutorial pop up talking about the deep desert.
Yes.
So this is the Arrakis that we know from the films. So Hagar Basin is like and it's taking a lot of the information that we have from the books and about like the different biomes and things and making it into a truly sort of interesting PvE experience. But this is the true deep desert of Arrakis. This is a place where people are scared to go. This is where the Fremen live. We're passing outside the shield wall now. This is where the War of Assassins and the PvP is allowed to happen.
Spice blow.
And you can see a spice blow in the distance, which draws people from miles around to go there, right? And I do want to say, this section here, if you turn the camera right and left, you can see that we have the shield wall. This is 24 kilometers long, and you can't see people all the way along. So people who are like nervous about going into the deep desert because they're worried about, the PvP is, I think there's like an element from my end, a designed moment that we've talked about on this project quite often is like, you come to the edge of this vast ocean and you dip your toe in the water and you're a little bit scared of sharks, but you see something in the distance and you think, I can make it. I can get there and I can get back. And the first time it's scary. and you feel that tension, and the second time, and the third time, but you feel that tension, but you actually start doing it. Right?
There's one of those
And I
points
get
I was talking
that
about,
people
Sly, by
worry
the
about
way.
toxic behaviors and ganking and
You'll
so
see it
forth,
right here.
But we tried to build
Control
a space
point.
where you can get away from people as well.
Correct, yeah. So I think that's really important to talk about is in Dune, you were given the tools to get away, right? Like if overwhelming amounts of people come after you, maybe you can't quite get away, but that's generally not going to happen. So a lot of it is more about, PvP is about controlling a point and like having to give up that point if you don't feel like fighting.
Fighting over things instead of kicking down sandcastles. Correct. So on the Landsrad here, this is kind of interesting, right? So you can see the Landsrad's in the state of like, if we claim this as the Atreides, we're going to win what we call a Sizzlerad, and a Sizzlerad means that we're going to get the voting power for the week. So a Sizzlerad is when we can complete a row. So normally, if you were Harkonnen and Atreides in this situation, you'd both be fighting over this particular control point because you really don't want the other one to win for the week. But normally, like it's kind of, you're always blocking each other and causing like the other team to have to, go back and focus on filling out a row or trying to fill out as many squares as possible. So we're trying to take the
House Haggle?
House Haggle owns this control point in the deep desert. We're in the deep desert as Atreides taking over this control point on their behalf. And you can see it's just this control point. It's a place that you have to defend in the deep desert. It'll draw other people, and it will earn you points over time. It's a classic control point in the deep desert. One other thing, just if you stop for a second here, one other thing I just wanted to point out, one of the feedbacks we had in beta was about team markers. You can see our new team marker system in the game here. It's deliberately only for the 4-person groups. I will not allow this to be in the game for guilds because I want, especially I know people talk about Zergs. I think when Zerg guilds and there's 40 people attacking each other on the screen, if everybody can see who's in their guild, it's very easy to target the people that you're trying to Zerg. But if it's just the group, then it's much more difficult for Zergs to actually not do friendly fire. And there is full friendly fire on guilds.
I mean, they can do it if they work for it, right? They can make sure.
Sorry for that taskbar showing up, by the way. I'm fucking done with it. Swear to God, I'm gonna hide it. Tired of it. It's crossed the line with me. It's like the fucking 15th time it's just shown up.
It's been one of my... Let's say, I will say this is one of those things where I have had to fight with a lot of developers on this project about this. There's a crashed ship down there, by the way. It's kind of cool, but you could also go loot that. But it's like giving too much information for free to players actually limits our ability for people to have politics and intrigue. Because if I can see your name over your head, I know who you are, right? But if I can't, if I don't know who that is, and you dress in my clothing and you walk into my base and you follow me around, it's like I might just think that you're my friend from the guild, when in fact you're just trying to infiltrate. And we want to allow that possibility because that is Dune. At its core, that is how things work. There are plans within plans. There are groups within groups.
Tell me this guy doesn't care about Dune, right? It's exactly the shit I was talking about.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Wear whatever shoes you want, bro.
Can I just point out that we just crossed a server border?
Yeah.
Our game has server meshing tech in the deep desert, and it's been a very painful technical thing to get working.
Yes.
But we just crossed a server border. You probably might not have even noticed any sort of hitching or anything because it's very seamless. And again, shout out to our technical team who've been working their butts off to get this in good shape. But we just crossed a server border from one server to another, and it's basically not visible, which is great.
Yeah, what we call authority transfer.
Authority transfer between servers, yeah. So now we're picking up a random sandcrawler and bringing it out to the spice harvesting field. So, I mean, I love that. I love that mechanic. I think it's fantastic fun in the game, just picking things up.
The transport ornithopter is quite slow.
Yeah, it's very slow.
So it is dangerous to go out just in the transport ornithopter.
And you can, of course, sit in the harvester while being
you
transported,
can,
which is really fun too.
You can also, I think the transport ornithopter has 5 seats as well. So you can bring a whole little group with you.
Or have them
Kidnap other enemy harvesters as well, which is also super fun to do.
But we should talk about spice, because that really ties the entire end game together, right? So all the tier...
Damn, there it is. By the way, she said it. She said you can also sit in the spice harvester.
Your end-game tools, end-game vehicles.
Everything end game requires spice for crafting, essentially.
She said one line. That one line.
The Landsrad has always the center square of the Landsrad requires spice to win. It's
I'm
important.
still like slightly questioning whether just because you can
It's not the full harvesters that you've seen in the films. Those are
just because you can sit in it means you can drive it, but I mean if you can sit in it you can drive it. So yes, you're the one. It's not automatic. Somebody is in there collecting that spice.
Sandworms roam the deep desert. They will be coming.
Did you get a chance to see this, Sly? If you didn't, I'll leave it going. Yeah, on to the next. Anyway, check this out. I'm gonna grab some water. Watch your Elgato. Hey, what's up, Action Podcast? Just watch your Elgato versus Fi-Fi Boom review. Good stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't really do a lot of tech review stuff, but I felt like Elgato sent me some stuff. I think I go over all that in the video, and I think like I'm using the Elgato Wave Mic Arm Pro, the one that I showed in that video right now, and it's the best fucking mic arm I've ever used. It's unbelievable. I don't curse in my content videos, but in my live streams I do curse sometimes, so hope that doesn't bother you too much. You'll never hear me curse in one of my videos, but in my live streams I will. But yeah, I appreciate you checking it out, man. I appreciate you checking it out.
Why the deep desert is very Dune. I don't think.
And the Fi-Fine, like I said, it's good. You know, what's crazy is I ran a contest for the Fi-Fine, and only like to give it away for free, and I was going to pay for the shipping too. Only like a couple people entered it. I was surprised. Maybe because I said how good the Elgato was, which it is. It's so much better. But anyway, hang out, guys. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be back in like 60, 90 seconds. Then what we're going to do is switch over to watching some beta footage. And I'll be pausing a lot to talk about my experience during the beta, because my thought was watching somebody play the beta will remind me of things that I'm not thinking of right now. And I'll also be talking a lot more about what I'm doing, because there is some cool shit that I'm doing for Dune Awakening. I do some tech reviews for Fi-Fine. I had good results. My main content is podcasting, pop culture, and film stuff. Yeah, I'll have to check you out, man. I love pop culture and film stuff like that, especially film, dude. You'll be hard-pressed to find somebody who knows more about movies than I do. And I don't say that lightly. It's one of like my passions. Anyway, let me grab some water. I'll be right back. And re-swearing. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, no problem. I know I never curse. I always I make it a point. Like, it's important to me to not curse in my content so anybody can watch it. And the message doesn't get diluted with cursing. You're welcome to join me on a show. Yeah, dude, I'd love to. Send me an email. If you go to my website, TACETMORT3M.com, you can find my email address. It's tacet.mortem7 or 07 at gmail.com. And I'm happy to join you. Yeah, we'll talk about it and figure out a day. It'd be awesome. I'd love to. It'd be fun. Give me a second. Let me get some water, and then we'll switch over. Hang out, guys. I'll be right back.
I think that they got worm sign and they need to move. We do have a known bug in the game where the spice color disappears from the sand.
It's still there. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's happening.
Well,
there he is.
That's why they.
And there's the
you can
grandfather
actually
worm.
hear that. Yeah.
That's shy.
It's great seeing the little sandworm.
Yeah, the little tiny one on the side. You can see the scale.
Little baby getting into the action there.
This is the ring mouth worm.
That's the ring mouth, yeah.
And that's gonna swallow everything
that
that's in the
big,
middle.
yeah.
They're just everything there is lost.
It
and
takes
it's
the lot. But these guys managed to succeed, and they can take their haul out of the deep desert today with them.
Very well prepared.
Yeah, they were well prepared.
Very well prepared. So as our crew here is now going back to Actually, maybe we can explore a little bit because we do actually have Imperial testing stations here as well. And I think we're actually somewhat close to one, if I remember correctly. So we can maybe show that from above as well. Again, to just bring it in that there is a lot of content in the Deep Desert that is not just like flat out PvP, right? So we really want to...
Correct. And this is our high-end PvE encounters happen in the Deep Desert. So the eco labs or ecological testing stations, they're actually tuned for 4 players. So it's the main PvE challenge would be out here where you're going to get those unique schematics that we were talking about earlier. But you need to scout, you need to find them, and then you need to perhaps fight over them.
And work as a team. I think these are tuned towards minimum 4 people.
Right,
we actually showed one in our combat stream.
Yeah, the second part.
Yes, exactly. They're like kind of wave-based, kind of very different approach than the Imperial testing stations that we have in Haga Basin.
And they're different every week.
The entrance to Colby Station. And you know, like as the game continues.
All right, y'all, that didn't take so long, did it? And while I was getting some water, I decided to be a smart guy. What I'm going to do is just put my email address in chat so you don't even have to do any footwork. And you can just message me. Send me an email.
By hand and generate the spaces between them with the sand. So it's kind of like we fill in the gaps with the sand. But like we are building new layouts for this all the time, right? And then over time we'll incorporate more and more elements. So there'll be always something to do. That's the pillar of the game, infinite exploration, right? And that's one of the goals.
All right, there it is. Okay.
Explorable. And something else I'd like
what was I going to do? Okay, let's pause this. And what I'm going to do is bring up, I had it, something is going on where I think it's showing up on my 3rd screen, which is like over here. Because you have to have multiple screens when you're streaming stuff. Beta, beta footage, yeah. Somebody, like, I looked at a few people. Cheers, man, I'll be in touch. Yeah, for sure, do it. I hope you will be, brother. It'd be nice to come on. Okay, so this guy, I've watched him play before. He does a pretty good job, like a very good job. By the way, later, Action Podcast, APC. I hope we'll be talking soon. This tomographic guy, and if he decides he doesn't like me reacting to his content, I really don't care if he claims the money or not, or claims the video. I'm not really concerned about it, but I highly doubt he will. But he's a very cool content creator. He does a lot of different games. He's more like... He does a lot of different things. He doesn't stick with one particular game. He's like always covering the newest games. Got to put the kid to bed. Do your thing, brother. But he's cool. He's a very good content creator, and I enjoy watching his stuff. I always like to watch somebody who thinks the way I do and does things the way I do and says intelligent things and makes intelligent decisions, especially when it comes to game sense. Meaning like making intelligent decisions in game, and so many people don't. Anyway, but before we go into that, I want to talk about what I'm doing for Dune. Not everything, because like I said, I'll pause and we'll talk. But there's one thing I wanted to mention. So obviously, I've been following this game since it was announced. I want to say it's close to 2 years. And then for the past, let's say, year and a half, 18 months, somewhere in that neighborhood, content creators have started creating more content around the game, as well as Funcom themselves opening up, talking more about their game because it's getting closer to release. So I watched a lot of stuff, and I was watching this content creator a few months ago named Damone Kim. If you look up Dune Awakening, you will find his videos. He posts a lot of videos, and he posts a lot of videos about Dune. And he was talking about like, join our Discord community. We're going to be doing a guild and blah, blah, blah. You know, we're going to. So I was, after watching a few of his videos, like, I don't know what made me think, oh, I like this guy. I'll join this and I'll join this Discord and see what's up. But I did. And it turns out that it's called Unhinged Gaming, by the way. Unhinged Gaming is the name of the gaming community, as well as the name of the Discord server, but it really is kind of a gaming community. I would classify it as that more than just a Discord server. And I could tell, like, just from the different channels they had for Dune and the type of conversations that were going on in those channels, that these guys were pretty serious. And they were serious in a good way. Serious and, like, very organized, knew what they were doing. Anyway, so last week we had our post-beta meeting. And this is, like, the first time where we're going over, like, what the plan is for launch. And number one, it was unbelievably organized. Like, I was impressed. Number two is that their gaming community, Unhinged Gaming, has over 1,700 people in it, number one. Now, that's for all their different games. They've been around for more than 20 years. They play World of Warcraft, and I think, like, the dude was saying that they have some pretty heavy hitters from Warcraft who are part of their community. And I know, you know, my roommate used to play World of Warcraft, like, hardcore. Like, that was his life. So I understand what it means when he says some heavy hitters. I understand what he's talking about. They also do Star Citizen, PAX Day, and they're doing Dune. And in the meeting, you know, they talked about a lot of stuff. There was over 100, can't remember if it was 120 or 140 people in this meeting. But there, like, the meeting went on for about 45 minutes. They had a whole fucking PowerPoint presentation that was good. It wasn't shit. It was good. It was like, damn, dude, these guys spent some time on this, you know, like, they care. And just listening to the heads, so there's two heads. There's a guy named Grollo and then Damone Kim, the guy whose videos I was watching. They're the two heads, and Grollo was doing most of the talking. I could tell just by listening to Grollo speak that he not only has a lot of experience with running a gaming community, but, like, he has a lot of experience with these kind of games where you get a guild together, you get a squad of people together to accomplish objectives and kind of, you know, so you have a team. Like, I could just tell he's been doing this for a long time. And like I said, it was very organized. And they have a few different roles that they're doing for Dune. There's going to be wardens. So for each, so there's Unhinged Gaming is a gaming community, and for Dune. And then within that gaming community, there's going to be a bunch of different guilds. Still under the Unhinged Gaming banner, but because you can only fit so many people in each of these Dune sieges, and then only so many people in each world. So the world is what Dune calls a world is actually a server. That's the whole server. And then within each server, there's a bunch of sieges. Now, siege is a Dune term, but it's basically like instances of the game. So within each world, there's a bunch of instances. And you can only fit 32 people, I think, in each instance. So there's going to be a bunch of guilds, and there's a few different roles within those guilds. Sorry if I'm rambling a bit. I'm trying to get my thoughts together so I can explain it succinctly and so everybody understands. So the first role is a warden. So a warden is going to be like in charge of each world. And they're going to be like kind of overseeing stuff and making the biggest decisions about what we're going to do in terms of like, there's going to be PvP guilds. There's going to be PvE guilds within Unhinged and within our overarching like gaming community. But what the warden's going to be doing is saying like, okay, you know, like they were showing the Lansrad in this live stream, in the Funcom live stream. Okay, we need to focus on accomplishing this objective. So the wardens are going to be figuring out what we need to accomplish. Then there's a role called a Stormbreaker. And a Stormbreaker is going to be, and don't ask me about the names, I didn't choose them, but Stormbreaker's okay, you know, whatever. And a Stormbreaker is going to be primarily focused on getting the word from the warden. So the warden's going to be talking to the Stormbreaker and informing the Stormbreaker of what the plan is. They're going to be talking about, okay, how do we accomplish this plan? Okay, so we have this many squads. This is what these squads are going to do. This is what these squads are going to do, etc. Kind of figuring it out. Figuring out what we should be focusing on that day or that week, whatever. And then there's commanders. And the commanders are leading squads of 4 to 8. Now, if you saw in the live stream, and Joel from Funcom actually mentioned it, that they're going to limit the squad, each squad, like how many people you can have in your squad so you can see the numbers over their head, to 4. So let's say within Unhinged, we have a squad of 8. So that's 2 squads of 4. And then the commander is going to be in charge of the squad, and the warden and the Stormbreaker are going to talk, figure out what we need to do. Then the Stormbreaker is going to talk to the commander and say, okay, this is what we want you to do. And then the commander's going to, and probably the Stormbreaker and the commander will talk for a little bit, figure out, okay, how should we do this? And then the commander's going to talk to the squad and be in charge of the squad and make sure the squad gets whatever objective done. And like I said, I don't know if that sounds complicated, but I tried to make it as, it's not really that complicated, but they were, like I said, they were incredibly organized, and it was clear that they'd done this before. This is not their first rodeo. It doesn't even sound like it's their 5th rodeo. Like, they've been doing this for a long time. Like I said, that community's been around. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I thought I did. The Unhinged gaming community's been around for over 20 years. So I would assume their first game was probably World of Warcraft. And they kind of just took it from there. So I could tell just from the organization and the way they want to accomplish objectives and get things done that they've done this before in other games, and they know they have a system, basically. And like I said, the meeting lasted about 45 minutes. Now, ever since I joined, I've been telling Grollo, who's like the guy who interacts most with the community, and he's one of the 2 heads of the whole thing, been like, dude, I want to be a commander. I want to be a commander. I want to be a commander. Because, you know, I know a lot about this game, Dune Awakening. I've been waiting for it for a long time, and I don't care so much about, like, the reason I want to be a commander is not to order people around or tell people what to do, but it's more that I don't want somebody who doesn't know as much as I do telling me what to do. That's what it is. You know, or like, hey, this is what we're supposed to do, but I'm not exactly sure how to do it, so kind of figure it out. You know, I don't want that. I would rather be the guy being like, okay, this is what we need to do. This is how I think we should do it. Tell me what you guys think, my squad or whatever, assuming I become a commander. You guys tell me what you think, If you have any suggestions, let's figure out how we're going to do it together, and then let's go do it. And I know my own capabilities, and I know myself. So that's why I want to be a commander. Now, they haven't chosen commanders yet. I think they're going to do it on the 31st of May, so in a few days here. But if I had to guess, I would say I probably will, but I don't know for sure, you know. And if I don't, it's not the end of the world. I don't care that much. So, and the reason I mention all that is like, this whole thing for Dune Awakening that's coming is gonna be pretty damn organized. Whether I'm a commander, whether I'm in a squad with other people and somebody else is the commander, it's gonna be very organized, which is great. That's exactly what I want. And that's, I think, exactly what we're gonna need to succeed in a game like this. Like, sure, you can play solo and that's cool, but eventually it's gonna become difficult to fly solo when you're going up against guilds. And we're not the only, you know, Unhinged Gaming's not the only people doing this, right? It's going to be, you know, pretty serious, pretty sweaty. And I think it's going to be really cool. I think it's going to really add to the game. It's going to add to the streams. It's going to add to the content. And another thing they thought of is like, so each squad will have its own Discord channel, like voice channel. So the plan on June 5th is be in the Discord voice channel for my squad. Get the rest of my squad into the voice channel with me. Make sure we all join the same world, the same siege, and then we ride, you know, and then we play the game. And because I played the beta and I did a lot of experimenting, I kind of have a fairly good idea. Assuming they don't change a lot from the beta, I have a good idea of what we should be doing first, the things we should be doing first. And it's not about rush, let's get to the deep desert. It's about let's move intelligently, quickly, and efficiently to get to each tier of gear, each tier, so we can get to the top tier of stuff. Excuse me. So then we can get to the deep desert, doing everything intelligently. So I have that going on. And I'm really excited about it. And I hope I get chosen as a commander, but, you know, we'll see. So anyway, that's what I have going on in terms of guild and what the plan is for me, at least day one. And, you know, probably everything won't be smooth in terms of the Unhinged Gaming and getting everything together. But that's why I would like to be a commander, is to try to make it as smooth as possible. Anyway, let's get into the beta. We'll watch a little bit of the beta, then I'll pause and talk a little bit about it. And if anybody has any questions, ask them.
Stream started there if you've been hanging out in the chat, but we've just done some server hopping to make sure the boys are all on the right one. It's a bit confusing, but we are playing with the fast boys today: Fuglet, Stone, Acolyte.
See, look, this dude's got his squad of folk.
Them Dune Awakening. This is the same sort of build I played in my video, if you'd seen that. I did like a preview build with a bunch of creators. But now they're doing the public closed beta, which I think you can sign up for on their website and maybe on Steam.
Sorry, really quick, I'm going to pause. So the Dune released, or Funcom released on Steam, a character creator, a character builder. So you can have your character ready to go for launch day. And it took a few tries to get something that I really liked, like a character, the way the character looks, that I really liked. Because you're not choosing, the only thing you're choosing in terms of your abilities or skills or anything like that is your mentor. And you can choose a sword master, obviously melee focused, a trooper, which is ranged focused. A Bene Gesserit. Now, Bene Gesserits are kind of like a mixture. It's almost like a mixture of magic and psychic, but you control people with what's called the voice in the Dune universe. So, like, the different abilities as a Bene Gesserit would be, I can use the voice to have an NPC or a player who's like far away from me walk right up to me, and they have no control of their character. It's just running up to me so I can shoot them, fuck them up. There's also another one where you can just stun them and they stop. There's also another ability where you can sprint really fast, and we'll probably see some of that in the beta. Anyway, and then there's a Mentat. So Swordmaster, Trooper, Bene Gesserit, Mentat. And Mentat, it's kind of like a mix, I would say, of ranged and... I mean, Mentats, we're not going to talk about Dune lore in terms of what a Mentat is, but I would, in the game, a Mentat is a mix of ranged and mechanical stuff. So, like, the Mentat has a turret that you can set down, and it'll automatically shoot shit for you. What's up? What's up, Natine? What up, brother? What up? What up? So anyway, so I went through, it took me like 3 times to get my character the way I wanted it to look. Like, the first one looked like shit. Second one I thought looked pretty good. The third one looked really good. And so, like, my character for launch is ready. So when the game launches, I'll be able to import that character in. Boom. Don't have to worry about fucking creating a new character and shit. Cool, man. Cool, man. I'm happy you've been lurking. So in the beta, when I first got into the beta, what this guy's playing, the public beta that was a couple weeks ago, I was like, dude, I was thinking to myself, dude, I don't care. I don't care what my guy looks like, because all this stuff gets wiped. So everything from this beta got wiped. So none of the progress, you don't get to keep any of your progress. So I was like, I don't care what it looks like since it's getting wiped anyway. But then when I actually got in here, I was like, no, fuck that. I kind of want him to look kind of cool. But I ended up, the character that I made for the beta was a little too pretty. Just a little too pretty. The character that I'm actually going to be playing with, I would say he's on the prettier side. Like, he's good looking, whatever. He's got his own thing going on. But the character I made for the beta, he looked like he was a little too pretty. But anyway, let's keep going.
So yeah, we're going to jump in and have some fun today. I'm actually going to see what the multiplayer's like, because when I took part in that preview, I couldn't see other players. I mean, there was like 1 or 2 people that I saw, but there was no PvP going on, so maybe we'll get some of that today.
And there's like there's a fair amount of options.
I might just randomize this.
Like, you can make the character look a lot of different ways. I would say, if anything, the thing that doesn't have a lot of choices is the hair. There's like 20, 25 options for hair, which is enough for me. But I have heard some people saying, "Oh, I wish they had more."
Yeah, you can get pretty in depth with customization.
Yeah, just like he said.
Some people are gonna make like.
You can get pretty in depth with it. There's all kinds of stuff you can do.
In this game too, like I did in Monster Hunter not too long ago.
Let's see how he makes his character. Look, here's the hairstyles.
Timothy Chalamet haircut. That's it, right?
That is fucking, yeah. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there. That's Timothy. That's not Timothy Chalamet either. Yeah. I guess that's him. I think that's the hair I chose. That's one of the two is the hair I. There's one like that, and then there's one that's a little bit shorter. I think I chose the one that's shorter because I didn't like the idea of my hair being in my eyes. It's like, come on, dude.
Beards. Where are my beards? Beard style. There we go. There we go. I'm Timothy Chalamet. Nailed it.
Not at all, bro. That's not what he looks like. Bullshit.
Him.
Nope. I don't think that looks like Timothy Chalamet at all.
Him, but
yeah, thank you.
Kind of close already, and I spent
the hair is close.
The one I made for the video.
That's it. That's the only part of it that's close. Oh yeah, and then you can name your character, which is cool.
What have I done? Toggle the attire. Okay. It's just the name as it appears in game. Enter game.
So this is, okay, hold. This is important. So in the beta, as well as in the actual full release, you get this option. So Dune Awakening features a guided journey that locks the research menu until certain steps are completed. Advanced survival players may prefer to unlock the research menu from the beginning. So because I hadn't played Dune Awakening before, and because it was a beta, so like everything's getting wiped and all that, I chose locked so I could kind of figure out what the intelligent progression would be. As well as like, basically in order to unlock stuff, you have to do quests when you choose this locked option. So in order to unlock schematics for, let's say, a gun, a certain gun you want, or a Dew Reaper so you can collect water, or the shield, the blue shield that you wear, the Holtzman shield. When it's locked, you have to complete certain stuff and unlock certain things before you can move on to the next thing. There's a very clear progression system. So I chose that. And I'm happy I did because, like I said, I got to see how the progression system works, what the smart way to go about it would be. But having played it, I will be definitely choosing unlocked because there was a lot of things that I wanted that I couldn't get when I wanted it because I was locked. So, like, I had to do a quest to unlock a canteen before I could, like, and I already had canteens, by the way, to unlock this certain canteen. And my canteen, the canteen I already had was better than the one that I had to unlock. But I had to unlock this canteen before I could craft a shield, as an example, before I could unlock the thing that allows me to craft the shield, the schematic. And there were a lot of examples of that where, like, I couldn't craft the shit I wanted because I had to follow this progression system, which, like I said, because it's a beta, it's fine. But at launch, I will definitely be choosing unlocked because having played the beta for almost 30 hours, I have a pretty clear idea, at least for the first few tiers of gear, because the beta locked how far up you could go. You couldn't get the most badass shit in the game in the beta. I think you could only go up to the second tier. And then I know there was like some, like, you know, hardcore folk who were able to cheat the system or trick the system into allowing them to go up to the third level. But at least for the first couple levels, the first few tiers of gear, and from what I saw in the Funcom live stream today, there's going to be 6 tiers at launch. And they also kind of alluded to the fact that they're probably going to add even higher tiers post-launch. But considering I have a pretty clear idea for the first couple tiers of what to unlock and what's the most intelligent thing to unlock as early as you can, I'll be going unlocked. I know that was long-winded, but this is fucking important. Do not go locked. Do not. Or else you're going to end up being kind of frustrated.
Research menu. Okay. All right, boys. You did the recommended research menu, right?
I haven't even made my character.
Okay, cool. Spend some time with that. I'm going right in. Because I did all that in the last preview build.
You what I am?
Here we go.
Then I will sift your words for lies.
That's a Bene Gesserit, by the way.
The Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother.
Where were you born?
So the decisions you make here will change
your dialogue traits.
Like you can unlock certain emotes. You can see there. Look.
I don't give a shit about the emotes, but I do care about the dialogue traits.
But it all changes your class essentially.
No, it doesn't. Just changes your dialogue traits.
Industrialized volcanic world. So this is my home world. Oh, I can bring out a little.
I chose Caladan.
A little musical instrument.
Because that's Atreides. Gidi Prime is
mountain, tundra, and forest.
Harkonnen. Then the other ones I'm not as familiar with. I am familiar with Kaitain, but I can't. I can't remember what it's from.
That's me.
The order of the Imperium is rooted in the.
So this is another dialogue trait. So you can be a peasant, nobility, or just like a regular
So you
citizen.
unlock dialogue traits, which I imagine when you speak to certain NPCs will give you, will allow you to unlock certain conversations, maybe that can.
He's right about
help with
that.
missions or.
I don't know about helping with
training or
missions, but it might make certain conversations easier depending on what you choose.
That serves the great houses. Yeah, so if you don't know, I haven't actually.
I chose
said, 'cause if you watch
nobility.
that video, then you don't know
Of
what this
course
game
I
is,
did,
but,
right?
Dune Awakening is like a survival game made by Funcom, and I think it's the same devs. That
And I'm just
made-
gonna let this play too. Like this guy might say some
God, what's the
shit
name
that
of
we
it?
already
Someone help me
know,
in chat.
but
Conan Exiles, right? Let's do this one.
Did you give bad advice?
oh, so he
Or make a
chose
bad deal?
the nobility too.
Power is to walk the knife's edge.
Now this is the
And then
important
here's the
one.
classes.
All right. So Bene Gesserit, use the voice. So starting ability, use the voice to force someone towards your position from afar. So one I was talking about. Mentat, you get your starting thing is you get the Sentinel. That's that little turret that I was talking about. But an important thing for those who don't know is you're not. This is whatever you choose. It just applies to the first skill tree that you have. You can unlock all 4 skill trees. You can choose to be a Mentat and never invest more than a couple points into Mentat, and instead go with anything else. So everything gets unlocked. All you have to do is find the right trainer. So like a Bene Gesserit trainer or a Swordmaster trainer or a trooper, whatever. And then there's also a 5th one. Now the 5th one is called the Planetologist, but you don't get to choose it here because the Planetologist doesn't have a lot of abilities, whereas these other 4 have a lot of abilities and techniques. I guess it's a good time to go over that. So you get 3 abilities. You get to you start with 2. You end up unlocking a 3rd. So you could have the starting ability for the Mentat, as an example, is the turret. So you could have the turret as one of your abilities. Then you could have, let's go back.
Yeah, it's like an MMO
God damn it.
survival game. Classes.
10. There we go. God damn it. Son of a bitch. I'm just going to let this play.
And then here's.
All right. Then your second ability could be Compel, the Bene Gesserit.
The classes.
And then your third ability
Yeah, it's like
could
an MMO
be,
survival game.
I think
This
the
version of the game
trooper
is like the first
starting,
25, 30 hours.
the trooper starting ability is a Shigawire claw, which is basically, imagine a big wire that you can shoot into a mountain and then it'll shoot up high onto a mountain and then it'll take you all the way up like a zip line. So you can choose whatever abilities you want, whereas the Planetologist doesn't have a lot of abilities, but it has a fuck ton of passives. Now, sorry, I'm all over the place. You get 3 abilities, then you get 3 techniques that you can equip. And what techniques are like super passives. They're like passives except way more powerful and useful. So like one example of a passive that the Mentat has that I will be going with is called Iron Will, I think it's called. Iron Will, yeah. And what that does is when a Bene Gesserit tries to do some of their psychic bullshit on me, if I have enough stamina, it'll drain my stamina, but I won't get affected by the psychic bullshit. So like I have full stamina. The Bene Gesserit tries to use Compel on me to bring me towards them so they can fuck me up, shoot me, and kill me. If I have enough stamina, boom. So like my stamina basically took the hit rather than me taking the hit. And that's a super passive, right? That's not like a regular passive like, oh, you get 10% more damage. Nah, that's fucking important. Then there's another one in the trooper class, like another technique that's called Battle Hardened. And what Battle Hardened does is it reduces your ability cooldowns. And some of these techniques have up to 3 tiers. So like you start with a 10% ability cooldown. Then on the second tier, it's 15 or 20. Then on the third tier, it's like 25 or 30%. Now imagine a 30% or even a 25% reduction in your ability cooldown. That's fucking huge. That's huge. So we're talking about super passives with the techniques. Now, to go back to the planetologist, just about everything is just a passive. So each of these classes also have a lot of passives, regular passives. So like the trooper, as an example, has 3 tiers of, you do more shotgun damage, you do more SMG damage, more pistol, more rifle, because they're primarily focused on ranged combat. For the Bene Gesserit, there's things like your health regenerates faster. So that's just a passive, not a super passive, just a regular passive. And then there's I think 3 tiers of that. The Swordmaster is the stamina class, or they have the stamina passives. So you can increase your max stamina, and then you can increase your stamina regeneration. And so the planetologist has a lot of passives. It's mostly passives. There's like 1 or 2 abilities in there, and they're not really that useful. But planetologist is probably the most useful class because of how important the passives are. And once you get the passive on your character, it's yours. You don't have to equip it, nothing. It's just part of your character. And they have things like increasing the overall power of your power pack. So your power pack powers your Holtzman shield, your shield. It powers your suspensor belt, so the thing that allows you to float. It power anything that takes power. That's what the power pack does. So you increase your max power. Then there's another passive in the planetologist skill tree where you increase your recharge rate, so you can recharge your power pack faster. So let's say I have my shield on, and Sly Unit comes over and starts shooting me, trying to kill me. So what you'll see is my power pack get drained because he's taking down my shield by shooting me. Now, if I don't have those passives, it's going to take much longer for my shield to regenerate. But let's say, I have my shield on, I have my planetologist passives, planetologist passive for increased recharge rate, and Sly starts shooting me, trying to take my shield down so he can kill me. Then I run behind a corner, and he's trying to run after me and shoot me, but he's not landing any hits. So my power pack's going to regenerate a lot faster because of those passives. And the planetologist has a lot of that. And before we move on, sorry to talk so much, but I want to give as much context and kind of tell you guys as much as I've learned. All the different things that I've learned, is that so there's a website where you can basically do a mock skill tree. It's actually really fucking cool. And you can, you have 200 total skill points, and then you can add them however you want. And you can see what your finished character will look like in terms of what abilities you have, like all the different passives you have, all the techniques. Then you can equip abilities and equip your techniques so you can see exactly what your ideal build will be right now, which is huge because you kind of then have a path of, what you need to do. Okay, I need to upgrade this next, then this, then this, then this. And you're not having to spend a bunch of time scrolling through the 5 different classes. Do I want this? Do I want that? Which is more important? Is it this? Already. And what I did is I took a couple screenshots and I created a PDF of that. And what I'm going to do is while I'm streaming, I'm going to have a timed message go off, I don't know, every 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever, and with a link to this PDF. It'll be linked to a Dropbox. So if anybody's interested, they can click the link and see exactly what my build is going to be. And obviously, I've been waiting for this game a long time. I spent a fucking lot of time creating what I think is a really intelligent build. That'll be cool. But the point is that while I'm streaming, you'll be able to click this link and you'll see where I'm at. So like, I just looked at the PDF. Show me where you're at on your skills. And then I can show you really quick and be like, okay, this is the next thing I'm going to get. And then you can look at the PDF and see it. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
And then when the full game releases, obviously you're going to have a larger map with a deep desert, which isn't in this
Sorry
build,
for
but the
stopping
deep
so
desert
much,
is
but
where
we're going to be
pretty
stopping
much
a
all
lot.
of the
I want to give you
PvP
as
goes down.
much information as I have.
PvP is quite
And I don't
limited
care how many
to,
subscribers this guy have, as
and that
I
sort
know
of thing,
more
but-
about this game than he does.
And obviously when you're out in the
But
desert,
he's cool.
it's,
He's cool. I'm not hating
no
on him.
man's
I'm
land.
just
It's still, like,
saying.
open segments of desert that
He's
you
already
fly
said a
in,
few
but
things that are incorrect, and I don't blame him for
there's a
that
level.
because he's, you know, he plays a lot of different games.
Thank you for the 10 gifted. God damn.
I know. See, this guy's getting 10 gifted. Shit my pants if I got 10 gifted. So.
Another thing too, I should explain. This
And
to the
he's
boys,
cool. He
when
is.
you
He's worth
choose
it.
your class,
Like he deserves it. He's a really good content creator.
you will probably want to choose something that's not Trooper, because Trooper is like a teacher.
And oh shit! Sorry, one more thing. I apologize. Do not choose the Trooper. So unless they change it from the beta, which they might. It wouldn't surprise me if they did. However, remember the closed beta has been going on for 1.5 years. We just had the open beta. The Trooper is the first skill teacher you meet in the first fucking area, in the first, like, I can't remember what you call it. It's like a trading post. And you get the trading post in you get to the trading post in the first couple hours. So you're at this trading post within 2 hours for sure. And all you got to do is talk to the Trooper. Then you have to do a couple quests for him. I'm not going to ruin what the quest is, but the quest isn't that hard. And then now you've unlocked the Trooper skill tree. So don't choose the Trooper because you unlock it so early. My recommendation would be to either go Mentat or Bene Gesserit. That's my recommendation. Because from everything that I understand, the Swordmaster, once you reach a certain level, the melee combat is not going to be as big of a factor. Because you're going to have such high tier guns and such powerful guns. There's a shotgun that can 2-shot a shield. So imagine that. Imagine the point is you're never going to get close enough to do melee combat. You're not going to get close enough. And this is coming from other people that I've seen in the Unhinged Gaming Discord and in the Dune Awakening Discord who have said, like, nah, melee combat's not a thing. But the Swordmaster does have those stamina abilities, and those stamina abilities, as I said, are fucking important. I would say stamina is more important than your health in this game. So Swordmaster is still important, but either go Bene Gesserit or Mentat, because those are the last two skill teachers you find. So you're gonna not even be able to touch the Bene Gesserit stuff or the Mentat stuff for a while, because they're the last two you find. Whereas the Trooper and the Swordmaster, as well as the Planetologist, you unlock pretty early. Okay, let's continue.
That you find early on, and you can like go into any one of the classes, so don't feel limited right now.
I have no idea what that means.
And if anybody in chat has any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. And if I don't know, I won't bullshit you and try to tell you something. I'll just tell you I don't know.
Trainer in the world.
But most questions I should be able to
So
answer.
all you're doing when you've created your character is choosing the class you want at the start of the game, but all of them can be unlocked and all of them can be spec'd into at any point. So you can be a trooper with a grappling hook and then also have the Bene Gesserit voice to like mind control people.
He's basically telling you what I already did, but he's right. He's right.
Which I think you can even do on players, which is crazy. I'm going to do Mentat to start.
Mentat's a good
Do
one.
this one. Deploy a
I'm going to choose
Spencer
Bene Gesserit.
Boyd Dart projector that uses motion detection to cover a field of fire. So I literally just get a...
But this Sentinel is something I want bad. The that
last time.
Trooper,
as I said, you can find
turret,
trainer for that in the starting
especially
area,
when you
so
upgrade it,
I'm
it's
still
going to be
expecting for that early
it's
on.
going to
Get
be
the grapple hook or whatever.
powerful.
Swordmaster, I'm not sure, so
kind of
let's
OP.
do this.
You must have been very young. The mind must be prepared, or the training does not take.
Yeah, thanks, Seiki. I appreciate that.
The test is almost complete. Have you spoken truth?
I have spoken truth. So this is like...
I love
It's
that,
like, are
that
you
she
sure?
gives you the
Or do you wanna
option
make
to
changes?
change.
Oh god, I accidentally clicked that.
That's smart.
The order. Did you?
Whoops.
You,
At least it highlights the ones I chose.
Come
Yes.
here.
Oh god.
She just used the voice.
Now we got to do the hand in the box thing.
Yeah. What do they call that?
Should I unlock research menu or no?
I can't remember what the
no,
box is
the
called.
recommended one.
But the that thing is the Gom Jabbar.
I hold at your neck the Gom Jabbar, the high-handed enemy.
So cool.
Put it away or you will die.
Otherwise, you just don't get the tutorial.
An animal will pull its hand from the box. What will you do? You know, it's from the book and the movies.
And the Fremen are missing. You will go to Arrakis as our agent, prisoner. You have one task. Find the Fremen. Wake the sleeper.
I know what find the Fremen means. I have no idea what wake the sleeper means. I have no fucking clue what that means, but it's story related.
I understand.
I love that you only have the option to say yes. You can't say no, I don't understand, you know. I wouldn't, even if I didn't understand, I'm not going to tell that woman I don't understand. I don't want her to stab me with that thing.
One rule. Keep your hand in the box and live. Withdraw it and die. An animal would gnaw off its own hand to escape.
Oh, I forgot she says that.
And we can only be served by humans.
It's a direct quote from the book.
Find the Fremen.
At least the first part of it.
You will know when it is.
Listen to the music too. Music's dope, especially in game. I mean, you'll hear it with this guy. Sorry this whole introduction has taken so long. I know you guys want to see actual gameplay, but again, I just want to give you as much information as possible.
Giant ship in the sky that houses smaller ships in the Dune universe.
They ripped that directly from the Dune movie, and I think it's awesome. I love the visual aesthetic and style of the newer Dune movies.
Dune Awakening. Yeah, I think this game launches.
Did you say anything about
How
June
cool
10th
is that?
before? Did that matter or?
June 5th, if you get the Ultimate Edition, June 5th for the other edition. Or let me stop and start over. June 5th for the Ultimate Edition, June 10th for any of the other editions.
Benny Gesserit. Yeah. So those are the classes.
Then you have to do a little. I kind of call it like a mini tutorial, but it's more like an introduction.
At any point once you get in the game.
Thank fucking God it's not as long as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I don't know if you guys have seen my YouTube video, but holy shit.
You can find that guy.
I love Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, one of the greatest games ever made. But that tutorial, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that as long as I live. That's the longest tutorial I've ever had in my life. And if anybody watched that stream, that first KCD2 stream, I was just mad like the whole time. Every time I thought the introduction was over, it just kept going and going and going.
For the same thing. The ships are called Highlands.
God.
Okay.
Great game though. I feel quite hungry. Dude, you're always posting that shit. Ooh.
Yeah, so there is like a story to this game as well. It is a survival game with PvP and PvE, but you do follow a story throughout the game. Not sure how long the
So that guy
is, though.
just stabs some random. And I think he drags you. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, he drags you. I have no idea what the Al-Shaid Al-Khadeeb is either.
Asgard Mothership.
I think that's also created for the game. I don't remember that from the lore. I'm still getting used to this new keyboard I have, so occasionally I'm going to misclick or something. It's a badass keyboard. Like, definitely the best keyboard I've ever had, but, yeah, I'm still getting used to it. Now, this guy looks a little pretty, but he's got kind of a big nose. I would have made the nose smaller. I mean, if you want to look pretty and own it.
Just get straight into it without faffing about in settings.
Because that nose looks like somebody's broken it at least once.
Might have saved my profile. That's my hope.
Bat. And this is where you start, right here. This is where the introduction begins. And this is in 1080p, but I swear to God, in 4K, it's unbelievable.
Okay. It might have done.
And it looks good here too.
So this is like a point of feedback I had. Like after playing Arc Raiders and how smooth like the inertia felt of the character.
Arc Raiders.
These also feel great on console.
Oh yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah.
on keyboard and mouse, like when games are a bit snappy like this, when you're like, I hit A and D and there's no smooth animation between the two directions. It just looks weird, doesn't it? Like
I don't know.
Get immersed
I don't
in
know.
the world and then immediately taken out of it.
I'm also definitely biased to
doing all
like
this
this
stuff.
game, so on stuff like this, I'd probably listen to this guy over me. Tomographic. Sorry to just call him this guy. His name's Tomographic.
Fremkit. Just call it a backpack, mate.
No, dude. No. No, we're not going to call it a backpack because it is a Frem kit. We're in Dune, son.
Knife and a salvage vest or something? Okay, craft a knife.
They didn't come up with that. It is a Frem kit.
You do most of the crafting inside this, outside of actual base components, which you have to do inside the base. Okay,
But this is how it starts. So you...
Cut the moisture seal.
Then you have to... Sorry, I'll try to be quiet and just let this
Plants, which
play.
only fill up a certain amount of hydration, bottom left. You can't drink any more than that.
I love that, like, once you reach a certain level of hydration, you hear them, like, gag. Because, I mean, imagine drinking water off a plant. Not the best drink of water you've ever had, right?
Class abilities, yeah. And then you can do, like, the... How do I do it again? Oh, they don't want me to do it yet. I need plant fiber.
Which is right next to you.
Got it. Make bandages.
And it seems like at first, like, that crafting menu is going to be like, man, this looks really tedious and it takes a long time. But it's actually really easy. At least I found it easy.
Anywhere.
It was very intuitive for me, at least. And once I got the hang of it, which did not take long, I had it under control.
And you can also press space to, like...
Then another thing about this game is you can climb anywhere. You can climb anything, anywhere. As long as you have the stamina to do it.
Arc Raiders for so long.
So the introduction continues probably for like another, depending on how fast he does it, maybe like 20 minutes.
Blinded by the light. You enter this new world. Sandstorm in the distance.
And I'm going to let this play. Otherwise, I'd go past it. I've seen this a bunch, but...
So then...
Oh, he's got a bat. I thought it was a bird.
You're not quite dead.
I never paid that close of attention. It's a bat. That's cool.
Now you will know a thing that few but the Fremen have seen. For many, the last thing they saw before they were slaughtered.
Now, these are ZOTAC. ZOTAC, the Emperor's troops, and they're hardcore and not to be fucked with. And that goes back to the lore too. Like the ZOTAC are supposed to be the best fighters in the Imperium, but the Fremen are actually the best fighters in the Imperium.
Twin comets in the sky, a rebirth from fire and death, and a Sardaukar net closing around us. Your survival heralds interesting times.
So I remember asking him all these other questions, not the chosen one. And he eventually said something to the effect of like, shut up, stop talking.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I didn't even get to ask all the questions. He told me to shut up.
Protocol is to remain aloft and kill anything that moves from above.
How do we get one down?
That's where you come in. If you can slip back onto the Proteus and locate the command module, you can activate the captain's personal emergency transmitter. He's a noble.
Transmitter?
They're not allowed to let him die. Leave the rest to me.
I hardly know it.
Yeah. Take this Communinet transceiver. It's essential for planetary communication. Now go, and be quick. The Mother Storm is upon us.
I need help, guys. I'm ruined. I'm ruined.
Stick to the shadows, Off-Worlder.
Oh yeah, of course.
The sun is deadly to the unprepared.
Dismiss that. Yeah, if I stand in the light, you'll see a meter appear below the compass. See that? So you get like certain outfits and suits that have resistance to the heat, but you will lose hydration and stamina real quick if you stay in the sun too long. Arrakis is hot. Holster on holster with G. Okay. Oh, that man got beheaded.
The guards have sealed themselves inside.
I think it did save my settings from last time I played, because the FOV's cranked.
And Offworlder, be careful.
Okay, now that's given me a power pack, which will power stuff like... I could get like a belt that gives me a shield. And Aculus just said... he's got no servers. Go to region select and reselect NA. Okay, the bodies of down enemies can hold vital tools, resources, and components. Loot the cutlery. Look at the sand. Some good footprints, and they'll like blow away too. And they can also be tracked by the players.
The
okay,
cutlery is primarily a mining tool. Offworlder.
Scan first, reveal the line.
Resources. Using it to cut open ships is an added benefit.
Sorry, chat, just make sure Aculus is able to get in. Nice, got the resources from that.
Blocked by a pentashield. You'll need a pentashield key to pass through. See if there's another way forward.
Got the hinges off the door. Very good.
Ready your weapon, Offworlder. The guards won't hesitate. Neither should you.
Get sliced. Whoa! Okay, parry.
Parry your opponents just as their strikes will hit you. This should stagger them, giving you a window of opportunity.
Oh, I have to do it 3 times. I got you. You're like unkillable until I do this. Damn it. May thy knife chip and shatter. 1.
Eyes on enemy.
Damn it. There we go.
Access granted.
How nice of them to give me a bandage. Definitely need it after throwing. Okay, then we go through here. Directional dash to break out of staggered state. I'm getting hit by electricity. Get water from these as well. Very good. Having your hydration level above 1/3 will give you a bonus to your maximum stamina. Oh yeah. Right, this guy's got a Holtzman shield on, so you have to do the heavy attack to get through it.
A swift attack can force your enemy off balance, but only a slow blade penetrates a shield.
Damn you. I got the dodges though. Yeah. Melee combat is like the weakest part, in my opinion, which I think they do need to improve, because you've got to have really good melee in a Dune game, right? You have to. It's still good, but it's not great, and it needs to be great. I do prefer the swords though compared to the knives. The knives are just like pretty weak combos.
That's insane. I've had my mic muted this whole time. That hurts me in my soul, dude. I've been talking this entire time. That really pisses me off. I'll live, but motherfucker. I'm gonna... I like mute it to cough or something so it doesn't bother you guys, but then sometimes I'll forget to... I need to program it to like one of my foot pedals or something else. I'm gonna work on that when we're done with stream here.
I know. That's why I brought you here.
So that's a Zotacr, and he killed this dude's homies. You end up unlocking swords and stuff. I had a sword. I don't remember how much I got to use it, but I don't even know if I did use it, but I had one.
Sliced. Oh my god, what badass.
Die like a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, they want to like limit some of the content, you know, but this is only the starter area that the beta's taking place in. So there's not really much places to fly around anyway if you wanted to.
But my leg is bad and I won't be able to work the pedals.
And when the full game comes out, you get the building components to make like actual landing pads and shields and all that fun stuff.
You get components to do a lot more than that.
We're just sand vampires, really. Best source of hydration when there's so many people about is their blood.
But like I said, this is the end of the tutorial. You take over as soon as these cutscenes end. Thank God. Only because KCD2 was such a good game was I able to deal with that long-ass tutorial. But even then, like, I considered dropping the game.
I don't know why that's limited to 30. So many games do that now.
No, it's not limited to 30.
It's like a console thing.
It's not.
Yeah, so June 10th is the...
He needs to play with the
launch,
settings.
That's right. And then they've got the... On the 5th is the... Like, the premium access. That
But,
Steam does now.
yeah.
So yeah, you can play
that tutorial, man. I was thinking very seriously about never playing that game again after that first 4-hour fucking tutorial.
To say much, I actually played like 50 hours of this in a preview build not too long ago. Really enjoyed it though. Like, it surprised me how much game there is here.
This is a different character. What happened to his hair?
My main point of feedback though was just that combat needs some work.
What happened to his hair? This is a different character.
But it's still like fun. There's a lot of fun combos you can do. And I think a lot of people...
I wonder what he did here.
When there's not like perfectly clean mechanics, because it allows for movement tech and combat tech. You know, stuff you can only do when a...
And that's another person that he's looking at. That other person you saw, that's another person.
You know, like the jankiness is a friend to some players.
My leg is bad. I need to lay low.
But with it being PvP, you'd hope that it just works.
And you got to remember to stick to the shade. Don't stay out in the sun too long.
She will be my eye in the sky, so I can continue to offer my sage advice.
So this guy's going in here, probably thinking this guy's not a person, but that's a person for sure.
Contains a series of basic survival schematics.
There's a player.
Yeah. Look at it's funny how like the because there's voice in this game too, like he could talk to him if he wanted, but the universal like I'm a friend is to teabag. I just think that's fucking hilarious. Like, where did that come from? Like, the universal thing is to teabag, dude. Hilarious. I do it too, though. I did it, you know. I think it's because it's one thing everybody can do.
What's up? Thanks for all the free stuff.
So he clearly doesn't know that, but in PvE,
Okay.
in any
research
area that's not PvP,
What was this outfit?
let's say me and two other people are raiding a dungeon or raiding this area right here. We will each get the loot. Just because I take stuff from the chest doesn't mean it's not there for him. It's there for everybody. So each person will get the loot. When you go to PvP,
Why does he sound like a Minecraft zombie?
then there's only one set of loot.
Jank, isn't it?
No, dude, you're playing like shit. I don't think that's jank. He's playing like shit.
All right, let's make this outfit. So I've actually got some armor.
So yeah, in PvP,
What was that doing?
there's only one set of loot.
Ow, my legs. My poor
So
legs.
you'll have to share it, or figure out how you're gonna
Advantages of
distribute
this.
it.
Take the granite so I can build. Bring out the cutter.
And that can include badass schematics, all kinds of stuff. It's kind of, I get it. I get why they did it. But and I like that they did it. But it's still, I hope that doesn't become a pain in the ass, where you're arguing over who should get the loot.
Definitely looks like a beta. Yeah. It did say that the build they have, like this is just obviously the one they've made for the public beta, but
They're like definitely. So somebody in his chat said definitely looks like a beta. Dude, I gotta say, it didn't feel like a beta to me. Maybe it's just because I'm so excited for the game. Like I said, I can't really be trusted. My opinion is definitely skewed to like this game, but it did not feel like a beta to me.
So we'll see how that plays out. Watch out for that sandworm, though.
So yeah, careful of the sandworm, and then like where you see that light over there from like a fire, those are NPCs that you can kill and take their shit.
Salvage metal from the wreckage with your cutter, and use it to make a Mauler pistol and darts. Don't let the Imperial disdain for ranged weapons lead you astray. Very few people are foolhardy enough to use shields this.
So in order to craft shit, you first have to research it. So you have to research the schematic for it before you can craft it. And you get more points for research by unlocking intel, what are called intel points. And you get intel points by going after, not like, that's a little NPC camp. You're not going to find it there. But there's tons of larger NPC bases, and you can get your intel points that way. Then you can unlock schematics, and that's why it's important to do the unlocked. Then you can unlock whatever schematic you want.
Tempt the sandworm over.
He'll probably be better at this.
You know?
Boom, got him.
Like I can't target lock a character and then get into a melee fight with him. Shooting cover in front of me.
Then get good, son. I don't know what to tell you, Tomographic. I didn't have as many problems with the melee as a lot of people have.
Like one thing they've said in the dev videos is that like they're trying to be the best combat survival game. So if they're gonna say something like that,
I don't know if I ever remember them saying that, but I'll trust them.
You know? And they've got the foundation here, definitely, but they just need to iron it all out, make it smooth, make it.
I'm not gonna call him a liar, but I don't remember that. And again, sorry about having my mic muted for a second a little earlier.
Yeah, there's like
I said, occasionally I'll cough or something, and I don't want to ruin your ears, and I just forgot to unmute myself. But that will not happen again. Believe that.
Crafting stuff that's usually
famous
mundane,
last words.
Kind of streamlined.
So what are you trying to do? Oh, so you need to craft 90 darts.
Controls. Do I have music on? No. That would help, wouldn't it? Probably been missing out on some bangers.
What is he trying to? Oh, it's up. You missed it. You missed it, brother. Thumb mouse button.
Oh. Ah, okay, yeah, you have to be...
And I bought a mouse
yes,
specifically for this game that has like 12 different buttons on it.
Got it. What was
And
the
I
right
have
button key?
everything
2.
mapped. Because you have 8 different hotbar items if you look in your lower right-hand corner.
It's definitely doable when you just focus on the...
And you're not limited in what you can carry there, meaning,
You wouldn't want to do that
like I
with,
said, there's a
PT.
shotgun in the end game where you can 2-shot a shield
knowing how much health you have
with
for this.
it. And let's
Definitely a choice when
say
it comes to the combat. There it
you
is.
can carry 4 of those shot, as many as you want. You could carry 8
The high...
of those shotguns. So if you run out of ammo, you don't have to wait to reload. You can just switch to your next one and keep shooting. And I think that's cool, personally. Some people were like, "Oh, I think that's too OP."
Pull this sandworm.
But I mean, get good. You know,
Well, not
get
going
good.
to-
Stop bitching. That's just my opinion, though.
Ow, ow.
Gotta block it, son.
My skill points yet.
So-
Research the respawn beacon.
Yeah.
Craft the respawn beacon.
Those are important too. You can only set down one respawn beacon at a time, but you want to set down a like, let's say you're about to do a dungeon, a hard dungeon. Put a respawn beacon outside of that dungeon. So let's say you're rolling with a squad of 4, you die, but your homies are still alive. You will respawn at that beacon right outside the dungeon so you can catch up with them. But you can only have one down at a time. And like I said, I'm going to be talking a lot during this and trying to give as much info as I've learned.
That's on 4.
And if anybody has any questions or anything throughout,
You can only pick
just
one in the world, I think.
if I can answer them, I will. But I also won't. I won't lie to you or bullshit you.
The Zelda climbing.
If I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know.
But the war of assassins and the Sardaukar pogrom
Like I said, you can climb anywhere on anything. But this guy's about to run out of stamina. He's about to fall. You did. You have done that. Where is it?
You just made the... You have done that yourself.
Allow them to do the hard work of gathering the salvage and then take it from them. Don't hesitate to kill them all. They would do the same to you.
Yeah, we'll be playing with Stone soon. Obviously, it's the
Scout first. Yeah, so I did
once we get
not
past this,
use the binoculars
group up
that
all of us.
much.
Me, Stone,
I used
like,
the survey probes more. Because with the binoculars,
sunlight, we'll get
as
into
you'll
it.
see,
Scout for a scavenger camp using binoculars.
you can like see the shit right in front of you. But with a survey probe, you'll get everything in like a big radius, including these, including all these camps, everything. And I just found and if you were able to mark enemies with the binoculars, so like if you see an enemy base and you looked in the binoculars and then it marks everybody kind of like Assassin's Creed style with the eagle or something, then the binoculars would be more useful. But because you can't do that, I used binoculars.
Skills.
I think this is the only time I used them whenever I had to, whenever it was demanded by the story to move forward or a quest or whatever. That's the only time I ever used them.
I need to find the trainer. I thought I chose Mentat.
So do I. I thought you chose Mentat. Ooh, that's a bug, son. He did choose Mentat. That's funny. I didn't see that.
Pistol so ass.
I didn't deal with any of this.
I missed my big dart assault rifle.
Ooh.
Sandworm Mount Wen. Dude, I really want to ride the bigger sandworm, but he's in the desert. Shai Halud. Like the deep desert. This sandworm that's going around.
I'm curious why he wasn't able to unlock any abilities. I want to see how he fixes this, or if he's able to. Or he has to reload the game or something. So I don't remember seeing... I didn't have this
Skills,
problem.
Use your ability. I don't have an ability.
We'll go back into the menu, dude. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, this has got to be a bug.
He did choose Mentat, right?
He did.
I'm confused.
So am I.
If Tom reads this, I poop my pants. Durza, I've read it. Now you've pooped your pants. Get wrecked. Unlock tree at the basic Mentat trainer. So we need to find the trainer?
No. No, you do not.
Something I'm missing here.
Yes. I think this is a bug. I'm fairly certain this is a bug.
Maybe. There's like a marker here for some reason. Half a respec? Maybe. I did Benny Gesserit last time.
Yeah, that would be my first. The only thing I would think of is press the respec skill tree button.
The reset respec thing. Mentat. Can be done once every 48 hours.
Just confirm it. You don't have any skills anyway.
Well, that's done nothing for me.
Huh. Yeah,
Nothing
this is a
skill
bug.
points. Yeah, but I can't spec into anything. You see how every option.
He's gonna have. The only thing I can think of now
trainer.
is this is the first time I've seen this. Is to log out and log back in.
Gesserit, Swordmaster, unlock tree there.
Damn, bro.
71 ping I just got there.
You're getting so much fall damage.
Banditos.
Bandages are important too. I always keep
Go to research.
at least 20 on me.
Yeah. Do my construction kit. But that's locked by the journey, which I'm currently limited by because of not being able to use my skills. It says use your ability.
This is interesting.
I cannot use my ability because I don't have one.
I want to see how he fixes this.
Huh? That wasn't a thing I encountered last time.
Me either.
I feel like that's a bug, no?
Yeah. Gotta be, dude. Gotta
Check
be.
the top skills. No, these are the ones, like, you work from the bottom to the top.
Maybe click on it anyway. Try clicking on one anyway. Start at the bottom.
That's definitely what I chose, right?
I know he can't hear me, but...
I'm so confused. I need to find the trainer.
Huh.
Trainer outpost northeast. Why would it not take me there first?
This is a bug.
That's my personal marker. Oh, right, yeah, that's why that was marked. Idiot. I put the marker there.
I think I encountered a bug once, and the bug I had was I wasn't able to reload my guns or use medkits, and I just logged out and logged back in, and that was it. And that was literally the only bug I encountered the entire time. This guy's got 4
Maybe that
skill
is what I
points
did last
now.
time. Find the trainer before I...
No, you definitely don't. No, you didn't. There's no way.
Built a base there. Yes, you can
Log out and
the
log
actual
back in,
sand
brother.
terrain changes shape with the actual storms. Oh my god.
Dude, you need to watch your fall damage, son. Like, fuck.
With the Coriolis storms.
Like I said, I said this guy has good game sense, and he does. He's a good player. I don't know. I'm surprised that he's making these
Don't think it's a bug?
rookie
Okay.
mistakes.
I mean, it's been a few weeks since I last played, so I
No
don't remember
offense to
fully what
him.
the tutorial involved, but I swear I was able to use my ability.
Because he's a good player. I've watched him play a lot of games, and
That's my,
he's a legit gamer.
That's the journey I'm on. Go to the scavenger camp. Use your ability.
Log out, bro. He's going to have to log out.
'Cause otherwise, my tutorial will be.
Oh, also, by the way, when you use med kits or heal kits, you don't just heal all the way automatically. Look at his health bar. It slowly refills. And if you get shot or hit again, it stops it. So you heal over time.
This happened to me too the first time during the closed beta. It's a bug.
Even if you use the heal kit.
So I know they're completely different games, but what has been more fun playing so far? Arc Raiders Test or this beta? Different strokes for different folks, you know? Like, Arc Raiders was great because I was able to play with my friends, and I'm about to experience the multiplayer aspect of this game for the first time today. So probably an answer I'll have a better. I'll be able to explain my thoughts on a bit later in the stream.
See, like, look at him hitting those
Combat-wise, Arc
headshots.
Raiders obviously clears this game.
This guy's a player.
There's an awful lot.
I just don't know why he's making those
comparison,
fall damage mistakes.
Arc Raiders is still an extraction shooter, and it's not like got a story or vehicles and. all that sort of
Hopefully
stuff
he
based
logs
building,
out
you know.
soon, because he's going to be stuck here not doing
survival
shit
games.
until he does it.
I think you'll like this one. If you're not,
Do not,
really won't.
do not jump off that. Do not jump off that.
maybe the Dune universe alone is enough to sell you on the game, though. You know, just it being a Dune game is enough.
Him keep taking this fall damage is starting to annoy me. Do not
Good
jump
story
off
out
that.
there and everything else. No, I've not read the books, Manimal. I only started watching Stone recently. I watched a lot of Tomo, Jack, Will, Westy, Lackey, Onic, Bronic, Acolyte, so finding time to see all together is difficult.
Dude, I didn't understand
Yeah,
the
it's not
fucking
really
thing he
easy to
said.
do
He
that.
said right there. His accent was a little
We
thick
can
for
all
me.
team up on the same game.
The first book, Dune, is one of the
mean,
greatest
it's
science fiction books ever
definitely,
written.
Be one of those games. I'm sure when it fully
The
launches,
first
we'll
one.
get every one of our creative
The other
friends on
ones
the same
get too
server.
weird for me, but you know, people still love it.
I need a hay bale down there so I can Assassin's Creed leap off it.
But I've read a few of them.
Okay, so
But they,
said,
like I said, they were too
Northeast. I
weird
need to find
for
that
me.
Ability.
He-
Maybe I should relog.
Yes, thank you.
That's a good idea, right?
Fuck yes, it
Let me
is.
do that.
Smart.
Quit to main menu. Your character will be available to attack in the world for 30 seconds. Okay. Good to know.
Tomographic.
Hide screen for a sec. I'll rejoin.
Nice. I have stuff like that now. I mean, I had
Oh,
stuff like that before, but my shit actually looks legit. Thank you, Condor.
You have a nice voice, dude. Thanks, Punisher. I hardly know her. Is this the same devs as Conan? Yeah, it is. Just create a massive clan base of content creators. Yeah, it'll be fun. I really want to get into the, like, when the game launches, like, the base building looks insane. But you obviously only get a limited amount of space and resources in this build. Like, you can't build out of
We're going to fast forward a little bit. Oh, look. Now he's got his other character back with the hair. All right, we're gonna fast forward here
Run.
and get back to where we're supposed to be. Oops. Okay, I fast forwarded too much. Apologies.
It was a bug.
Yeah, it was a bug.
My turret's there now.
Yeah, yep. Well, it was also a different
Okay,
character.
We're back in business.
Now I understand why he had that different character. He wanted to show that,
It
yes,
might be 'cause I'm
there are
playing on A, you
bugs.
know. Could be a ping issue. I don't see why it would be, but
You made it.
I respect it for sure.
Catch your breath.
I wouldn't hide bugs if I found them either.
Of course.
I mean,
My leg is bad.
why would you, right?
To lay low and treat it before it gets worse.
okay, speed run.
But fear not.
Yeah,
Father. Nocturne.
Speed run.
speed run, dude. Do it.
She will be my eye in the sky so I can continue to offer my sage advice and keep you on this side of the grave. That Chome technology manual you found on the shipwreck contains a series of basic survival schematics. Not as good as Fremen work.
I love
better
that
than nothing.
once it starts crafting, it'll automatically go into your inventory.
Working on it.
So, like, as it crafts, it goes into your inventory. You don't have to sit there and wait in that menu.
Cooked in the desert.
Salvage metal from the wreckage with your cutter aid.
Dude, get out of the
To make a
sun.
Mauler pistol and darts. Don't let the imperial disdain for ranged weapons lead you astray. Very few people are foolhardy enough to use shields this deep in the sands, and that is to your advantage.
Okay.
What does he have to do?
What am I missing?
Go back to the...
Salvage metal using the cutter ray.
I
Search
see.
for Mauler pistol kit.
So you need to
Craft
salvage that
revised
metal
pistol.
first.
Need more of these.
No, that's granite. It doesn't look like metal, does it? Damn, man.
metal scraps.
Me saying that this guy's a gamer is he's proving me wrong right now. But he is. He's just having some difficulties with this. I'm gonna defend him. He's a legit gamer.
The visuals like don't really match the environment. If I like hit F2, the lighting looks really good. I mean, it's not like bad textures on the character. He just looks a bit Fortnite-y.
So we got a little over an hour left in stream. Probably like an hour and a half. An hour and 20 minutes, something like that.
I had no idea. Oh my god, I had
Which
no
is
idea.
plenty of time. What is that? Hold on, I want to go back and see that. What? The status UI provides additional information about armor, spice addiction, pin schematics in the current zone. I don't think I used that at all. I didn't use that one fucking time the entire time I played. Good to know.
I'll give you my character stats like that. I had no idea. Oh my god, I had no idea.
Thank you, Tomographic. Get out of the sun.
Played so long in that last beta. Did not know you could do that. Here we go. A bit more up here, probably.
But you gotta remember, this guy plays so many different games. I'm not surprised.
Take you out.
Oh, get some. He needs more metal. He'll get it here,
Hey,
though.
die already, will ya?
Gotta get close to him, dude.
It was awkward just lunging from a distance with a knife.
Now he can craft a pistol.
Alright, we're doing it in reverse.
Yeah, I'm gonna move forward a little bit.
Yeah, I think we learn this. Let's make the...
So he got this shield wall. I want him to at least get a gun, you know? Like, damn, bro. I get including it. But he didn't have to include all of it.
Nice.
There's the turret.
Can I pick it up?
Can you?
No.
Okay.
Oh, it slows me down when I walk through it.
It'll slow anybody else down too.
PvP, actually.
Exactly.
You can block a door off with that.
Yes, you could. But a suspensor belt could get over it.
Sick. Okay, respawn beacon. Let me check. Are the boys in the Discord? Yeah, they are. Cool.
Yeah, dude, he hasn't even joined his homeboys yet. We've been watching this shit almost an
sign up
hour.
on Steam or on their website for the closed beta.
Damn, Tomographic. This was maybe he was the wrong guy for this. But like I said, he's a gamer. He's a player. I just think a lot of this stuff is just too unfamiliar for him. A lot of this Dune-related stuff, because the whole game is built around the Dune universe. I think a lot of it's just too unfamiliar for him. But once he gets a pistol and moves a little bit more, things will become a little bit more familiar. I think he'll start playing better.
Yes.
Don't hesitate to kill them all. They would do the same to you.
I think Jack was saying you can just teleport your base to a new area, so you don't have to build it again from new.
Kind
so
of.
It doesn't work like that.
Yes, it does.
I did actually get to that point in the game.
You
after
don't
50
teleport
hours.
it, but
so let's say you've built a base somewhere, right? You then later in the research tree, if we can see it here without being at the base, we cannot.
No, not the basic construction
you find something
kit.
like this, basically.
Yeah.
Which allows you to store the building.
Right.
Within it.
Exactly.
And then you will place that blueprint down of whatever base you've built that you want to move somewhere else, and you have to fill it up with resources again, which either means you want to break your current one down, which you can do at the base, obviously.
I wish I would have listened to him here when I was playing the beta.
Move those resources over with like a vehicle of some sort.
Because there was like a little thing on screen that said like, okay, abandon your first base because you're now in the second zone.
Save feature but it only
and
saves
you
the
can
voice
copy
rate,
your
not
base
the
and
build,
or you
if that makes
can move
sense.
your base over. It basically said it like it wasn't going to be an issue. Then I abandoned my first base, but all my shit was still inside, and it took me forever. And that's how I got eaten by the worm. Was trying to move shit over quickly because I'd abandoned the base. And once you abandon it, anybody can go in there and steal all your shit.
I forget what those ones are called.
I won't make that mistake again,
Like a helmet,
but
wet towel.
it was a big mistake. It cost me like
This
5 to 8 hours.
gameplay, show helmet, yes or no. So you still technically have the properties of the helmet, but
Oh, that's cool. I like the helmet. I mean,
you don't
I
see
like
on your
it.
character if you want to see your face.
By the way, Natine, if you're still there, I saw in the Funcom live stream today, saw the still suit, the Dune movie still suit. Saw it.
Okay, we were in here before. Let's get out this way.
And it's fucking cool looking.
Camp. Oh, nice. That counts. Use your ability.
I'm pretty sure they said you can transmog.
Which are not here.
So
right
like I would transmog to where I'm wearing that Dune movie still suit no matter what I'm wearing. But I don't think you can. After I don't know. I thought they said you could in like an earlier stream, but also I don't like that would make it a little bit unfair. Cuz you're like, "Oh, somebody's wearing a still suit and they're actually wearing like heavy armor or something." So you need to be able to know what they're wearing to plan your attack correctly.
The vibrations you're making on open sand. The closer a worm is, the more sensitive it is to the vibrations. Take the utmost care crossing the open desert. Yeah, you can craft the thumpers from the movies as well. If you want to like put it somewhere and then cross safely. Maybe this will count, killing these ones. Just move this around. Uh-oh.
I had my knife in one. And at this point in the game, I had my knife in one, pistol in two, and heal kit in three. I always kept the heal kit in three. Just based on the way I mapped out my mouse, it's in a perfect position for me.
And harden yourself to the violence you must do to
But
survive.
thinking about it now, as I move forward in the game, I will probably end up placing the melee weapon, especially in mid to late game, in like a 7 or 8, something where I'm not going to use it very often because you're not going to use it very often.
Those storms tear flesh from bone and shred metal like paper. Unless you'd like to share a cave with some scavengers.
Okay, salvage a bunch of materials so I can build easy.
So his homies should be around now. Like, as long as his homies are not still in the tutorial, which only lasts like 20 minutes, he should be able to hook up with them now.
Borrowing it from the Emperor. I'm a little hazy on the specifics.
Yeah, so the sub-thief console is essentially a land claim block. You're able to build within
My
that.
bases were very functional, but were functional, and they were like square.
On the fly, that are like mini bases, mini camps.
But once the game launches, I'm definitely going to be spending a lot more time trying to construct some cool looking stuff. Especially after watching the Funcom stream today and the cool, like the incredible bases that they had.
Just have a fun old time in a tent. An intense time.
Mine granite stone 150, okay.
The sandworm is scary. Yeah. It's really well animated too. It's got loads of different animations. It's chased me down a few times and I've had some really cool encounters with it. Okay, this is one of
The sandworm got me once and it sucked because I was number one riding a sand bike. Number two, I had a lot of like my resources on me because I was moving shit between bases, and I lost everything. Lost literally everything: the sand bike, all the resources, everything I was wearing, all my guns, everything.
You need to craft a cutter.
So I had to fucking literally
harvest it,
craft everything again, get
blocks on the ground. You can just pick them up. So
mats again, get new materials. It was
players that stumble across the ore.
It sucked.
To at least gather some, but not the entire the entire rock, the source of the ore.
Fuck that sandworm. He's not going to get me again.
Like a really
Believe
high
that.
tier, bit that you wouldn't be able to mine early game without the appropriate cutter. Alright, let's clear this out. Get the intel.
That's not a
24 darts.
You can't get an intel point there. I don't think it's not a big enough base.
Cannot wait to get rid of this pistol. To overcome shielded enemies, use either slow body attacks to penetrate the shield, poison.
I could be wrong though. No, I am wrong.
Shoot them as well enough.
I am wrong.
Times and eventually the shield will break.
Yeah, you can get intel points there.
This way. Put my turret down.
Yeah, let's see how the turret does. Where is it? Did he place it down?
Not waste ammo on these two.
Because you can, at least as a Bene Gesserit, you can use an ability, but if you don't land it, you still go on cooldown.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I think he was placing it down and he got shot before he could set it down. So no turret for him.
Oh my god, you're insane. There we go. Actually almost killed me.
Yeah, you're playing like shit, Tomographic.
I think I only died like a few times in the last build. Got cooked by this guy up in the tower. Did the turret even do anything there, by the way?
Didn't end up setting down, brother.
I do wonder if there's a stealth takedown thing in the skill tree at all on some of these classes. Cause
no stealth takedown.
Just last time. Oh, Sandworm's attacking a player. I can hear it.
That's not true. It's not attacking a player. That's the noise the sandworm makes when it pops up.
I need to drink their blood, but I don't have the tool for it yet. Research construction kit. Craft a construction tool.
Dude, what happened to finishing this base and getting the intel points?
Make some of these. Oh, that's my... Shit.
Dude, I gotta admit, this guy sucks at this game. At least right now he does.
I'm confused. Is this shield?
There's the intel point. It's
my
in
hand
green.
right now?
Yes, yes it is.
What?
That's the second. I didn't see any bugs like that either.
That's the sentry in my hand.
Damn, I wonder why this guy's getting so many bugs. I didn't have any of this
the Mentat
stuff.
class is really buggy in this build.
Oh, because you have to deploy it. Okay, scratch that. That's not a bug. It says, no, that's not a bug. It says deploy down at the bottom. So he's got it in his hand, ready to deploy, but he has to deploy it.
I don't understand. Shoot gun. Can't reload.
You don't need to reload. You're full up.
Weird. Why are you using your shield? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why my shield or whatever is attached to my hand right now. How do I fix that?
Fucking deploy it. Like I said, this guy sucks at this.
Like I had a very
at least right now he
bug-free
does.
experience in those 50 hours I played, but immediately I've had 2 at the start of the stream. It's just how it
I'm
goes,
sure he'll get the hang of everything.
I don't know why I can't fire my weapon though.
But right now it's a little, I mean, damn, it's a little embarrassing. IMO.
Drop item.
I'd be embarrassed. But if I had 793,000 subs, I probably wouldn't be embarrassed at all. Fuck it.
Okay, let's build a base. I desperately need to hydrate as well. Deploy it again. Well, that's the thing. To deploy it, I just press Q.
Maybe it's because he
Just constantly
moved.
attached to me for whatever reason.
Maybe it is a
Construct
bug.
Sub-thief.
Maybe I'm the dumb one.
All right. Construction tool.
I'd be surprised if you had to
Move this
stand
later.
still when you deploy it. You should be able to like
Not anymore,
be
no.
running, you know, like jog, trying to get away from someone and then fucking place it down.
But it's enough for now.
We'll see.
Get your construction tool out and get cracking. It's not a shelter without walls and a roof.
Dude, you better drink some water,
Go
son.
here. Critically injured. Let's drink this.
There he goes. Finally.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Why is it a part of me?
Don't move and just place
So
it down and see if
strange.
that fixes it. Oh, it's
Actually,
gone
no.
now.
No. What?
Yeah, I think it's a bug. Yeah, scratch that.
Lick
This
them
is a
flowers.
bug.
Yeah, get the do. Oh, someone else has built here. God damn it. They built a shoebox.
Damn, that I feel bad for him. He's encountered a couple kind of really shitty bugs right away.
Wonder if he's home.
When I was playing, I had some.
really,
I was in my
let's
base,
do-
and some dude,
Ooh, that's
like, I
nice.
heard somebody outside go, "Anybody home?"
That's the shit.
And it was some just like some random player.
Yeah, okay, I want to
And
go
we
that way.
talked for like 10 minutes. I think we
100%
became
wanna go that way.
friends. Yeah, we did actually. He
this
followed
could
me
be
on
an
Twitter,
issue,
and I
I
hit
don't
him
know.
up, and I was like, "Yeah, man, we'll have to meet up once the game launches."
Maybe it's like a server side problem.
Damn, bro.
The sandworm be lurking. Looks like he's running with a cuckoo clock in his hand. Yeah.
He can't use his turret. He
I
can't
think what
shoot
I
his
could do to
gun.
Fix that, because I'm gonna need a gun, and I'm gonna need to shoot. So
I,
relog
I would
or
I would relog. That's what I
you
would
can
do.
Equip that way. Is it the shield?
No.
That's the problem. I can't ADS. Okay, that let me shoot. What happened? What did I do differently there?
Damn, I feel bad for this guy. He's had some issues, man.
I think it might be a relog thing, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Well, let's make sure we've made some progress with this first, where it actually saves. I want to head that way where the light is, the beacon of light in the distance.
That beacon of light in the distance is the first trading
I
post,
do miss that Benny Gesserit ability, though.
and that's where you
super
find
fast
the
sprint I had.
the trooper trainer.
Restart game, maybe? Yeah, I could, but we had an issue earlier where I had to relog. When I did, it restarted the tutorial for me, so I should probably build the base first.
That's
and then
horse
relog.
shit. You were using a different character, dude.
Look, the sandworm's over there. He's attacking someone. What the hell? I wasn't looking that way. Why is that a thing? Oh, it's because of my freaking shield fist.
I feel bad for this
I definitely
guy.
need to relog.
Yeah, you do, man. Yes, you do.
Maybe I should just build something quick and then destroy the foundations once it's built. I want to get some sort of save, and I don't know if it will...
Respawn. Try respawning.
Yeah, there's no, like, save button.
Instead of exiting to main menu,
I'm
try
scared.
respawning.
I want to restart the whole thing again. This has been a very different experience to the first build I played. I don't know what is going on here. Even then I played on a NA server though, so... Okay, let's just build something. Just to get through the tutorial. Foundation. Build from here. Sandworm's attacking someone. Oh my god. Oh, there he is, look. That's the person. He made it.
No, I don't think so. I
Well,
don't
if I
think that's what's
look a
going
direction I
on.
want to look down my binoculars with, it makes me look behind me. There he goes. He survived the attack. Shield
Old
fist wounds
Tomographics having a rough go of it.
Okay, build this up. Can destroy it again afterwards.
No, just do 4. Yeah.
Then what?
Build the walls.
Construct
Build a
7
roof.
walls.
Jesus.
Sardaukar ship up there. Okay, construct a door. Consider that done. Watch this.
Construct a roof.
Construct a roof. Uh-huh.
Now what?
Construct or interact with a small storage container. Deposit fuel cells in the generator.
Once he does that, then he can definitely
Put a
log
generator
out
on
and
the
log
roof.
back in.
Just like building a real quick base so I can just relog once this is done with the tutorial stuff. Deposit fuel cells to power the base. Nice. That
There
feels
he
like a
goes.
checkpoint.
Yeah, that's a checkpoint for sure.
Rocky Mountain, the Arc Raiders test ended like 4 days ago now.
Arc Raiders isn't my kind of game, but it did look fucking very smooth and very
Still
cool.
Shield fist. Construct or interact with a small
I'm
storage
tired of
container.
extraction shooters. I'm
you.
over it.
Boom.
The Sub-Thief console comes with an automatic shield system that will keep your base safe from the sandstorms. Just keep the generator
Now
fueled.
relog,
The
old
storms
son.
will tear at your walls. And it goes without saying. Well,
Blood.
you really
Should be good, right? Exit to main menu. The character remain in the world for 29 seconds. Surely that is a checkpoint.
It was.
Hit the,
It's gotta be.
screen. Is it one?
Man, this me.
Yeah.
Nothing Warzone.
Respect.
Sorry, I want to move past this graphic and get back into the game.
Game capture. Not...
Let me see.
Sorry, chat. Bear with. I can do display capture, but why is game capture not working? Just when I click it in. What?
Damn, dude, this guy's having 1.5 million issues right now.
A little. I just saw a Maldive, a little desert mouse, and I was like,
I'd be
"Hey, chat, look
pissed.
how cool this is." But my game capture.
He's handling it a lot better than I would. But
Display
again,
does, though.
if I
That's
had
alright.
793,000 subs, I'd probably handle
Yeah,
some
no
shit like
screen
this a
tearing.
little bit easier too.
Yeah, we're okay.
And it's on a rock.
That bad.
That's kind of meta, dude. You're kind of big bringing it
Do-
out here,
Do
huh?
we have to go all the way to the
default,
west side then, or?
Okay, so you.
Did you just
At
call
least
my
he's
Kinda
finally
wanna
met
be
up
in
with
this-
his
well,
buddies.
we have to be in
No,
this
still
area
is
for a
default.
while, Fug. But you can cross the big, like, wide open parts of sand when you unlock the
Because
bike.
like I said, this
So just keep progressing
This-
through the.
he's a gamer.
tree
He's a
thing on the
legit
left.
gamer, but man, he is
The
playing
quest.
this game
Like
like
the tutorial
shit.
thing?
He
Yeah,
is
yeah,
not
eventually I'll
playing
get
well,
Just follow
at
my
least so
directions.
far.
You can make a bike. Yeah, so
I'm
you
really
research it first.
surprised.
Yeah,
I
you gotta
already
do-
did, but I don't see it.
You just go
In
in
the-
your base and craft it there.
I've never
different
seen
than
him
the
play
other
a
stuff
game
you've
so poorly.
done. Go to
It's
your
not with
like
a tool gun.
making stuff sick. Your
No,
your,
no.
Which
construction tool.
which classes did you
Is
guys
under
choose?
refineries. I got the grappling gun.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
That's
grappling with you.
Trooper.
Yeah, so
Trooper,
I suppose
Trooper.
I explained to Fug, but I think Stones may be deaf. So the Trooper class you find the trainer for really early in the game, but basically you're not tied to that class. If you find the trainer, you can just spec into every single class in the game, and then like have
That's
like
cool.
a Bene Gesserit
I have
ability
no
or
idea
a
what skill.
grapple
You
hook at the
guys
same
got a
time.
grappling hook?
Yeah, I got a grappling hook and
Yeah,
a
Fug,
nade.
you're close to the trainer for that if you want the grapple hook. That's what I was.
need that.
That's what I was saying.
I have to
Because now
follow
you've.
my inner
Yo,
first
I just
trial,
want a knife.
though.
That's what I was explaining.
Grappling
Because
hook
now
is
you've
pretty
chosen something
cool.
that isn't the trooper.
The
you already
grenade,
have a
on
set
the
of
other
skills
hand,
that aren't the trooper, and the trooper guy is real.
I was not impressed with at all.
I'm the voice guy.
Like,
yeah, nice.
oh, Benny Gesserit, yeah, nice. I expected,
Somebody
you know,
explain to me, like, I'm
it's
12, how to
it
build
wasn't
a
a good
machine
grenade.
with
It's
blood
not a good
purifier, if
grenade.
I already researched
You
it.
would think that like you throw it next to some dudes, it's going to do some damage, and
And then scroll with.
it doesn't really do a lot of
You
damage.
should find the item.
I don't know. Maybe it gets better if you upgrade it all the way. I don't know.
So I have to go out into the middle of the field without dying. I gotta go into the middle.
Like
of the
this guy's constantly dehydrated too. Like he's not paying attention to any of the in-game systems.
I've had to reconnect a couple times, Fug. I'm getting.
And he said he played the closed beta for like 50 hours.
I don't know about you guys. The cutscenes were chonky for me.
Yeah, they're a bit
Yeah, they're limited to 30 FPS.
No, like I was 60 FPS, but then it just chonked down to like 12 every single time there was a new cut.
No, I didn't get that.
Mine is like it just starts super low quality and then it like gets a little bit.
I didn't have any of these problems. I wonder if it's because of my like. You would think these guys have high-end graphic cards, you know? You would think they would. But who knows? I mean, I have a pretty high, you know, pretty good graphics card. Because I had no graphical issues, nothing, no frame drops, nothing, like 0 issues graphically. And like I said earlier, I only had one bug in 30 hours of the playing the beta, and it was minor. It was just like I couldn't reload my guns and I couldn't use a health kit.
Bingo.
And I logged out, logged back in, and that was the only bug I had the entire time.
I guess.
You got it now?
Yeah. I guess it is beta.
Yeah, I don't know.
So far, I'm
What did you call
pleasantly
me?
surprised.
There's a lot of game. But
Sorry, Mr. Omega.
You hear me on the combat though, right, Fug? It's
My
just
God.
a bit like after playing Arc Raiders, where it's also smooth and the inertia is perfect.
Yeah, but
Like,
all
when
you
get a
do in
direction key,
Arc
just
Raiders
snap in
is
that direction,
shoot.
it's really jarring
Like that's
by
what you do. That's it. There's so many things going on in this game. And I found the shooting did not be a problem. The melee's meh, but like I've been saying for a while now, once you get to mid and late game, you won't even be used. Like melee becomes inconsequential because you craft
Just never by design.
powerful enough guns to where nobody's going to get close enough to you to fucking melee you.
I want to suck their blood.
Unless
and
you
their,
really suck, you know. And even people who suck, I don't think I don't think somebody's going to be able to get close enough.
Their blood. No, their blood. And I'm drinking their blood. There we go. Hydrated. Consider
Pretty cool
me
with
hydrated. Pretty hydrated, actually.
Oh, okay.
Okay, where's the big tower?
Looks like the graphical quality went down too.
Direction.
But we're still in 1080p.
Sandworm. Can I scale this, maybe?
Yes, you can.
I don't know.
You
this
can
looks
climb
great.
anything.
Rocks and stuff. Lighting. The character almost doesn't look like he fits in the world sometimes.
Where does ability or his what do you call it?
Oh yeah, when you climb, by the way, you can just tap space.
His
and do
health
like
and
a
his stamina, like
momentum jump instead of just climbing slowly.
damn, bro.
That's nice.
It's like the second time that dude's done that.
Yeah, I got a perfect.
It's like, come on, dog.
Yeah.
You have a green bar of stamina.
It's honestly
If the
best
green
spot
bar
you
goes
can
down to
think about
0,
doing it.
you're
I got
gonna
2
fall.
camps right next to me. I just gotta murder these guys on farm.
Mm-hmm.
Keep taking their blood.
Mm-hmm.
All day.
Mm-hmm.
I got some dew water camps right next to me, like right out front.
I'm gonna move forward just a little bit. I don't need to see this cutscene. I want to get back to
Awakening, you're
gameplay.
protected from harm for a short time. Okay. Follow your inner sight. The first trial. Okay, that's the same thing. Stone's on. Can't drink any more from there. I wanted to go up top. research, blood purifier, and
What else?
journey complete. Sheltered areas provide protection from sandstorms. Seek them out to avoid one. Oh god, is there a sandstorm coming in? Yeah, ideally, I want to build up where I...
This is the testing station.
Recognize
This is the dungeon. Yeah, this is the first dungeon.
think-
I recognize it too. And
The spot I want to be is this
testing
way.
stations, dungeons are PvE
sandworm.
areas, and then there's also shipwrecks, so you'll see ships fall out of the sky. And even in PvE zones, the shipwrecks are
see the
PvP zones. So you got to be careful. This
that's the way
dude
out here.
definitely needs to be careful.
Must spawn you in different areas when you do the tutorial part.
He'd get smoked by a 10-year-old right now.
There it is. I can see the tower. What is that thing?
That?
Is it a ground vehicle or an air vehicle?
I don't know.
Okay, need to cross quite a big patch of sand here, so
Damn.
don't get eaten by a sandworm, please, Tom.
Yeah, go. The sandworm can be a bastard. So, like, you really do want to go from
The rude intensifies.
spot to spot. You don't want to spend too much time on the open sand, especially on foot, because that mofo will come and eat you. Now, there is when the sandworm is coming, you do get a little moment because out of the sand, and it like roars and it takes like I don't know 10-20 seconds. So you're still good and you still have time to get there, to get like to a safe area. But then once that's over, he's coming, and he will eat your ass. And he's you can't really dodge him. You know, you might get lucky once but in a while, but he's too big to dodge. And if you get eaten, you lose everything. Everything.
Whoa.
You basically start like
Is that NA lag?
you're starting over again.
Oh god. Just comes out of nowhere.
When I got eaten, I lost a sand bike, all kinds of resources. Like, it was horrible. It was horrible. I put down the game for a few hours because I was so pissed.
Okay. Hopefully this connects. Is this one of the trading outposts? Yeah, okay. Don't want to try and make that jump just in case.
Smart. You wouldn't have made that jump.
Nice. So this is where the trooper trainer is.
That's right.
You
That's a
set contracts
contract
on that
board. There's the trooper trainer.
Is it you?
The way you stand. No discipline, no
Goodbye.
That's the trooper trainer, dog. You should talk to him.
Stop. I know the face of every sand-sucking bandit, scavenger, and merc from here to Harko, and I don't recognize you. So perhaps you'll
Sounds like
give us
your
the
problem,
courtesy
mate.
of who you are, and while you're at it, why our airspace is crawling with Sadukar.
It's a survival game, it is, yeah.
I can't remember if I told him the truth. Oh, I did. Yeah, I told him the truth. And that's what he said to me. He didn't believe me.
Nobody escapes a Sadukar security grid. Not welcome to Griffin's Reach, stranger. The rules here are simple.
Pay up front and don't
Pay
cause
up
trouble.
front. Name's Mir.
I'm here to trade.
trading and the talking. My silent partner here.
Dormammu, I'm here to bargain.
And there's the contract board in the corner if you need work.
I could be tempted.
You keep coming back like this.
Shut up. Okay.
So that's a garage, which is pretty cool over on the right. So if you show up on your sand bike, you can put your sand bike in there and it's safe. You don't have to worry about it.
I can build directly opposite.
Yeah, I saw a few people did that.
Trading outpost.
They
See, these
they
boys
built
just
right
built their
next to.
bases.
I built far away
As soon as
from
the game tells them to.
the trading outpost.
That's
From
the wrong
any of like the spots
Wrong
really.
idea.
I don't know if I'll do something different. I haven't really
what
thought
was it,
about it.
6?
I might. I don't know.
Oh no.
Like, what's the benefit of? What's the major benefit of building next to this trading
Did you track
post?
the sandworm?
Not really.
I just made it over to where you are.
Not really a lot of benefits.
Well, I made a decision.
Because yeah,
Like,
you
someone's
go
getting
there,
on
but
my
it's
first
not like
sandworm.
this spot where you're
I'm up at
constantly
the trading
going
outpost
all the
where you can,
time.
find the trooper trainer if you want.
I don't know.
I gotta go do my objective thing. I'll mark that.
I'll probably try. Oh, you know what?
Now.
Scratch all that. I remember now. I got some advice. You want to
just
whatever
got all the
zone you're in, no matter how high up
so much
you
blood.
get in terms of
Yeah, there's like a triangle. That's
the
where I think I need
tiers
to go.
of zones you're in. You want to build next to resources. So I remember I built next to
So I'm a little worried.
I had granite, I had
not die.
dew so I could stay hydrated, and I had copper. I had everything right next to me.
You can, there is a
Way
walk
more
key,
important than
which
being
way,
next to this
but
fucking trade post.
Not the sand walk.
YOLO.
Because you're gonna need a lot of resources, even in these first,
I don't know what keybind it is, but
even in these first zones, you're gonna need a lot of
The
resources.
center of the screen shows the vibration you're making on the sand.
So this guy's making another mistake.
Are you able to raid other people's bases and steal their stuff, or?
And another
they
thing
don't
is
fuel
in the
it, yeah.
first area, and I did not do this, but I will when the game launches. Is
Some people can just
your first
accidentally leave
base?
their doors
This
open
base
and
is
not have
way too big
the
for a
right privileges
first
set on their
base.
bases.
Like your goal is to get out of this first zone and build your second base in the second zone as fast as possible. You can always get back to this zone, but you're trying to build a very small functional base. I'd say like
Oh, I'm almost to Acula.
3 by 3. You know, so
this
like
base
6
up.
blocks total.
Like I want a
That's
double
enough.
door.
That's enough to
almost next to me, dude?
craft everything you need,
I'm coming.
and you don't have
Oh,
to
excuse me?
worry about anything until you get to the second zone.
What's that alarm?
And I did not do that in the beta. Like
make two
I didn't make a base as big as this,
No, I only made one.
but
close
it
to
was
me?
big,
Oh yeah, you're like right here, huh? No, I built it
bigger
with
than it
somebody.
needed to be.
What's up, dude?
And I think I had it 2 stories too.
Yo!
That moves outside
Alright,
of
how do
the
we
way.
dance?
No!
Fog's getting eaten again.
Specs.
Fog's getting eaten again.
I love how he's he's constantly taking a break to see if somebody's getting eaten with his binoculars. It's like the 5th time he's done it. I think that's hilarious.
Bloodsuckers though?
He wants to see somebody get eaten. Makes me laugh.
What?
All right, then you're almost there. You're almost there then.
These are his homeboys, and he's trying to see him get eaten. Makes me laugh.
It's almost there actually.
Wait, do we have the
Nice.
same
Purifier,
mesh?
right? That's what
And I gotta say, I'm pretty sure his homeboys are doing a lot more stuff than he is. Like they're ahead of him.
For the base.
He's doing.
Should I wait for Acula or should I
I'm
just
not
go
quite sure
over?
what he's doing. I mean, he's constructing a base, but
Yeah, you know what? The only problem is I'm stuck in your base. You gotta open
he's
the door
not.
for me to kick it out.
Must let in stream now, dude.
Yeah, he's not doing a lot.
You're gonna open the door, man. I actually can't get out.
Oh no, that's so
I
unfortunate.
feel bad. Keep
If I
talking
gifted-
shit on this guy
Look how jacked
because
I am,
he's
bro.
cool.
I gifted to get you out.
Look at me.
But
I'm just on the roof.
This guy's actually climbing around like Spider-Man. How'd you even do that?
Yo, I am friggin'
yeah, these are good. You want those for sure.
Yo.
Because when you get your sand bike, then you can fucking ramp up on in there.
Oh, door's open. Later, sucker.
What? It was closed on my screen. So, that's where I hide, man. Wait for people to come in.
Son of a.
Why is the ground was
And
just
we'll
like moving
do-
over? That was weird.
You can't build anything.
How did you- okay,
Yeah.
so
Okay, you
build
gotta
the
Single
ones
door
that-
entry there.
Once you
Like,
get the
look at how
recipe
fucking
in
big he
your
made
base,
that.
Proper garage
open up
this
that
time to
menu
protect
and
the
then go to, like,
vehicles from
resources
sandstorms.
or utilities or some, one of those tabs. Will be on one of those.
Follow
I gotta
inner
keep moving
sight.
while the sun's down.
Yeah,
Get
you're
over
good.
here,
You're good.
Stone. I gotta find some water plants.
Oh, I've got to get where you are as well, Fog.
Get your butts over here, boys.
I'm on my way.
Damn, he's got a
I
deep
don't see any
voice.
water plants,
Do
so
I not
I'm
have it
probably gonna die
researched?
here.
I drank as much water as I could before I left for my journey. You can just drink some raw blood though. That could really be that could hit the spot.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, if you suck some blood, you can just drink the raw
Blood
blood.
purifier.
Yeah,
You just press the key that the thing's on.
just don't throw up.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh damn, there's a worm. Look at these ships with the spotlight. You see these?
Yeah, those are the Sardaukar ships. So if they catch you, they'll put a beam on you, freeze you.
Damn, he's got 141 of 175 full, but he doesn't have enough materials to build. What is he carrying?
Yeah. Just stay away from the beam, basically.
I'd love to see his inventory and what he's carrying.
I'll be taking.
So he's got 428 salvage metal. That's definitely adding to it.
Yeah, enjoy the worms.
428 salvage metal is a lot to be carrying on you.
I mean, how big are we talking?
what I did.
How big of an opening?
I mean,
Look at that base over there.
it looks pretty big to me.
Again, though, you don't need to
don't have a vehicle.
build a big
You have to
base
cross that amount of desert.
in the first
No
zone.
way
I mean, there's an
It's
archipelago of
totally
islands on the right
unnecessary, and it's actually kind of a waste of time.
And work your way in.
Okay.
Okay, apparently I'm told I have to restart in order to get the blood thing.
Yeah, that was my issue.
Just left it.
Yeah, I had that as well.
One.
This like build
sending
is
it.
kind of jank compared to what I played.
And like I said, it's
Maybe
weird
they
because I
gave
didn't
us
experience. I
further
didn't
along
experience
build in the
any
preview.
bugs. Like, I'm kind of bummed because
Okay,
this
I
guy's
actually
such a
have the
big
same problem
channel,
with Stone right now. I've got to cross
and people who are watching him are
massive
saying
amount
that
of
this
desert.
game's buggy, and I experienced no bugs.
Yeah, I have to do the same thing.
Alright, weapons away.
Build a staircase, Fortnite style.
I mean,
Look at that big ass base that dude built
I think the
built
Samuels
over
don't
there.
care.
I don't think I saw any bases that big in the first zone when I was playing. In the second zone, I saw some bigger bases, like some cooler looking bases with like support beams and like 3 stories and huge staircases and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I like that.
Like building them on rocks and then like using the support beams to support it. It was pretty cool. And my base in the second zone was again just another square.
A new cutting tool, I think. It's purple.
It was my base building was not impressive, but when the game launches fully, I'll be spending a lot more time making sure I have a badass base.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'm crossing the same path you had to.
Oh, it's a schematic, so I gotta research to make it, so I can make it fall.
So he's taken all this stuff off the screen.
Oh wait, no.
He must have turned off the all the HUD elements. Whereas I love all the HUD elements. I want to see everything that's going on.
I can do a 300 meters.
I saw your ping.
You saw my ping?
Yeah.
Oh, I see a worm there though. I see the dust of a worm up there.
It seems like all the loot respawns pretty quick, so it
does. Yeah.
Like, I want to see all that stuff.
Next to like a big.
Oh, worm just came out over there.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Is that you?
Yeah, it's
Alright,
trying
you
to.
just keep it busy. I'm gonna cross while you're doing that.
Okay.
It looks like you're having fun.
Yeah, folks.
How
the
cool is
Coriolis
that,
storms,
though?
I don't know if you watch Dune, the big sandstorms. They can, when they roll through, I think even the normal sandstorms do it, but they change the landscape. So the sand terrain will change, so it won't be the same hills outside your base all the time, for instance. And the loot, the resources, like the metal, you could go, oh yeah, I'm gonna build my base here because it's such like a good outcrop of metal. But
By the
then
time
it
I
gets swept
stopped
away
playing the
and
beta,
be put somewhere else. So it's not like you can just.
I was just racking up skill points that I couldn't use because I had to find the advanced trainers for everything.
yeah.
I had gotten everything that I wanted, that I wanted to waste skill point, or not waste, that I wanted to use skill points on, and I couldn't find the advanced trainers to unlock the higher tiers of all the skills and abilities. So,
I was just jumping across.
oh, there they are. That's cool.
The vibration bar.
Now, when I was playing, I met up with one of my friends, and it was a cool moment.
No, you don't.
Oh, sick. So you can go in the gameplay settings if you actually want to see your face.
I had a sand bike, and I was like, all right, dude, I'm coming to you. And then he was like, oh, I hear you coming, so he could hear my sand bike. And then I saw him, he was standing on top of somebody else's base.
All right, let's go do this.
And then I picked him up because I put a back seat on it.
Still far behind on the
And we were running.
Oh, yeah?
Well,
Or
let's
did-
wait for Aki if he's close to it.
Is he got the same mission?
Try it. I dare you. I dare you. Watch this.
Whoa,
Dude, I'm
he's
so
so
jealous.
cool. Watch this.
Good
Come
luck
on,
getting up
do
here.
some cool
About
shit.
this.
I've got the high ground.
I've got cover, baby. Try and
And
walk
I've
through
got
that,
the-
fug.
The rifle.
Yeah, idiot.
The turret I think is going to be
Yeah,
OP.
that's it. No, you
The
can actually
shield wall,
command the AI and
I
players
think.
you can use that
I mean,
on, by
maybe
the
in
way.
PVE
It's insane.
scenarios, but in
Oh, you can use it on
PvP
players?
scenarios, I don't think it's going to matter.
Some
People
water.
are too
Take
smart,
a sip of water here.
Yeah, don't want to waste.
you know, and there's too many ways to get
waste
past
my
that
blood.
thing.
Where's that
I
going?
don't drink poor people water. He said I don't drink poor people. That's funny. That's funny. He won't drink the flowers. He doesn't drink poor people water. That's hilarious. That's
Let's
good.
do this.
Oh yeah, so now they're going to the first
Skill
trial.
points too, baby. I got skills.
Yeah, you need that.
Skills here.
Enter
Enter
the.
the
You got to go down.
Oh,
There you
down it.
go.
Oh, here.
Keep bumping into your ass.
Don't touch my ass. Walk mode on. Wow, real cinematic now.
Whoa.
Inhale the spice.
I'm inhaling it.
My trip. I don't need you guys just disappear.
Yo, we just freaking disappeared, bro.
Oh, he's just hit the spice,
Just
bro.
hitting the spice.
Ugh.
If the worm gets you, you lose everything. Weapons, gear, vehicles. First time worm. Yeah. I mean, my bike got eaten in my last video. And then I woke up in the sandworm, and it gave me my bike back. Yeah, you lose everything on death. Ember, melt. Well, sandworm death, you lose everything. A standard death, you keep most of your gear and only lose like some scrap resources and stuff. You still keep all your weapons and stuff, I think. At least I have whenever I've died. I don't think I have to like reclaim my guns. See, this is where it kind of differentiates from your typical survival game. Because they have some of this stuff going on.
The weight of a kindly god is a fearful thing. Do you understand, Wally? Our god gave us the burning eyes of Allat.
This was cool. When I did this was cool. I knew what was coming already because I'd watched so much content. Basically, you got to hide from this thing.
So I need to stay in the shadows.
That's right. And don't let it see you. But even if it does see you, you have like a couple seconds to get past it before it's going to catch you. Like, see, he got away.
Please no hurt.
Like, I really think for the most part, there's one section where you do really have to hide to get by. But other than that, I'm pretty sure you could probably speed run this whole shit and you wouldn't have to worry about it. But you also want to learn the story and stuff too, so taking it slow is probably the way.
Arrakis is suffering.
Wow.
When we found it, we were home.
Can't believe you just say that openly about him. It's kind of messed up.
Oh, I was muted.
On Harmon-Tech, we were made to suffer.
All right, we're getting close to the end of stream, y'all. We got maybe 20, 30 minutes left.
Never to forgive, never to forget.
What about PvP death? Yeah, that's what I'm not sure on. I don't know what they can loot from you if they kill you. But it's easily evaded. Like,
Not a lot.
We're in a PvE zone right now. PvP is enabled in like the deep desert where you can fight for like resources and really valuable items.
Run.
And then fight like masses of players. I don't know what the limit is in this area, but there's hundreds of players in the deep desert. Or upwards of 100.
The weight of a kindly god is a fearful thing. Did not God give us the burning sun to defy?
I got caught by this one. I got caught by this guy. I forget it was here. Cuz like I was confused as to whether I was supposed to jump over or whether I was supposed to like he just did or whether I was supposed to jump over that chasm.
Go.
And he caught me red and dirty.
Ibn Qutayba. Defiance leads to thought. Who is it that thinks? Those who suffer.
Excuse me.
Remember Harmon.
My voice is shot. I didn't get enough sleep last night.
Trial complete?
Think so.
Ibn Qutayba. Defiance leads to thought. Who is it that thinks? Those who suffer. Remember Harmontep. Be la Kaifa.
Hey, Hanky, thank you for the 43 months in a row, brother. Do appreciate it. Welcome back.
43 months in a row of being a member. That's fucking crazy. Like I said, this guy is he's a really good streamer, really good gamer. He's just been having a rough time with this. I've watched him play plenty of other games, and he's good. Makes the smart decisions every time.
Not looking forward to running 2 hours across.
And he's a nice guy. I like him.
So there's vehicles in the game. You can make sand bikes and ornithopters. If you're familiar with the
You can make more than that.
movies, the ornithopters aren't in this.
You
beta,
can make
but,
sand bikes, a bunch of different kinds of ornithopters, like a variety of different ornithopters for different uses. Buggies, spice crawlers, spice harvesters, excuse me. I think they have a tank as well that's coming. Oh, look, there's this homie. I didn't have anybody with me when I was doing this stuff.
I can see you doing circles in the background.
That's funny. Yeah, that is awesome. I love it. I love that. That is awesome.
It is Two Eyes, yeah, it's the same build.
Drifted for a moment. No matter. A thought occurs. When the Sardaukar began their purge, many Fremen were slaughtered. The ones that were not abandoned their caves, leaving valuable resources behind.
Salvage metal?
Valuable resources that
Damn, now I gotta go all the way home to my base.
I want to be able to disable like different parts of the HUD. You can press F2 and it all disappears. It looks so nice.
Their ghosts will not object.
Oh, that doesn't work for me.
I'm the total opposite. I love all the elements of the HUD. I like being able to see everything all the time.
Don't know what that would be.
Maybe it's a control thing. I don't know.
Like 10 minutes
Motion blur. I turned that off. VSync I had off.
You saw there's like these eyes that we have to like hide from.
Yeah,
But everything was maxed out too.
We did that.
Mine just keep going red, and I keep.
I'd love to see what graphics card he's using. This guy's big time. He should have like a fucking 5090 or something.
Either that or he's off the fast call. Like
Yes, this guy's full-time job is doing this.
Oh,
What do you mean,
Which-
dude? He's the #1 Dune Awakening player.
Is what I want. But if I was doing this full-time, I'd make sure and have the best shit
For the fast squad?
all the time.
If he can't beat the highest, then it might be the highest.
Who knows?
All right, chat. Sign-ups are coming soon.
Oh wait, I'm muted.
Oh, shit,
Oh
I'm muted.
wait.
Stone's deaf.
Oh wait, he's deafened.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh.
God, dude. Now we can finally talk.
Take a hike.
So what do we really feel about that guy?
Damn, he sucks.
Are we laying it all out?
He sucks, dude.
He sucks,
I mean, there's
dude.
nothing wrong with that.
All my
whatever
HUD
you wanna do.
disappeared.
Huh?
Oh shoot, he's not muted.
Did you press F2? I don't know what the key is by default.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I think I rebound mine and it saved my
got out
settings
of
from
the
the last build
little-
I played.
I got out of the thing. I'm back where we went in, and now I'm just. I don't have any HUD anymore.
Do you still have a compass?
Even if I hit escape.
Is it like faded out at the top? Any other key presses? You might have like a... Your HUD might just faded out.
I think I need a restart.
There is a key for it to toggle the HUD. Oh, you're saying when you press escape, you still have no HUD?
There's no HUD. There's
Oh,
nothing. It's
yeah,
just,
you should relog then.
there's none.
I don't think this build is the same one I played. It feels very like jank compared to the last one.
Could be because there's more players, maybe.
I don't know if that wouldn't be server side though, would it?
Maybe if there's more players connecting to the server and it's
maybe.
Or something, I don't know. I gotta cross all these open deserts to get back home.
Oh, my backpack's full, so I can't carry anymore.
Make a bunch of blood bags before you do it.
Yeah, you can make multiple.
I can't. I'm on the wilderness. I already have 2 on me.
Oh, it's a skill issue. I see.
Oh, that's
No,
what he's
'cause I don't
saying.
need it like you.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
That's what he was trying to say, man.
That's all he was trying to say.
Thank you. You guys to give up. Maybe I should just build a new base by you guys.
I built mine opposite the trader
join mine,
outpost
dude.
bug. I don't want to join Oculus.
No, that's not a base, is it? No, that's
There's like at least 3
what do
things.
you call it?
That's it.
Damn, so it's like a stone base?
That's an NPC base where you can get intel points.
Stone came in my base, and then he was like, "Whoa, this is way better than my base."
He was kind of cooking. Arculate's base was kind of cooking. It's
Thank
not
you
as
so
cool as your
much.
base, though.
I gotta
Bug.
see it.
Wait, what?
You're not still on the other side of the map for where you're gonna.
Dude,
Yeah,
he
I
should
don't
go to
know
his
if that is
base and drop some of this shit off.
So if we want to meet up and hang out, we're not gonna be neighbors. Oh, there's a sandstorm coming in.
Excuse me.
Listen, the game told me to build a base, man. I gotta build a base.
I
What do you want from me?
get that.
Server.
Oh shit, I gotta go salvage more metal, dude.
Making a lot of noise out here. Please don't
Banana
eat me,
bread?
worm.
Me
Oh,
too.
dude.
I'm also dehydrated.
Dehydrated.
Like, dehydration really is not that difficult to not have happen.
That's my god.
Even at the beginning here, before he has water and stuff, you can literally find some flowers all over the place, drink, make sure you have enough.
Close to each other right here. But it would be nice to be right next to each other.
And then eventually you get a blood purifier, and
I built mine
I think
right opposite
which
the
he already
actual
has.
trade outpost because it makes the most sense.
Blood purifier, and
Is this the trade
you can get water from that, and then like why this guy's always dehydrated, I don't know.
Excellent. I'm back in.
Nice.
The HUD is back.
Dude, it's like the 3rd time he's tried to take more shit. It's like your backpack is full, dog. You can't take
I gotta go
anything.
drink some blood now.
You
Yeah, me
need to
too.
go to your
Reminded me.
base
You can take some of mine if you want.
and drop
base?
this shit
Found a
off.
good spot.
Just. I'm not gonna say it.
You ain't
Never
gotta
mind.
see it.
It's
What
implied.
is this in here?
Yeah, there's no sound
I get
effects
some
for it in this build either.
hydration for the road.
Someone's built a.
So once you craft the blood extractor, like the second tier of it,
Knife, chip, and shutter.
you get
Yeah,
like
come built by the
between 2,000 and 3,000 milliliters
I'm just gonna go
of
to
blood
Aculate's
every
base.
time you
Come destroy
extract
soon.
some one dude.
I kinda wanna
And
build
the
all next to each other.
blood bag
Okay. Where are
tier
you guys?
2,
Hold on.
so like the blood bag tier 1 holds, the one he's got right now holds 3,000.
We are.
The blood
Fine.
bag tier
You
2
look-
holds
Also
9,000.
unlock the
Desert,
blueprint
die.
tool soon where you can
Like, drink
store
that
your base
water
and
right
build it
next to you,
somewhere else.
dude.
Like you can just
Um,
save the blueprint of the base.
And I only got
Um,
this is his base. What a piece of shit.
I think you're okay.
Do I YOLO this to you, Fug? Send it, man.
And I only
Am I
got
like
to
it?
the
I'm
second
gonna
tier
die
of
this
stuff
time.
that seemed to be all that the beta would allow. The closed or the open beta, excuse me. That was they'd only want you to get
I'm gonna go build a new base near Acolyte.
to the
If you guys are close.
No,
tier
I'm
2
going
sets
over
of
to you right
gear.
Build at the tower
Well,
flag
I'm
where I
going
am.
over to Accu.
But there's definitely a
Bro,
massive
this is
jump
100% the
between
meta. Just jump
everything
across
you're
the
using in tier 1 and
does.
everything you're using in tier 2. Like there's really a sense of progression
grappling hook too? Oh,
when you
Already cooking over here, okay?
Oh my
This
goodness.
keeps
when
the
you get
worm
the
off you,
second
though.
tier of everything. You really do get a sense of real progression. Like I never felt like, oh, this isn't that good. This isn't that much better. Like every time I was like, holy shit, this is
You may in fact
it's
be
like
dead.
okay, this is way better kind of thing.
Broke is a joke.
It's coming for you. You better be over here.
I feel bad. Like I've
I
been
think I'm okay.
off and on talking smack on Tomographic for like the past hour or more. But I keep saying it because I'm just really surprised he's
Where I am,
playing
if
so
you come to my-
poorly.
If you come to my position on the map.
I'm just not used to watching him struggle like this.
I need to get that grappling hook though.
It reminds me of me when I was playing Black Myth Wukong. I always struggled with that game. I struggled so much I quit. I stopped playing it. And I don't really struggle with games. Not like that, you know.
Well, you can give permissions.
But man, I struggled with Black Myth Wukong.
Players, so you should be fine.
And he is struggling mightily with this game. And it's been like the entire time he's been struggling. It's just weird.
Yeah.
I'm starting to build.
Me in on your base, dog.
Like
My base?
I don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe he's like texting on his phone or something.
I've just started building one opposite.
That would make sense. If he was texting or doing some other shit instead of really paying attention, then it's all good. And I get it now.
Yeah, I'm building over here.
But other than that, I don't know what the fuck is going on with him.
Left of that big tower.
He's built like 2 walls. And it's like, dude, we're talking about a square here. Just fucking build the walls. Look at him.
Of course he did. Unbelievable.
I'd love to talk to him and ask him what was going on here.
There's some water up here.
I don't drink poor people water.
Damn.
I only drink blood, brother.
What the hell?
You only drink blood? How much blood do you even have?
He's a vampire.
He's a vampire.
About to have some more, you know what I mean?
Oh.
And like I said, I just kind of feel bad for him.
Excuse?
Suck.
Can I suck them too after you've sucked them?
You could try. See if the suck works.
Let me see. No, doesn't look like
no double suck.
Struggling. Struggling.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Can't do it though.
Wait, someone put a base thing right here.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot. I'm burning up right now. I'm burning up.
Oh, yeah, same. Look, someone built a base stone.
Oh, let's go raid it.
It's crazy to me that he's still yet to build a roof.
It doesn't matter.
Like,
that concave
and it's pretty important to have a base with a roof and stuff on it.
It's literally just the cosmetic.
Let's see who built this. No axe.
I want this part of the wall to like.
I don't
wall
understand.
With the ramp, not
They probably just gave up
facing
on the
outwards.
game. Couldn't figure it out.
Bad. I destroyed it.
Skill issue.
Oh wait,
They
I
just
don't.
destroy their-
I can't.
I'm gonna nade it. Ready? Watch out.
Let's do
Later, sucker. All right, let's keep going.
tower here.
There's a base across there. You see that?
Oh yeah, that's probably where they built. I think Tom's up on the hill. That's
Is that
the
Tom's base up
spotted.
there?
No, wait, he's on the other side. He's far
I'm
away.
directly opposite
Tom's
the tower.
flying, dude. He's going so far away.
What do you mean? I'm directly opposite the tower. I haven't moved.
So far.
You guys are at a different tower. If you found one, I'm at the trading outpost.
We're coming towards you.
Well, there's a big tower.
Are you
Towards
ready to
me.
keep going? We gotta keep going, man.
Let's keep going.
He's coming
We gotta
towards me.
keep going. We're burning daylight.
Burning daylight.
good,
That's
though.
funny.
Yeah, actually.
These guys are funny. Their commentary is kind of funny.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do you see that little bar at the bottom?
Yeah, keep jumping. Keep jumping.
Yeah, keep
and
making more
grapple every
noise.
chance you get.
Now this is a mistake. Look, he's out of materials again.
I need some more water, dude.
Look at this. Do you think they closed their door?
Is building building a complicated base in the first zone, or even like a big base in the first zone.
Right down here.
Like you want your base as small as fucking possible.
Drink some, man. Honestly.
As functional but as small as possible. Like you, I think I said this earlier, but you could do 3x3. That's all you need.
Shut your mouth.
Because the goal is to get out of this area and into the second
Get out
zone.
of the sun up here in the rich
And you
people's
can have
place.
everything you need
They could afford to have it
in a 3x3 in this first zone. Because you're going to... Basically, as soon as you get to the second zone, you're breaking down the space completely. It's gone.
Yeah, I filled mine up too.
I'm gonna come over and dump.
And
a load
everything in it.
Tom's, base.
Excuse me.
Hold up now.
I can suck some blood
again.
though.
Yeah, suck some blood.
Yeah, suck
some blood on the way.
Oh, right ahead.
Oh, there's a guy here. It's Tom. Damn.
It's me coming down the hill.
So wait, if there's another player walking right here, can we kill him?
No, it's the PvE zone. The trading outpost is the PvE zone.
Damn, dude, these guys want to start killing right away. I love that.
Player here.
Hey, you're in the way, bro. Let me give you permissions of this base, and then we see.
I can make us a blood. I can make us a bloodsucker probably.
There you go. Maybe, yeah, build the sucker. Should have privileges now.
Privileges.
Lovely, lovely. All right, I'm gonna put a refiner up.
I need a
nice, dude. These guys are helping him out. That's nice. This is what's cool about playing with your friends is they can help you. They're gonna help him because he's struggling, and it sounds like his friends are not struggling.
I can put it like right here at the front door.
Yeah, do that. There's gonna be like a garage though, and then there'll be like a. Well, it can be a garage and a.
Well, what's your thought? What do we do to?
Well, this is just a garage door
put it over here.
we can drive the vehicles in. So yeah, maybe put them in the back. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, I don't have the permis for this action.
Let me figure that out. Do I just walk up to you? Interact with Stone Mountain.
Inspect. It's inspect. I had the same problem. I was like, where's the permissions?
Oh, maybe I need to give that power. Put this
Edit
down.
Permissions.
Oh, I've given you permission to use the terminal.
Console. I think you ought to do
And
it
you
on the
have he has okay, he does have fuel. That's good. He just gave himself a lot more space too, which is nice. Associate.
Oh, you're an associate. How do I?
No, they should be fine.
Now you're a co-owner.
They should be able to do everything.
Sick. Let's see.
I guess so.
Placement block. Yep, now I can play stuff.
Interesting. I don't remember having that problem. I was playing with one buddy.
You want a granite?
And I think I placed him as a co-owner too, though. I did.
Sure.
But you shouldn't have to if you give associate permission. The base has associate permissions. They're associates. That should be.
Oh, can I?
Yeah.
It.
Okay. Inventory. Granite. How do I drop? Okay, let's see. Split stack. Sure.
You don't need to. You don't need to split it. Just drop it.
Backpack. I don't see how to drop it. I just see.
I could have sworn there.
Drop item. Here we go.
There you go.
There was a button like it says drop.
Got it.
I also made a blood extractor over here.
Cool.
I don't have any blood, anyways.
Yeah, me neither.
Return to your base. Let's see. I'm gonna go get some blood.
Dude, put a roof on your spot, bro.
Okay.
Like a little camp. Actually, let's move. I won't go under there. Chuck these around for now.
He's gonna build a 3-level base here. That's wild.
Nice.
Like I said, even though I knew, I made the same mistake too because I was just having fun of making too big a base. His base is way bigger than mine, but yeah.
Working.
Even so.
God damn, I need so much granite.
Should have space for it now, dude.
Got some deposits here we can make the most of though, which is good.
He's got plenty of space now. He should be able to get all the granite he needs. At least to put a fucking roof on it.
Or like, how many stories? This could be like open plan maybe, and have like a catwalk that goes around it as opposed to an entire like second floor.
Imagine taking all the time to build this and then he's just gonna have to break the whole thing down. Could make a copy up to a bunch of deposits of granite, copper, and the flowers that you can get water from.
I wonder if this is respawned. See how fast that is. Might be like a day-night cycle thing.
Because they respawn quick, or excuse me, yeah, they respawn very
Cool,
quickly.
that tower, yeah.
But if you build next to like 3 or 4 granite blocks, 2 or 3 copper blocks, and 1 set of flowers, that's what
like
you're looking
blood
for.
Extractor thing, stone built, for instance. You get
Then
bigger versions.
you don't
of
have
those
any problems.
Later down the tree you get. Oh, it's still got the burn marks from when I was originally cutting this up. That's cool.
Excuse me?
Did you make a second floor here?
No, it's
Starting to, yeah. Oh, someone else is building
Wait, is this
right next to
Fuglet?
us. That's
Yeah,
Fuglet.
this is me.
My base is off the edge stone, southeast.
So I have a good overlook on you guys.
Yeah, you can
But you're
snipe
not
us.
up to something. Can people loot your chests when you put them down?
No. Well, you can if you give your friends permission, but
Okay,
a normal
just
person
making
won't be
sure
able to
random
rock
stuff
up.
like-
Yeah, yeah.
So one thing I didn't like is with that number, like people can enter your base unless you set the permissions as owner.
Around.
They can't steal your shit, but they can enter your
Blood
base.
extractor, pause it.
And every single thing that you craft or create, excuse me, so like that blood purifier, the
Sick.
power generator, each thing you have to change the permissions on to set it to owner, or else they can access it.
search
They
that.
can't steal it, but they can access it.
Can make a still suit now. I need more copper for that. Still suits are good because as you like walk around, you build up sweat and then you
Out of
just drink
water
directly
again.
from yourself. It's delicious. Stupendous confectionery.
Yeah, it keeps all your water. You take a piss, you just drink your piss
Yeah,
straight
dude.
up.
So good. That's the meta, if you ask me.
Like that's what I was looking forward to the most about this game.
Yeah,
like when
yeah.
people are asking, "What do you think?" It's like that's what that's what I want to do.
I hear
Really getting to live out my fantasies here.
that. Mm-hmm. Spare grill simulator. Running low on water. Sun's getting low.
You don't say.
I have to drink my own piss.
Shit.
So let's
Great
see where
source of
we're at.
nutrients in these
Yeah,
trying
we're gonna
times.
end stream here in a little less than 2 minutes.
I got what I'm cooking here. Look, I'm cooking
But I
it.
appreciate everybody
It's an
hanging
actual
out.
fabricator where you can make the still suit.
Sorry this didn't end up being as
make a storage
useful as I originally intended. Like my idea was we'd watch beta footage and then as I saw different things, I would, think I would, things that I had forgotten, I was hoping to remember by watching somebody play the beta. And as I said, like, God, maybe 20 times, this guy's normally on point with his playing. He is a serious player and a skilled player. But, for whatever reason, he's having a tough time with this game. So it didn't end up being quite as beneficial as I expected.
Further in the land claim.
But
Also, you
appreciate
can
everybody hanging out for the Funcom stream. There was a ton of good information in that stream. And then right after the stream, we started watching this, and I was talking a lot about all the different things I'm doing for Dune, the guild that I'm in, all kinds of stuff. So if you want to check that out, if you missed anything, it's worth it. What we're doing right now, I would say you could probably skip it. But the first, 3 hours...
Someone's in a fight.
Were really useful. First 3 hours, 3.5 hours were really useful.
Is that you shooting?
Yeah, I'm pretty far away.
But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna stop it here. Thanks, Tom McGraphic. 7 hours. Maybe he gets better. Maybe I should have fast forwarded a few hours and see where he's at. But anyway, y'all, we're gonna have to do another stream of some kind in order to get our hours for the Rumble Creator Program. Because we're at, I can't remember how many hours we're at, but we're close. But I'm going to have to do one more stream to finish it off for this month. And other than that, I probably won't be streaming again until June 5th. June 5th, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 a.m. Pacific Time, U.S. time, is when Dune Awakening launches, and I'll be doing back-to-back-to-back 24-hour streams, so 72 hours in total. And after each 24-hour stream, I'm going to sleep. Because I did a 48-hour stream once, and it was, by the end of it, I was getting sick. It just wasn't cool, so... But 24-hour streams, not a big deal, at least for my body. So I'll be doing a 24-hour stream on June 5th, sleep, wake up, do another 24-hour stream June 6th, sleep, wake up, and then do another 24-hour stream June 7th. And we'll see what we're doing next in terms of, like, I might do more 24-hour streams. We'll have to see where the guild I'm in is at, what's going on, where I'm at progression-wise in the game. But we're going to be going harder in this game than any other game I've ever played, ever. We're really doing a full court press for this game because number one, I think it's going to be amazing, and number two, it's the game I've been looking forward to most ever, and that's not hyperbole. I've never been more excited about a game than I am about this one. So anyway, y'all, if you haven't already, make sure to like the stream, subscribe if you're on YT, follow if you're on Rumble. I'd really appreciate it. Check out my latest videos that are on Rumble and YT. Like those. Interact. Everything helps out not only the stream, it helps out the entire channel and the entire content creation journey that I've been on for the past few years. And we've slowly but surely, truly, it hasn't been fast. We've had pockets of massive growth, but at least massive for relative to me. But the more likes, the more follows, the more subs, the more watch time, all that stuff helps push the content out to more people so more people can see it. And I really do believe the more people who see it, the more people who will enjoy it. And that's part of why I'm going to be going so hard in Dune Awakening, is to try to catch a different audience. Anyway, y'all, love you. Appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll catch you in the next stream. Peace.